Three times before, you have felt the terror, known the madness, lived the horror. But this is the one you've been screaming for. Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. All right, huge movie fanatic Nate stopping on by once again with joined by Jesse from Down Under. Welcome, Jesse.
How you doing, folks? And Nate, I just want to say, how you doing with yours? Watch me do what I do. And Nate, don't be such a dead fuck.
I told you I don't like when you call me that.
Welcome to the show, folks.
If you haven't guessed, obviously we're getting together on this. Well, it's my evening, and you're probably, I don't know, late morning, early afternoon where you are.
Yeah, literally. After I just hit the afternoon not long ago here. Yeah.
Getting together to talk about Friday the 13th, the final chapter, and I think I don't know if we really talked about the.
So we're done after this. Is last movie, man. Yeah.
Yeah, the last.
No more in the series after this.
The last Friday the 13th film. It would have been cool if they would have made a trilogy, but they just tacked one fourth one on to complete the series. But what the hell you're gonna do?
Yeah, I know. Like, they could have done so much more with it, man. Like, we could have had, like Jason fight Freddy. I mean, like, we could have even had a movie where, like, I don't know, Jason went to space, maybe, or maybe he could have even fought like a telekinetic girl. I mean, that would have been fun.
You know what would have really pissed the fans off would have been an imposter Jason movie.
Oh, yeah. I don't think a lot of fans would have reacted to that well. Or, well, here's an idea. You know what really would have pissed people off? What if they had made a movie where Jason dies, like, in the first 5 minutes, and then, like, for the rest of the movie, he's just like a demon-hopping slug, body-hopping demon slug. I mean, I think that really would have pissed people off,
Yeah, that would have been a good idea.
Oh, man. I'm really looking forward to this one, man. Yeah, it's I guess no secret by now because I'm sure I've mentioned it numerous times, but this is my second favorite entry in the entire saga, man, the franchise, if you will.
Well, what's really cool about this is it's your second favorite in the franchise, and it's also my second favorite. I think this is the only time we actually, or at least so far that I'm aware of, that we actually kind of agree on this particular instance, so this will be interesting.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remembered that you said that. Yeah, this is your second favorite entry. Yeah, I actually watched the trailer just before again, and myself, I love the end of the trailer where it says, what is it, Friday, April 13th, this is Jason's unlucky day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really weird in the trailer how they actually, I think it's the only time in the franchise, quite possibly, where they actually spell out the word 13th instead of just using the number.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah. You're probably right with that, man.
I wonder what the hell.
Really cool.
I wonder what the hell the reasoning for that was. It's really weird.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm guessing every trailer they ever did for these was like probably always done by like a different mob, like a different set of people. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess everyone's got their own style, I guess.
That's very true. So basically, the fourth film in the franchise, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, they build it. They probably knew it wasn't going to be the last one, but it was kind of a marketing gimmick, just like 3D for the previous film. Marketing gimmick, the final one to get everyone into the theater, and I think it worked. Basically, up until this, there'd been one a year. So the first film, 1980, second film, 81, third film, 82, and I think the 83 there was a break, correct? And did this one release in 1984?
Yeah, I believe 83 is the only year that there wasn't a Friday in the 80s, man, to be honest.
Yeah, it very well might be. It's kind of interesting that the fourth film came out in '84. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Like I have heard that even though, like you said it with the third one and stuff, Frank Mancuso, that, yeah, the fourth one was supposed to definitely be the last one, but like even when they were ramping up the production and stuff, like getting towards the end of it, yeah, they wanted to, change certain things and stuff. So yeah, it kind of, yeah, let people know even on the production that, like, yeah, maybe this isn't going to be the last one. I mean, the films were making, like, so much money back then. I mean, if you're like, yeah, you're making a film for like whatever, $1 million or two, and you're getting a return of like 20 million or more, like, it's sort of hard to stop that train. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's probably exactly what they were thinking. I know that there's talk that there was all kinds of talk how to finally kill Jason, and I don't know whose idea it was, but it was suggested that he could split his head right down the middle, and that might be something like a little bit of what you were just talking about, and like some guy
Yeah,
pulling
exactly. Yeah,
bringing that back and saying, well, that's a little too final, so let's just have him get chopped on the side of the head, kind of a thing. Yeah.
yeah. Like, and there was even that other idea that I think Savini came up with, where like, like have Tommy not just be like, like a whiz kid, like with making masks and stuff, but like also he's a bit of a science nerd, and he's made like some sort of battery kind of gizmo that he could slam in the back of Jason's head and like cook his head from the inside and like explode his head and stuff. Like, that was, I know, one idea that Savini apparently came up with.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. Well, here I was just thinking right now, it might be a little redundant and maybe a little bit of an eye roller, but honestly, it would have been kind of a cool nod to the first film if they, if this had been the final film, it would have been kind of maybe possibly cool if, maybe they butchered, they did, maybe they could do what he did, in the film as it is finished, but they could also like chop his head off. It'd be kind of a cool wink to the first film.
Yeah, well, that was like I think I mentioned in the last episode. Yeah, that that was sort of like what they were going to do with the ending of the third movie, man. Because it's in that one of those, yeah, novelizations, the one that was like based apparently off the earlier version of the script, and yeah, like they obviously didn't end up doing that, and yeah, like, it was the thought that it was just going to be a trilogy. Even at that point, it's funny because like there's a few moments like in the franchise where like they threatened to cut it off like at that movie. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, even like obviously the first one, yeah, they claim they never planned to have a sequel and stuff. I mean, I think in like, that was never really a thing in part two. Like, I think they always meant to make a third one after that. But like even like, they did it again with friggin' Jason Goes to Hell. That's called The Final Friday. So,
Yeah, absolutely. This might be a good opportunity, unless you've got another idea, to actually start talking about what I think is just the greatest setup of all time for this film. Someone, and from what I understand, the director, I don't know, how the hell do you pronounce his last name? Joseph what?
I believe it's Zito.
Okay, yeah,
That's always the way I've heard people pronounce it, so that's what I've always gone with.
I think we'll go with Joseph Zito. Yeah, from what I understand, the opening spiel, the culmination, or the clip show of the first three films he wasn't even involved in, which is kind of interesting because it must have just been the editor or something like that. Maybe the producer had the editor do it. But I gotta say, man, what a freaking, this is one of the reasons I think we've talked about before.
Okay, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Yeah, he didn't have any involvement with that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was if I heard that in the I think I heard that in the commentary. Have you ever done the final chapter Joseph Zito commentary?
Yeah, I have, but it's been a minute, as the kids say, since I've done that. Probably a fair few years. I think maybe he did even two, didn't he? I think he might have done one on his own, and then isn't there one he did with a writer, Bob Coleman or whatever his name is? I think he did too, man. That's my recollection anyway. But it's been a while since I've listened to those. I really want to go back and listen to a lot of the commentaries.
Yeah, it's been a while since I heard him as well, but being there's other responsibilities, I guess, that can take the forefront when you're an adult, quote unquote adult. Yeah, technically, we're technically adults, but maybe we don't always.
Yeah, I call it adulting. I think I've mentioned that. I only be an adult when it's absolutely essential.
Absolutely, but what I was saying is this is I think we talked about, how cool, in a lot of ways sometimes we kind of do regard Final Chapter as, and it kind of would have been interesting and kind of cool because it's such a great entry. It would have been kind of cool if it would have been the last film, and if it had been the last film, I mean, this frickin' prologue, the clip show of the first three films, and Harry Manfredi's brand new music to accompany the clip show is just such a freaking great setup to get you, pumped for this film. I mean, how amazing is the pre-title clip show of the first three films?
I mean, absolutely. I don't know, man. It kind of might be like my favorite like opening of any of the films, man. To be honest, I mean, I'm a big fan of that sort of stuff. Like, I love montages and things like that. Where like you get like a clip show of like your favorite moments and stuff. Like I love all that sort of stuff when they do that in a lot of the Rocky movies and things. Like, yeah, it's not really a Rocky movie without a like a training montage or whatever. But no, I can't agree. I can't agree more, man. It really is like a kick-ass way to open the film. And I got to say, yeah, like, I mean, this would have really been a strong entry to go out on, if there had never been any more after this. Like, I mean, there's a part of me that, like, I mean, yeah, I'd miss not having Jason Lives and other entries and stuff as well. But, I mean, if I didn't know any better, like, I mean, I think I could feel pretty content with what they did up until this point, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I don't know if we ever talked about this, but that brings up a thought in my mind, which I've always kind of, ever since I was a teenager, or maybe 20 somethings for sure, that I've always regarded the franchise, the Paramount films, the first eight, as being like this a three-parter. Like 1 through 4 is an era, and then 5 is its own era, and then 6 through 8 is the other era, like the zombie undead rotting corpse Jason era. So in a way, even though there are more films than 4 films, for me this is definitely the end of the first era.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I got to agree with those sentiments as well. And yeah, that's something that obviously I've thought of myself as well. I mean, there definitely is like a tonal shift after this movie, and I would even say, go as far as say even a bit of a dip in quality. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, like you hear people talk about, there's the Tommy Jarvis trilogy. You know what I mean? There's like the zombie era of Jason. You know what I mean? And then like, I mean, there's a lot of fans that say like anything after Part 8 isn't even canon. You know what I mean? Like they say like all the New Line stuff is non-canon, or like people say that like they regard those movies, the New Line era, as being like what if scenarios. You know what I mean? Like what if Jason was a body hopping demon slug creature? You know what I mean? Or like what if Jason went to space? Or what if Jason fought Freddy?
Absolutely, and as long as you bring it up, for the record, I'm probably pretty much a part of that camp, even though I I pretty much end it with the seventh film, but I definitely would regard the first eight films as pretty much being quote unquote canon, if you will. And as much as Jason X is fun, I do pretty much hold those exact sentiments where everything New Line is kind of what if.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of go back and forth a little bit on it. Like, I mean, I could definitely be right beside you with those thoughts myself. I mean, yeah, I mean, you really can't argue in a way that the New Line films they do really kind of feel like something that's been tacked on to the franchise. You know what I mean? I mean, those movies, they don't even have Friday the 13th in the title. You know what I mean? It's it's almost like they're a spin-off in a way. As much as I enjoy some of them, you know what I mean? Like, I have a blast with Jason X. Me and my old man had a really good time seeing that in the theater. Like, we actually saw it 3 times in the theater. Like, we're probably the only people that ever saw that movie multiple times in a theater setting. Like when Freddy versus Jason came out, like I couldn't get enough of that movie. But I mean, I could definitely agree that after Part 8 really does kind of does feel like the series comes to a close. But I mean, even like Jason Lives, man, like what we're talking about, entries in the series where like you really could have brought things like full circle and stuff. I think Jason Lives, like he could have really just left it there too. You know what I mean? Like Jason's kind of back where he belongs. He's in the lake sort of thing. So,
Oh yeah, I'd agree with that as well. It's funny how throughout the franchise, there's like we were kind of saying before, several instances or several moments where it could be the final film, the end of the third film, the end of the fourth film, and like you say, the end of the sixth film. And honestly, that kind of close up of the eye, it was just like a kind of a editorial cheat that they just probably used the shot of the eye from some other scene or whatever, and just kind of put that in the at the end, show him floating there and just show the eye open. That's probably for the film. The shot of the eye is probably for that opening credit sequence with the James Bond machete slash thingy. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Well, you've actually heard that somewhere before that shot of the eye like wasn't intended for that ending, because I've never heard that anywhere. Then.
Oh well, that's just
not to the best of my memory.
That's just kind of how I when I watch it, just kind of what it feels like to me, being someone who's made their own little home movies and edited them and stuff like that. To me, that shot of the eye just seems like they just took it from that shot of him, the shot of the eye that they used for the opening credits, where they do the James Bond and the pupil thing.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've never picked up on that myself.
It's just I
don't know. I think that ending. Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say it's just a theory. It's nothing concrete. It's just a feeling I get every time a feeling I get every time I see that shot.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I've often thought that the ending of that movie, I think, could have been influenced a little bit by a lot of the endings that the Elm Street movies have. You know what I mean? Where there's always kind of that little inkling, that like little wink that like, Freddy's defeated for now, but he'll be back one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't. Oh yeah, okay. So at the end,
right. That was like '86. So like by then, like they were kind of doing that sort of thing with Freddy already. I mean, I think Elm Street 3 was '87, wasn't it? So, I mean, even at the end of the very first movie, there's definitely, a nod that Freddy's going to come back.
Well, yeah, the convertible in the first film, the glove hand through that one chick on the school bus at the end of the second film, the light coming on in the house at the end of the third film, absolutely.
But yeah, I just wanted to mention before I forget to mention it, the box office and the budget for the film, and the budget was 1.8. So I think that's less than part three. I think part three was like a little over 2 million. I think that was because to accommodate for the 3D and things of that nature. And the box office was $33 million. So I think just a tad, it made just a tad under what part three made. I think part three, if I remember correctly, it was like 34 or 35 million, I think.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, so like movies at this point were still pretty popular and profitable. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you're only spending like couple of million or so, or actually I've just seen there's a bit of the discrepancy. Some places say the budget was 1.8. Some places say it was 2.6 million. So I mean, within that kind of around 2 million ballpark, I guess. Yeah, well, if that's what you're putting into the film and you're getting like over 33 million back, like it's kind of hard not to want to make another sequel, even though you've called this movie the final chapter.
Yep, I agree with you exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, like this opening montage, it really is. In my opinion, like the perfect way to open, like not just like a Friday the 13th movie, but a horror movie in general. You know what I mean? It's really atmospheric and stuff. And like, I mean, just say you've got a friend over, right, and they've never ever seen a Friday film, and they're not really, interested in seeing, 12 films in a series, and they're like, they know you're a big fan, and they're like, okay. Like what's the best one? What's like one that I can sit down and watch with you and get like the gist of what this series is? I think this is like the perfect entry for that. You know what I mean? I mean, you get like this opening montage. It'll catch them up on what's obviously happened in the other films and stuff. And I think, it really is, like I said, it's a very strong entry in the franchise. The only thing is, if you showed this one to someone that hadn't seen like the previous films, like it really would spoil the hell out of that first movie. But I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. Just that clip show of the first three films is definitely enough to should be enough to get anyone interested in the franchise if there's any hope at all. If definitely whet their appetite for the franchise, definitely.
yeah, just me personally, but I'm really glad, man, that I had the experience I did with the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, if I had to come in here, like obviously, like I said, the ending of the first movie would have been totally wrecked for me. You know what I mean? I'm just really glad that I got to see them in order, man.
Yeah, like we've said before, that's really cool. I'm pretty sure, very briefly, like I've said before, I'm pretty sure I would have seen the seventh one first because that was the newest one at the time, and then I would imagine, hopefully, we started at the beginning and went all the way through. I would imagine. So doing the seventh one first, that doesn't really ruin stuff too much. It's imagine seeing like the second one first and seeing the end of the first film or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point. I was just thinking, man. Like since part three did make more money, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, it would have taken a bit longer to make it in 3D. Actually, I do know that for a fact. I've heard like a lot of the cast members say that, the production of that film was like almost twice as long, I think, as most of the other Fridays. But it gave them a bigger return. I'm surprised they never went for the 3D thing again. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, not saying, they had to do it like with this movie, but I don't know. You think by the time they got to like part 6 or something, maybe, like especially after, the drop off of 5, like, not a lot of people came back for 5 and that, you think maybe they would have done the 3D thing again.
Yeah, the only thing is, it just seems weird. It's almost like there was just this, 1 or 2 or 3 year period in the early to mid 80s where this 3D resurgence was coming back. It seems like it came back strong for a couple or 2 3 years, and then it just faded away again. It was really weird.
Well, that's kind of like what 3D does, doesn't it? Like even in like its first incarnation, like what was like the 50s, I think, like it was only around, is to the best of my knowledge, for a few years and then disappeared. I think like the whole like Avatar era of 3D, if you will. I think that's the one that stuck around the longest, man. And they do still release some movies in 3D. Like, I mean, usually you got to go to like the IMAX theater or whatever, but they are still out there.
Yeah, you're right. The post Avatar, years was probably the longest 3D stretch. Granted, it definitely fell off pretty strongly after the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. It kind of fell off strongly, but I get, like you say, it's still hanging on a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. I reckon maybe some of that had to do with like it hanging on longer was because of the post conversion thing. You know what I mean? Because they could take anything and just make it 3D. It was a lot less work and things like that. But yeah, you're definitely right. There definitely was a drop off after a handful of years, and I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting when Avatar 2 comes out to see if it spurs things off again, but probably not in as big a way as it did with the first movie. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's something that will definitely be interesting. Was this a good opportunity to segue? Have you said your piece about the opening clip show, or is there more to say? Because if not, I'd like to discuss or talk about how cool that moment is where the frickin' it's so funny how the hockey mask was only pretty much part of the last third of the previous film, and we open after the clip show of final chapter, we open with this hockey mask kind of coming towards the screen with this kind of scary music. I mean, just how cool is that?
Yeah, wasn't it you who said, like, I know I was speaking to someone about this, I think it was you, man. You said something about, like, oh, yeah, that's right. I think it was when we were doing our part 2 show that we kind of both agreed that, like the metal, like, part 2, like, design with the opening credits, like, exploding, like, was a bit like an action film and stuff. And, I mean, they kind of repeated again with the final chapter, you know what I mean? Like the hockey mask explodes and that sort of thing.
Right, yeah, and I know you're not a fan of New Beginning by any means, but one thing you have to probably appreciate about that opening title sequence is at least they forego the explosion and just have the whatever it is, just that the title just break apart. I think, if memory serves, without the explosion.
Yeah, doesn't it do like a kind of like a 3-dimensional look of the mask or something? That's how I remember it.
Yeah,
I could be wrong on that.
from what I remember,
like the mask like swings around or something. Yeah.
Yeah. The opening title of New Beginning is like the classic, title from the first film, like a negative image, and then it goes like positive, and then the mask comes and breaks it apart. And yeah, exactly. The mask kind of swivels around, and then the viewer of the film goes through one of the eye holes. And I guess they made this huge hockey mask that was like I don't know, like 4 or 5 feet tall to be able to do that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is a good moment in that film. Yeah, I admit it's one of the few moments that I like. But it's a good moment. Yeah.
So very cool.
But, we get the classic. White text on black background with Harry's score playing. Man, doesn't get any better than that. It really is a lost art, like opening credits and stuff, like opening credit sequences and just setting a tone in movies. It's a shame.
Yeah, I know. We talked about this, I think, probably in the first film or second film or both of them or whatever. Yeah, like I agree 100%. Like it's funny because a lot of Godzilla movies. I don't know if you've seen a lot of the Japanese Godzilla movies and stuff, but I know, like in the some of the '90s ones and even the Millennium Godzilla Japanese films and stuff, they still kept that kind of opening title really thing going for quite a long time, where they have like a pre-credit or pre-title scene or whatever, and then the music comes up and they do all this cool stuff where the title forms together or does this or that, and parts of it are added, and so like, yeah, like the Japanese market, at least for Godzilla films, seem to continue that, but for some reason in America, those moments that where a title is like celebrated, like, oh wow, look at how cool this title is, just for some reason they stopped doing it. I mean, all you got to do is compare the first film to like the '09 reboot, or the first Ghostbusters to Ghostbusters Afterlife, to see what we mean.
Yeah, I've never seen any of the Godzilla like Japanese movies and stuff. Like, yeah, like my knowledge of Godzilla's like, yeah, only the American movies really. But I've actually toyed with the idea of going back and watching some of that stuff. But that's cool that yeah, that they still keep up quote unquote tradition with that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of modern films where the title shows up, like it's barely on the screen for like a couple of seconds. You know what I mean? It's more or less like just like an afterthought kind of thing, isn't it? Which yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's all goes with that like breakneck pace of movies today. You know what I mean? There's got to be something happening, exciting every 5 seconds, or the studios think that the viewer will lose interest.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I just want to move forward, and I think we can talk about the great new opening of this film. You know what I mean? It's it really is something special, man. Like it's it gives it that kind of almost high budget Hollywood kind of feel about it, man. Like we got a helicopter and some really like almost bird's eye view shots and stuff, man. And it's a great way to open the film. And I remember, Joseph Zito said that was his idea, that he wanted to open the film like literally at the same location that the last one left off, and not long after, just when the cops have gotten there and their full search and stuff. Which actually, come to think of it though, I think I've only just thought of this now. Which, like I said, it's amazing how you can think of things that you don't usually think about when you're just watching the film normally. But obviously this is nighttime. It's like the film opens it's obviously nighttime in the scene. Like, how long after is this? Because when they took Chris away, that was probably the very early morning, which that at least is my thoughts on probably when they discovered her. So it took the cops all day, did it, to get to where the scene of the crime of the last movie was. That's an interesting thought, I guess.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm pretty sure I've thought of that. If I've done the films back to back, I've just been like, yeah, oh my God. So like you say, Chris gets hauled away in the morning, and then the fourth film opens at night. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's possible that quote unquote, city officials could be that slow. But let's face it. I mean, for the purposes of a horror movie, I mean, it's just much cooler to do it at night, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I totally agree. And that's probably what their thinking was. And I mean, let's be honest, a lot of the filmmakers of these films, never really concerned themselves with continuity that much. You know what I mean? They'd never let it get in the way of, telling the story they wanted to tell.
Yeah, which will be evidenced further into the film with the character of Rob Dyer.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I got my thoughts about that. But I just love the dialogue where the paramedics are getting Jason's body under the gurney and stuff, and they're talking to the cop, and cop's telling them like how many victims he killed this time, and the cop just looks at him and he's like, yeah, this time they got him. Like, I always thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, the setup on this film is just so cool, and I don't know if you've ever noticed it. I would imagine you have, but that guy who says that line, this time they got him. When he looks at the character, you get a really good look at his eyes, and it's just like one of them's kind of like bloodshot. Have you ever noticed that? And for me, I noticed that all the way back to the VHS days in the 80s, and something about that the guy's like bloodshot eye, and that when he's delivering that line, this time they got him, it's always added to that line for me, like, oh my god, what's going on with his eye?
Yeah, I have noticed that for quite a while. I don't think like as far back as like seen it on VHS, but like I've noticed it, yeah, probably a while ago. Isn't he the same cop that's like on the TV later on when Axel and the nurse are watching the TV and he's talking about like where Jason's body was taken to and stuff? I mean, obviously he looks a lot different because he's not in the slicker and stuff, but pretty sure that's the same guy, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I never actually thought about that. I know that the guy who's on the TV talking about it, at the hospital scene, I know he's at the very end of the film in the room when Trish is laying in the hospital bed. But if I had to take a guess, I don't think the guy in the slicker is that guy. But I never really thought about it before.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, like. It's he's a funny guy, Joseph Zito, when you think about it, because like I remember watching interviews with him and stuff, and he's like talking about like all these things that he asked for to have in the film and stuff, like things that usually studios get like really like pissed about and stuff. He asked, like, can we have a kid? You know what I mean? And like, obviously, studios, if they can avoid it, they don't want a kid in the movie because, you can only have them work a certain amount of hours and they can just be, difficult for obvious reasons. So we asked for a kid in the movie. They said yes. Then he's like, what about a dog? And then they agreed to that. And then he's like, well, I've gotten away with these two things. How about twins? Can I have twins in the movie? And they're like, yeah, okay, you can have some twins. You know what I mean? Like all things that studios apparently hate to have in movies and stuff. But I just wanted to close out my thoughts on the opening scene of the film. I love how it lingers, man. Like the ambulance and the cop cars drive off, and you just get that kind of eerie like last shot of Higgins Haven. Like it lingers there for a good while, and you just don't see things like that in movies anymore, eh?
No, and a couple of things I didn't want to forget to mention either was we've already mentioned it, I think, in a previous talk of a previous film, but I think from what I understand, this is the very only time in the franchise that a filming location has gone from one movie to the other. So the same filming location for Part 3 was they shot at the same location for the beginning of Final Chapter. And another thing that I always thought was funny was that I guess it must have been Zito's idea or something like that for this film. They watered down the location, all the dirt and everything like that, to make it obviously look like it probably had rained, And I think it caused a lot of problems for people. You can even see it in the movie when those guys walk by with the gurney, like they're slipping in the mud. And then if you watch the vehicles drive away at the very end, like one of them's like fishtailing because he's, the car's slipping in the mud. It's just kind of like, it's too bad they, I don't know. It's like, it is kind of cool that they wetted things down. So even though it didn't rain in the third film, like for Zito's, beginning of, or the end of the third film or beginning of the fourth film at that location. And for him, it rained after the third film concluded.
That's an interesting thought. And I mean, like, just thought of this now since you brought that up. I mean, obviously, I've always noticed that, it was a very watered down version of, that location. It's all muddy and stuff. I've noticed that for years, obviously. But, I mean, it kind of goes in line like with the rest of the film. You know what I mean? Like especially like the third act of this film, and also I would even argue like wetting that location down like that kind of gives it a bit more of that East Coast look and vibe about it.
Yeah, honestly, now that you bring that up, every time I watch the beginning of Final Chapter with that scene at the, at the part 3 location, I do actually kind of think subconsciously, and I think I just kind of realized it consciously right now, I kind of do think like New Jersey. I don't think California, even though that scene is shot in California. I think you're right. I think simply just watering it down and having it be at night so you can't see like the California vegetation or the hills in the back, it definitely makes it feel more like Jersey.
Yeah, I completely agree. Here's an interesting thought that I've thought about for years, and I've heard other fans banter this about. I don't think it's ever been confirmed by like Zito or anyone involved with the film. I'm not sure. Maybe it has. Maybe it's on that commentary. But like I said, it's been a long time since I've heard that. But like literally the next scene where it leads into the hospital, and you get that like shot as the Ambos walking Jason through the hospital on the gurney. You get that little moment with that family, and the mum's like, consoling and hugging her daughter. Like, is that supposed to be Chris from the last movie? Like, I've always wondered that, man. Like, I guess it kind of supposed to be, but yeah.
Yeah, ever since I saw this, probably from day one, I've always, every time that shot happens and they pan over to that scene, like you said, I've always just assumed that's supposed to be Chris and her parents.
Yeah, but have you actually ever heard that? Like, is that mentioned on the commentary? Do you remember? Or
Yeah, I can't remember if he mentioned that on or not. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, she's got a very similar hairstyle that girl, so I guess it's supposed to be. Yeah, always found that interesting, and like, yeah, I thought of that way back in the day. Obviously, I mean, it's pretty kind of obvious if you're a fan of the series, but yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And before we move forward into the hospital scene, one last thing of the location of the end of Friday 3 scene that I wanted to mention, which was kind of funny. And it's a testament to the screenwriting of this film, and in a good way, the kind of the film being geared towards teenagers or 20 somethings and stuff like that. I thought it was funny how the helicopter pilot or whoever's in the helicopter at the very end of the scene is like, okay, boys and girls, let's get going. It's just so unofficial. It's so nonsense. I love it.
Yeah, yeah, that moment always yeah, makes me smirk. It's pretty funny. Yeah, and then we with the hospital scene, we get introduced to what I think is one of the most fun characters in the franchise, even though he's not in the film very long. But good old Axel, Mister suggesting fuck the corpses, Axel, you know.
Yeah, this guy, I probably saw Police Academy before I saw Friday the 13th final chapter, and I would imagine you've seen Police Academy as well. This guy's from Police Academy.
Well, he's the reason why I did eventually watch Police Academy.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much, I wanted to see what he was like in another film. I believe what is he in the first one? I think.
I'm not a big fan of the Police Academy films. I know for sure he's in the first one. Chances are he's in the second one, or as well. I don't really, I'm not very familiar with the Police Academy films.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I think I watched like the first couple. I think, and yeah, it was mostly because I wanted to see the actor that played Axel in something else. But yeah, man, he's definitely a fun character, man. I mean. It really does sell well without having to really explain it. Like how long this guy's probably been doing this job, and like this has been happening for a while now. In Crystal Lake, these massacres and that. Like he's so desensitized to it, that he's friggin' eating like right where there's corpses and stuff. I always thought that was really funny.
Yeah, that I don't know if it started with that film, but I know I've seen that in films, horror films and stuff, probably after this or around the same time or whatever, where the core it's kind of the running gag in the horror movie where the coroner is always eating and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just love the way he just rests out whatever it is, like some sort of pastry or whatever, like just on Jason's chest as he's signing the documents and that.
I know, and I love how that one little, that dialogue scene between the characters is basically just plays out in that one shot, kind of like the camera mounted on the gurney thing, and it's just like we talked about it, and I think we kind of line dropped the scene in the our Friday 3 talk, I think, where it's just like real cute girl. Was still is. All you got to do is go over there and take off. I mean, what a great line and what a great delivery.
Exactly. And I don't know, man. I don't know if he's totally kidding about that, man. Like Axel, he might have done something like that before, man.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Here's a question, and I've actually don't have an answer to this, but I just as long as we're on the topic, thought I'd ask to see if you ever considered this. Like, so obviously we think he's talking about the female victims from the third film. Did you, when he says that line, and I would imagine you've seen this movie a bazillion times, so every time he says that line, real cute girl, have you ever, for yourself as a fan, envisioned who of the women from the third film he's talking about?
No, not really, man. That's an interesting question, though, man. I mean, my first thought would be probably Vera, maybe. I don't know. But then again, I mean, her face would look pretty messed up after having that arrow shot in it, I guess. So who knows? Maybe he's talking about Debbie.
Yeah, yeah. I just thought I'd ask because my answer is the same as well. Like every time that line happens, I never, for whatever reason, I never, I never have an image of just one of the women from the third film. It's just kind of like just a no face every time that line comes up, which is interesting. I guess I just think of bodies on gurneys under blank or sheets or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, true, man. The other day, actually, I listened to the novelization of well, actually, it's not really an actual novelization. It was more like a done by a fan, but for being done by a fan, it was really well done, man. The yeah, like a fan did like their own like unofficial novelization of the final chapter, man. It was pretty interesting. Like they went into like depth even on like Axel, like that like Axel's like excuse for being a pervert is because like there's really nothing more to do. Like it's like a morgue attendant than to be a perv and want to have sex with what's her name, Nurse Morgan, I think it is. Yeah. I'll mention other things that were in the fan novelization as we go on because there was never an official novelization of the final chapter, which is kind of weird because they picked it up again in part 6. It's like what didn't you guys do four?
Yeah, I bet you're equally pissed off they didn't do a one of five.
Well, did you happen to mention that I never mentioned that though? That I never said. Oh yeah, they did for 5. I just left it there in the ether, Nate.
Yeah, that's because for you it goes from 4 to 6.
Part 6 is part 5. All right, it's part 5. It really is part 5.
That's true.
That's going to be an interesting conversation, man. Because we're going to really be. It's going to be the first time that we're going to be at polar opposites of the spectrum on how we feel about the film, man.
Yeah, that'll probably be the most interesting one of the first 8 films, I would imagine.
Yeah, true that. But I mean, probably pointless to mention this to you because I'm sure you know, but for the folks out there that don't, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the main chick that's on that like sexercise video that Axel loves to watch while he's trying to make out with Nurse Morgan. That chick's in part 6. She's the chick that gets her head put through the camper van.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. How do we know that?
Okay, you didn't know that? Oh, that's surprising. Well, it's mentioned on Crystal Lake Memories for starters, but I'm pretty damn sure that I knew that even way before that came out from just like reading Wikipedia and things like that. Yeah, that's I can't remember her name in part 6 off the top of my head, but yeah, that's the chick that Court's banging in the camper van, dude.
Darcy D. Moss or something?
That's it. That's her name. Yeah. She actually, I don't know if she auditioned for this movie apart from being on that tape, but I do know that she almost got the role that Debbie Sue Voorhees got in the New Beginning, dude. But I think, yeah, she didn't get it because they like try to sign a deal or whatever, or they asked her to do nudity without talking to her agent about it first, and then apparently she reckons they tried to do the same when she eventually did appear in Jason Lives, and she wouldn't do nudity because again it wasn't in her contract. But it's weird because she claims that she's not opposed to doing nudity. I think there's some other film that she's in where she does appear nude in that. But yeah, dude, that's her on that video.
Yeah, since we're talking about the hospital scene in Friday the 13th, the final chapter, I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk about something I kind of already mentioned in regards to the line the helicopter pilot gives earlier in the film. I can remember, final chapter is so special for me for so many reasons, but one of the main reasons why it's so special because I had seen the film with my dad. We rented it from the video store, so I saw the first time I saw it, I saw the full R-rated theatrical version. But then later on, when in that summer when I was 12 years old, it was on TV, and I recorded it off TV. And I'll never forget that night. I was, my mom was gone, probably out with her boyfriend. I was home alone. It was late at night, and I was recording Final Chapter off TV in my room and just watching it. I was just so immersed in the film, and being 12 years old, I didn't really care that I was taping it off TV. I was just glad to have. I mean, I knew that the swearing, the nudity, and the gore would be cut, but still, you've got the majority of the movie as a 12-year-old, and that's exciting. But I can still remember when I'm watching the beginning of this film, the feeling I had, recording it off TV, when I was 12 in my room on that night, and it's just like the infantileness, maybe not infantileness, but the writer of the film seems to be. It's so funny how the movie is geared towards teenagers, 20-somethings, and it's like so much of the movie. It doesn't matter where it takes place, and with whatever city officials, hospital employees, it seems like everyone's kind of got this mentality of like a kid, and Axel's just this hornball. And it's just so funny to me.
That's a very interesting point and a cool little story that you shared there, man. Yeah, I have to totally agree with that, and that's definitely something that has come to my mind a fair bit too, man. Like I think it's shown the most with Teddy's character. You know what I mean? Like he really is a pretty childish kind of dude, you know what I mean? It's probably like why he doesn't get anywhere with the women.
Yeah, very well could be true. And I always thought it was weird as a 12-year-old because personally, as a 12-year-old, I know that you had experiences at a young age, but personally, I didn't have experiences with the opposite sex yet at the age of 12 yet. So I always thought that this scene where, he's trying to seduce this female nurse by switching the channel to some kind of exercise, seductive exercise video was really, I thought that was really weird to me as a 12-year-old, and indeed it's still weird to me. What are your thoughts on that? Have you used those kind of tactics to seduce women?
come to think of it, you've jogged my memory, man, a little bit. There was like one time when I was very young, dude. I was probably like around the age you were just talking about 12, sort of thing. And I don't know, dude. Like, you know, everyone's upbringing is different, and you know, might be kind of shocking to hear this, man. But like at 12 years old, you know, for me, like, I mean, my dad wasn't opposed to a girl staying over at my house. You know what I mean? And it would happen. It would happen from time to time, you know. And I do remember one time with one of my childhood girlfriends, man. We were watching the movie Losing It. You ever heard of that movie, Nate? It's got very young Tom Cruise in it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's a sex comedy, man. And I remember specifically putting that on to like trying to get her like a little bit horned up and shit. So, yeah, like I do have a bit of experience with that kind of thing, man. It's crazy when I think about it now, dude. You know what I mean? That I was kind of, you know, making out with girls and stuff. Yeah, like at such a young age. You know, like it seems like we've kind of reverted a lot more nowadays. Like nowadays, it's kind of yeah, very frowned upon thing. Even though it still happens all over, you know what I mean. But like a lot of parents nowadays, it seems like they really try to shield their kids from the opposite sex, you know, until they're like 16, 17 years old. You know, it's kind of amazing, dude, that like I never got a girl pregnant, man, when I was like 13 or 14. You know what I mean? Like I was a pretty savvy kid though. You know, like, you know, my dad gave me that talk about the birds and the bees and told me to be careful from a very young age. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, you are very fortunate to not having been a young father. But I just thought it was weird that I can understand how, you know, I would assume that in the scenes or the movie that you were showing your young little girlfriend at the time, that there was like possibly you know, something to excite her along the lines of male eye candy in the film or the scenes you were showing her.
Yeah, a little bit of that sort of stuff, and just sort of like, you know, scenes where they're talking about like, you know, getting with chicks and things like that. Or like, to be honest, dude, like, I mean, yeah, I used to watch a lot of these films, man, with my girlfriends at the time, man, and like just watching like yeah, some of the Fridays, man, would kind of get them going a little bit, dude. You know, because I mean, yeah, we can't shy away from folks that, you know, that there really is a sex element to Friday. You know what I mean? It's very prevalent, and it is even, you know, arguably some of the motivation behind Jason's, you know, acts, and it certainly is with Mrs. Voorhees. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, Mrs. Voorhees is very upfront with, like, you know, I'm going to kill you, motherfuckers, because you're fucking all over these woods, and that's the reason why my boy died.
Yeah, absolutely. Just back to the tape one more time. I always thought it was weird, you know, ever since I was 12, that you know, he's showing a woman a video full of, you know, that's just got three kind of, you know, sexy women in it. I just thought that was weird. To just like, oh yeah, this is gonna turn her on, unless he knows something about her that we don't, of course.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's mentioned in the novelization that yeah, Nurse Morgan, like, she, every time she hooks up with Axel, she always regrets it. So I think it's just, yeah, it's a situation where they're both thrown in, you know, together by working together and stuff. And I mean, if they, you know, just met on the street, she probably wouldn't have any attraction to this guy. You know what I mean? It's sort of just because he's around, I guess.
Right, and from what I understand, I guess the urban legend about, you know, late nights in hospitals is basically this, where, you know, I guess it's not unheard of that men and women, and possibly men and women and women, or whatever, get together in the wee, you know, early morning hours at you know, graveyard shift at the old hospital Rooney, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense because, yeah, I mean, if you're working there late at night and there's not not a lot going on, I guess. Yeah, kinky shit will ensue, I guess. What about this? You ever thought about like what if the whole movie like was centered around this hospital? Like kind of like Halloween 2. You ever thought about that? Like that's an interesting take on it, I reckon.
Well, that is a good take and an interesting take, and all I gotta say is I'm sure glad that cuts back to the Jarvises, or cuts to the Jarvises rather, and jogging, once around the lake and wooded woods atmosphere and a kind of a log cabinish kind of a Jarvis house, and I guess that's my answer. Like if this whole movie took place in the hospital, it wouldn't be definitely nowhere as near and dear to me. I can tell you that.
Yeah, 100% agree. I've often thought that though. You know what I mean? Like when I do watch this opening sequence, it kind of does remind me of Halloween 2 a bit. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about like how Joe Zito got this job. Are you familiar with that at all, Nate?
Oh, I would imagine it's because of his less, definitely more inferior film by the name of the Prowler.
Yeah, aka Rosemary's Killer, as it was called on VHS back here in the 90s. Don't know if you're aware of that, but yeah, that was the alternate title for it here. Yeah, man. Basically, was it Phil Scuderi? Yeah, like the guy who's like the unsung hero of the first few entries in the series. Man, he's like the money man that put up a fair bit of the money for the first film. It was pretty much his idea to get Joe to do this film because he was a big fan of what he did with the Prowler, obviously. And I'm not sure, like, because I've heard Joe Zito tell this story. I'm not sure if it is Phil Scuderi from this story or not, or just another random producer like that was involved with the film. But there's a story that Joe Zito's told where he was like in this room with this dude, and like this dude's like boxes like were almost like open, like he's wearing like a pair of boxes or whatever, like with like the front button like almost completely undone, like, and they're having this conversation about like him doing the film and things like that. So I don't know if that was Phil or not, but I always found that pretty funny. But I can definitely see, like, if Steve Miner had enough and you wanted to find someone else that I think I could see how you would arrive at getting a guy that's already done this sort of thing before, you know what I mean? And I think we've mentioned the Prowler. Well, we've talked about the Prowler a little bit on like past radio shows and stuff. But I mean, I really adore the kills in that film. Like, that's some of Savini's best work, but it's not a great film, is it?
No, and we probably, very possible we'll get some flack for saying so, but, to each their own, I always say. We've all got our own tastes and opinions and stuff, and I guess I can see, well, maybe I can't really see, the love for the Prowler. I mean, I guess I can just see, like you say, the love and the admiration for the kill scenes, but as far as kind of everything else, I guess I can't really see where the love for the Prowler comes from, but that's okay.
It has potential, like they really could have, I don't know, if they had developed the script a little bit more, you really could have had something there, I really dig the look of the killer, the whole like soldier garb and things like that. I just think, they didn't work out the kinks of the story and the script enough to make it one of those rememberable 80s slashes, but I mean, hey, it's no denying that the kills are great, and I'm just glad, man, that Joe Zito got the job, man, because I think he's a perfect fit for Friday, man. And I don't think we'd have the film that we have today if he hadn't been the director, man. And I've even heard him say, man, that he was kind of pretty meticulous when he was making this film, man. You know, like he put a lot of thought into it and things like that. And I think he was getting notes from the studio saying, like, you know, you don't have to try so hard with this movie. It's just a Friday the 13th movie. You know what I mean? Like, we make one of these like almost yearly. You know, like just go out and make the film, and I think that that pushed him harder, man. That made him think like, yeah, like fuck you guys, I'm gonna make an even better film that I was even gonna make now, because like, you know, you guys are trying to say you're this film's beneath you or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And before I forget to mention it, I wanted to mention this detail about this scene once again, where they're, the kind of this volley between the news program regarding Jason Voorhees and, the sexy exercise video. I think it's really funny when she goes and turns it back from the exercise video to the news broadcast and comes back and sits down. And you probably remember exactly what I'm talking about. She sits down and like sits up straight and all serious, like in her watching the news persona. It's just so freaking funny.
I've always noticed that, man, and I've always found that amusing. It's pretty funny, and Axel's doing everything he can to get her in the mood. Here's something I want to ask you. I mean, you're a little bit older than me, so maybe you can answer this. I've never heard anyone give a definitive answer on it, but like, did they make videos like this back in the day, like these sexercise videos, or were they? Or was this like just something they made randomly for this film, man? Like, I don't know, is there a genre where it's like it's kind of half porn, half like exercise video? I don't know.
So interestingly enough, I did actually come across the VHS tape, I think, of this in the video store back in the 90s, of this actual tape, and believe it or not, it's distributed by Paramount Home Video. So I think this was something real that Paramount just used because they owned it. So I think this was something that, I don't know what the hell it was, like I guess just sexercise video or whatever. I would imagine you already knew this, but you can see like the clip on YouTube, like the full, I don't know if it's the full video, but it's at least the part that's shown in the movie. You can see it if you type like Friday Final Chapter exercise video. Have you seen that before?
No, I've never sought that out, man. I did not know that it was like a real production, man. That's just kind of really strange, especially for Paramount to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, they were like, I don't know if we've really delved much into this so far yet, but Paramount was ashamed of this franchise, man. They treated it like the redheaded stepchild. So I'm surprised they were willing to do something like that.
Yeah, honestly, I can't be 100% about that video in the video store, but for my recollection is that the cover or some imagery either on the cover, front cover or back cover, featured imagery, from the scene the moments that can be seen in the Final Chapter film. And I can remember, like I say, that blue Paramount Home Video logo being on the bottom, corner of the front cover. So I think this is a video that existed, maybe came out, just months or a year or so before the production of Final Chapter. But as I say, at least at one point, I think, it might be worth, searching on YouTube. You can see the whole the spiel that they took snippets out for this film.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that, man. That's pretty crazy. I also wanted to mention that, like I said, man, like Joe put like quite a bit of thought into this movie, man. And like it was his idea that the movie would bookend like with a dead Jason at the beginning and another dead Jason, quote unquote dead Jason at the end. Always thought that that was pretty cool, and I'm sure you've noticed this before, and I believe it wasn't even intentional. But when Axel puts Jason's body into that storage compartment, you can actually see Jason breathing there.
Are you talking about the breath or the movement of his chest?
No, the how he's actually the breath that is visible, yeah. But obviously, yeah, there's the moments where he moves and stuff. But yeah, apparently, where you see his breath there, that wasn't intentional.
Oh, okay. Well, my understanding is that it was intentional, but that's okay.
Okay, I mean,
Where
who
did you,
knows?
where?
From what I remember, it wasn't intentional. But yeah,
Yeah, because I think it was intentional because they wanted to show that he was alive there as he was being put into the ice box. But for the record, I always thought that that breath coming out of his mouth there was like a reflection from the metal door when it was shutting. It still doesn't register 100% to me of breath coming out of his mouth.
interesting. But what do you think of Axel's kill, man? I reckon he gets a pretty good one.
Yeah, if you watch, this goes for anyone listening. There's a video on this channel, Huge Movie Fanatics, of my buddy and I in 1993 reviewing the first 8. Those are the good old days. Those were the back then it was only the first 8 Friday films existed, and we're talking about talking about all the movies. But I remember even back in that video from '93, I'm gushing about the kills in Final Chapter, and very much about the first on-screen kill, which is Axel's just starting off this absolutely lovely film with one of the most brutal frickin' kills of indeed probably the whole franchise. And it's very cool how they managed to get away with what they did get away with the MPAA. Like even the MPAA approved version is still pretty ghastly. I love Axel's kill. Oh my golly.
Yeah, true. I mean, I do believe some of that is because like Zito, because he knew that they were going to try and cut down the film as much as they could. The ratings boards, that he intentionally did that. He made a lot of the kills in the movie very quick, and I suppose he would have had quite a bit of experience dealing with them from doing the Prowler and such, but. It kind of makes Jason's demise in the end even more effective, because it's very slow, man. Like that machete goes into his head and then he slowly slides down it, I believe it makes it more effective. But when Jason kills Axel, it's almost like, putting that saw blade or whatever it is, that like medical blade into his neck, just wasn't doing the trick fast enough. So I just love the way he's like, nah, I'm just going to snap your neck right around now.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting now that you bring it up. It's like, okay, well, this hacksaw thing isn't doing nearly the grisly job I wanted it to, so let's speed things up a little bit here. He's not, he's not dying quick enough.
Yeah. And, when he gets Nurse Morgan, man, that actress actually got hurt when when Ted White slammed her against the wall. The little pin that was on her little nurse's hat there actually penetrated her head a little bit there. He used a little bit too much force getting her against that wall, and you can tell, man, like the way he slams her up against that wall, that he's not really holding back too much, man. He's really, kind of giving it his all, and I guess. From being a stuntman for years, he really wanted it to look legit,
Yeah, Ted White went a little overboard in my opinion. You can see it in those outtakes of Axel's kill where he's twisted his neck. You can tell the actor, after they said cut and they're still rolling, was like kind of surprised by. You can see him bring up his hands like in reflex to kind of. You can tell he was really.
I've seen that.
Yeah, you can tell he was really surprised by Ted White's twisting of his neck for real, and I think it was a little too much. You can tell just by the actor's reaction in those outtakes.
Yeah, he's sort of similar to Kane Hodder in that that aspect, I guess, because Kane's all about that, about having the actors feel real fear and things like that, which is kind of funny though, because like he did stick up for Judy Aronson, man, when she was stuck out in that inflatable friggin' boat thing, raft, all that time, and she was going blue and stuff in the face. So Jason does have compassion at times.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, but yeah, she gets a decent kill. She gets the scissors in the chest and stuff. I've always liked that kill too. And I like the way the effect of him like sliding it down her belly and stuff. It's a pretty effective kill, man.
Yeah, I can still remember certain moments of the TV cut and the TV cut of her kill. I can't remember Axel's kill. I would imagine it's just like the initial, like, I don't know, little bit of the hacksaw in the neck, and maybe they cut out maybe the head twist, I would think. But I can still remember her kill on TV, and that was just like pretty much just, he puts her up against the wall, raises her up against the wall, and then the knife kind of impales her, and then it cuts to the next scene. Like every time I see the R-rated, the normal version, I kind of feel like I'm seeing like some unrated cut. Like, oh yeah, that's right, because I watched that TV version so many times when I was 12 back after I recorded it, that it's like every time I'm watching the R-rated cut, it's like, oh, I'm seeing extra footage.
Interesting. Well, that kind of does remind me of. I think I've mentioned this before, but the first VHS copy I had of this as a kid, at least the Jason kill at the end was very truncated, man. Like you never saw him slide down the machete. They kind of really completely removed that whole shot, man. So I remember like when I got her like an English version of the film, I think it was on VHS, and I first saw that, and it really shocked me, man. Like I remember thinking, "Oh shit!" Like friggin' didn't know that was like in another version of the movie, and it was like one of the first times I can ever remember like seeing like added footage into like a horror movie, and it definitely put a big smile on my 13-year-old face,
Yeah, that's very, very understandable.
Um, yeah, the next moment I wanted to talk about was where Trish and her mum are, doing their once around the lake. Always enjoyed that scene for obvious reasons, Nate. I'm sure you can agree.
What do you mean? Just Trish jogging? I guess I'm a little.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're jogging, and gravity's certainly playing a part in that.
Oh, absolutely. I remember. I think it was like 2018 when I reviewed all of the. Can't remember if it was the first 7 or 8 films. I can't remember, but I remember when in my 2018 review of Final Chapter, I remember talking about the fact that I was at the time, very close to the age at the time of the actress who plays the mom in Final Chapter, just being like just completely dumbfounded about that. Now being older than the woman it was in Final Chapter who played the mom. That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? How you can think about times in your life like that and getting older. Yeah, it's a strange thing, man. But I wanted to mention, the actress who plays the mum. I remember my dad mentioning this like way back in the day, because my old man was like a huge Elvis fan, and I'm a pretty big Elvis fan because of my dad too. But that actress actually did a film with Elvis. She was in Roustabout, I believe, with Elvis.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I imagine she was much younger and much more of a looker. I mean, I think she is pretty good looking in Final Chapter.
Yeah, for being like middle-aged woman, man. Yeah, she's pretty cute still, man. And I would totally believe that that Kimberly Beck, yeah, aka Trish, is her daughter, man. Like they kind of do look alike a little bit.
Yeah, Tommy must have a resemblance to his dad, I guess.
Yeah. Being the shrimp that Corey Feldman is. But yeah, that's something else I wanted to mention, man. She actually did like another horror film, Kimberly Beck, like way before she did this. She was in, I think it's called Massacre at Central High. You ever seen that, Nate?
I don't think I've seen it, but it sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'd recommend it, man. It's fun. I believe it's like from like 77 or 78, somewhere around there, man. It's like it's definitely a 70s film, man. It's yeah, like kind of like a proto slasher kind of flick, man. It's fun. And what might entice you to seek it out even more, man, is you get a full frontal Kimberly Beck in that movie, dude.
Oh, that is kind of enticing.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to get that on Blu-ray sometime. There's a Blu-ray edition of that out there now. This game that young Tommy here is playing, Zaxxon, I believe it's called. Did you ever play that as a youth, Nate, in the 80s?
Well, it's funny you mention that because my cousin actually had that, probably that very same game. I didn't have it, and I'm pretty sure I played it at my cousin's house, and it probably would have been right around the time that they were filming Final Chapter. I can remember, I don't know if this particular game was on it, but I can remember he had a computer that I think certain games or programs or something were on an audio cassette. So it's like you hooked up a tape, like this tape, recorder to the computer somehow and put in the audio cassette and press play. And I guess it was the game. It never made sense to me how it could work. Maybe I misunderstood or something. But yeah, but anyway, to make a long story not as long, yeah, my cousin had probably that exact same game.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, being the huge gamer that I am, funny enough, yeah, I've never played that. And yeah, I've had my fair share of experiences with like a lot of the old arcade classics and stuff, but I've never played Zaxxon, man.
Uh,
I should just get a copy of it one day and get Corey Feldman to sign it. That'd be pretty funny. It'd be a funny item to get him to sign, wouldn't it?
yeah,
Mint condition copy.
that'd be really cool.
Yeah. Here's something that's funny, man. Like now that I think about it, there's a few inconsistencies, like with I guess what's true and what's not with this film. Like we were saying before, like from what I've heard, that the whole Sam Jason's breath when he's getting put in the storage unit wasn't intentional. You've heard it was intentional. Also, I want to mention Corey Feldman's character in this being called Tommy. Like, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think that is a reference to Tom Savini? Because I've heard some people say it is, and then a lot of people say it's not. So, I mean, it would have to be though, man. Like he's into making masks and special effects and stuff. Like, it's kind of too on the nose, not to be a thing.
Oh, interesting. I've never even thought about that, believe it or not, in regards to
Really?
the character of Tommy Jarvis, and not only that, but we kind of hinted to about it, but we never really officially said it. That for anyone who doesn't know, Tom Savini did the gore effects for the first film, and was off doing other things for 2 and 3, and he returns for Final Chapter, the purported last film of the franchise. So he kind of returns at the time of the movie's release. For all intents purposes, he returns to do the gore and for the final film and kill off Jason and such. But that's a really interesting point, and most likely that I would imagine that is the reason why Tommy Jarvis is named Tommy, because in a way he's a little Tom Savini, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. You've never thought about that, man. Yeah, I remember thinking that like way back in the day, even before I saw like any of the the special features and all that sort of stuff, documentaries. But yeah, there's inconsistencies with that. Some people say it was intentional, some say it wasn't. But yeah, I mean, I just think to go with that it was. Yeah, actually, Savini, he actually replaced the guy as like head of the makeup effects in this movie. Did you know that?
I don't remember if I ever knew it. I don't remember that I knew it, so I probably never knew it.
Yeah, I can't recall the guy's name, but yeah, there was someone else who was like the head of it, and yeah, Savini replaced him. It's funny how like Savini wasn't involved in from the get go though, like considering that he'd already worked with Joe Zito before on the Prowler and stuff. But hey, yeah, I'm glad he got that stick out of his ass. Yeah,
Yeah, one would have assumed, like you said, because they had that prior working
this movie.
relationship, that he would have been on board from the very beginning.
Yeah, definitely he on that, man. Yeah, and it's surprising that he wasn't involved from the get go. But yeah, man, like I said, I'm glad that he came back, man. Because yeah, he's the Wizard of Gore for a reason, I guess. Even though from what I've heard, he can be a dick when you meet him.
Yeah, but a lot of creative people have those tendencies, so I'll give him a pass.
Yeah, true, but I don't know, man. Savini's a little bit of a special case, man. Like, he's the one I've heard the most about, man. Like, I mean, I think out of all the fan, Times fans have been in his presence, man. I've only ever heard of maybe a couple that had like a positive experience with him, man. It's sort of like interesting. Like, if he doesn't want to be at these events, man, like, why keep going? I mean, I know like money, but still, dude, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be there, man. Like, you don't have to go. But anywho.
Well, that's a very good point. One thing that I've been meaning to ask you for the past several minutes is, I do find it very interesting. And what's your take on this? The whole idea of like the Jarvis family being, the mom and dad being separated and the kids living with mom. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I did want to speak a bit about that, man. That's elaborated on quite a bit in that fan novelization, dude, where they talk about, like, originally the Jarvises lived in the city, dude. I don't know if it's supposed to be New York or whatnot, but they lived in the city, and I think they had a home invasion, and Tommy felt helpless that he couldn't be like the man of the house and ward off the intruders and things like that. And that's like why Mrs. Jarvis decided to move her kids out in the middle of nowhere. And it also talks about like how Trish is like feeling very isolated and how she doesn't have any friends, and these new kids that rent this house, like, it might be a good opportunity for her to meet a boy maybe and just have friends in general, and how like Tommy is like suffering from like PTSD from like the home invasion, and like his dad not being around like makes him feel like he's got to be the man of the house. And like they even go as far as like he explained like why Tommy knows how to fix a car, like that was his dad, like his dad told him how to repair a car and things like that, man.
Well, that's really cool. Very insightful for a fan novelization, because after all, there is that dialogue in the movie about someone left, you left the door open again, and Mom's saying, "What if a psycho wanders in?" So that would kind of go along with the previous home invasion thing, and Tommy's defense of like, really playing up the fact that we're in a less intimidating or threatening environment now by, replying, "We're in the country." So that's very insightful fan novelization.
Yeah, true, man. Yeah, it was a good listen, man. I recommend it, man. It's on that dude's channel that's done like all the other ones and stuff. Yeah, I still got to listen to the one he did for part 6, and There's a couple like other like random novelizations that I've listened to. There's one called Mother's Day, which was like kind of Jason Goes to Hell-esque, but kind of done a little bit better, I suppose. That was kind of interesting. But, yeah, really digging listening to these audiobook form novelizations, man. They're fun.
Yeah, definitely cheaper version than buying it, and for us who don't really like reading, that's even a more of a plus.
Yeah, exactly, man. Good point. Also, man, I mean, I'm sure you probably noticed this before, but the look of Jason in this film is based off Tom Savini's original conception of Jason, the way he looked in the end of the first movie. And that actually wasn't Tom, man. That actually was all set in place before he was even involved. I'm guessing, like, yeah, the guy who was in charge at first did it.
Yeah, I remember finding that out, not too terribly long ago and being kind of disappointed that Tom didn't create that adult Jason look because it is so faithful to the child Jason look that he created in the first film.
Yeah, yeah. It's mentioned on Crystal Lake Memories. I think that's where I first heard it. But yeah, a bit of a shame. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm glad that's the take they went with. It's I'll talk about it more later as we go on. But it's definitely one of my favorite Jason reveals.
Yeah, and one of my favorite Jason adult, whatever facial appearances or whatever you want to call it, makeups.
Yeah. Also, like I've heard Zito mention that, like Ted White, he was a little embarrassed, man, to be playing Jason at the time, man. Like he really wasn't a fan of wearing the makeup and all that sort of stuff. And he used to be John Wayne's stunt double, Ted White, back in the day, man. And he's still alive, Ted White. Hey, he's got to be like 94 or 95. I believe he just, because of, certain events that have taken place in the world over the last couple of years, he had to retire from the convention circuit because he didn't want to put his health at risk, I guess.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, shit, even in normal times at that age, I'd probably put a cork in it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, traveling around across the country in your 90s can't be too much fun, can it?
And I've heard that there's been some conventions he's been at anyway where he's just sitting there like lonely and no one even comes up to his table.
Oh, jeez, that's sad, man. That's crazy, man. Like, I mean, if I got to meet him, man, I'd be geeking out hard. He'd probably look at me like, who's this friggin' man child that, it'd be pretty cool, man, to get to meet the man. Like, I mean, yeah, obviously I'd want to talk to him about Friday, but just like his career in general, I bet he's got some great stories out there, man. There's actually this is something I wanted to talk about while we're talking about good old Ted White. When he was working on Starman, because he's in Starman, yeah?
I haven't seen Starman forever. I've actually been wanting to revisit it, and I intend to do that one of these days. So,
okay, cool. Well, if you remember the scene at all, where it's been a while since I've seen it, but I believe there's a scene where, Jeff Bridges and Karen Allen. Is it Karen Allen? That's her name, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they pull into this friggin' restaurant area or whatever, and there's a truck there or whatever with a dead deer on it. And Starman tries to revive the dead deer, and the guy that owns the truck's a hunter, and it's played by Ted White, man, and that's the scene he appears in. And apparently, when they were shooting that scene, man, I don't know how fans got wind of this or whatever, and that, but apparently Friday fans showed up and they were all yelling out, "Jason, go Jason!" And Jeff Bridges, like, at one point got really kind of annoyed, and he's like, "Who the fuck is this Jason that these people keep referring to?
That would be funny to if Jeff Bridges' reaction had been like on one of the takes, an outtake or something. That would be funny to see if it had been recorded. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah. I remember hearing that. I think it was like on some interview. I think with Ted White at some point. Yeah, I always thought that was a cool little story. But yeah, I think I mentioned this in one of the other ones, but one of the other shows. But Ted White could have been Jason multiple times, but he got offered 5 and 6, and he declined doing them, unfortunately. But I really love his take at playing Jason, man. Like, he plays Jason with some urgency, dude. You know what I mean? Like, Jason himself is aware that his end is upon him, you know?
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. But I just love the whole setup of this movie, man. You know, like, you know, you got the family, you know, the Jarvises, obviously, and then you got the group of kids. And Zito actually had to fight to get both houses in the same proximity, you know what I mean? I mean, you know, usual Hollywood magic, they would just, shoot at separate locations and make it look like, you know, obviously the houses were together. But obviously, yeah, the Jarvis house was a real location, and they built the house the kids stay in on the other side, man. And Joe, actually, there is one shot later in the third act where I believe it's where Rob and Trish are walking from the Jarvis house to the other house, and you can see both houses in the same shot. So Joe wanted to get at least one shot where that happened. So, you know, to justify having both houses within proximity. But actually, as I look at the film, you can see where, yeah, Tommy's having that conversation with his mum about needing a bypass patch cord for his game so he can play it upstairs. You can see the other house through the window in the background there.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, but yeah, they shot a lot of this film, I believe, around Topanga Canyon and some around even Beverly Hills area and stuff. But for a film that's shot in Kelly, they really did kind of nail that East Coast vibe. And look, man, it's pretty surprising and definitely a testament to the crew. You know, they're able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. For me, compared to the third film, this one feels much more like it could actually be the East Coast, whereas the third film, for the most part, just screams California and all of the exteriors or daytime exteriors. So I'd agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that they didn't use some of these locations in the third film. You know what I mean? Like their location scout mustn't have really cared too much about where they shot the film in the third one because, I mean, yeah, I've never been to LA area or California area, but I would assume that the locations in 4 aren't too far away from where Part 3 was shot, you know?
Yeah, I don't know the general area either.
And yeah, man, if you're ready, I guess it's as good as time as any to start talking about, you know, a lot of the characters that he introduced. You know, good old Crispin Glover, you know, which to me, one of my favorite characters in the whole franchise. Man, I just love the banter between him and the guy that plays Teddy, you know, as he refers to himself, Teddy Bear, you know, throughout the movie. I do know those two guys, man. They worked pretty hard on becoming actual friends and having a really good rapport with each other and stuff, and it really does show on screen.
Yeah, so this is a perfect opportunity to mention, one of the reasons this is one of my second favorite Friday film, and indeed one of my favorite movies of all time, is because these characters, and are very much the same thing for me, kind of, maybe not to this extent in the original My Bloody Valentine, but for me it's really important. A lot of people think, when if someone's not necessarily a horror movie fan, probably people just think, oh, horror movie, just Saw franchise, just that they exist for gore and jump scares and thrills and chills. But no, for me, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a testament to just my personality. But for me, I mean, a horror film, maybe it goes back to like Hitchcock movies and stuff like that, where it's like, I don't know. For me, like, I don't know, just the humor in Final Chapter and the humor that can be found in these some of these characters is just, I guess it kind of balances out the horror aspects of the film, and the humorous banter and situations with these characters, I find to be not only entertaining, but just really, really funny and honestly really endearing.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, man. I totally agree with that. And I think I did mention like in our closing thoughts on part two, when we did part two, that part two has like the best characters, but like part two, like I don't know, man, like I guess with part two, like I just love that movie so much. I just want to give it all the credit in the world, but like I do have to admit, like overall, like don't get me wrong, there's some characters in part two that I really like. Like obviously Ginny, and I like Paul a lot, and even Jeff and Sandra I like, and Teddy in that film I've always liked as well. But overall, dude, I'd have to say that part four definitely, I'd say, has a beat as far as like a complete collection of characters, I guess. Just with Glover and the guy who plays Teddy, man. Like they really light up the screen, those two, man, and the film wouldn't be the same without them.
Absolutely, and even though for me, the first film of the franchise is my favorite. I mean, obviously, it's a no-brainer. As much as I loved the first film, it's a no-brainer for me as well. Like the characters in Final Chapter, I think surpass all the characters from all the films in the franchise, and it's just so entertaining, the back and forth between Crispin Glover's character and his buddy, and that goofy ass frickin' just whatever you call it. Just goofy character of that one chick who's trying to get with Mr. Big Jaw guy, and that her character we can talk about maybe a little more, is just so frickin' goofy, and the kind of just the whatever, the couple of Sam and what the hell, Paul, Sam and Paul couple, and it is funny, like the two guys in the back of the station wagon.
We get another Ted, and we get another Paul as well, eh? Guess I run out of popular names at this point.
Yeah, you've got so many films, you got to start recycling names, don't you?
Yeah. But it's also I think proper to mention, man, that because of the characters in this entry, man, are a little more fleshed out, especially like I said with Teddy and Crispin Glover's character. I think you feel a little bit more, dude, when they get bumped off, man. You know what I mean? Like when they die, you kind of think, oh man, that's sad. I really like that character,
Yeah, that's exactly the same way I feel about the original April Fool's Day from 1986. Like for me, it's the exact same thing. It's like the characters are so fun in that movie to me that it's like, and it's so funny how in Final Chapter you've got the Crispin Glover, and then April Fool's Day you've got Biff character. It's kind of interesting, but I don't know how familiar you.
I've actually never thought of that correlation, but yeah, you're totally right, man.
Yeah, the April Fool's Day from '86 is really fun. I always think of it as being super fun, and it is. But unfortunately, the characters end up dying so early on that it's like, oh man, every time one drops dead, it's like, well, there goes more of the fun, because of the characters are the funnest part. So I kind of
but they don't, really. I mean, spoiler for 30-something-year-old movie, but Yeah, I remember getting a kick out of that when they do all sharp at the end. But yeah, I'd agree. That film's definitely got some of the better characters in a slasher. And yeah, Thomas F. Wilson, yeah, who Biff and Back to the Future, he's great in that movie, dude. I like that little moment where yeah, he's like doing that little bit in front of the camera, and he's like, welcome to my homeland. Like, I always thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, man, I totally think that was intentional though by Zito to make these kids, really fleshed out. And I have actually heard him say, man, that he wanted the kids to feel a little more real, man, a little more believable, and I believe he achieved that, man. Like these kids really kind of do feel like real people to me, you know.
Yep, I'd agree with that absolutely, and we'll probably touch on the goofy ass female character a little later on as we talk about what kind of as we've been doing with
Now
these
you talking about
discussions.
Sam's friend, the really shy, like
Yeah, what
awkward
the
one? Is that who you talking about?
yeah, that's who I'm talking about. What the hell is her name? I can't even remember her name.
Uh, yeah, it's not coming to me off the top of my head, man.
Uh,
I believe didn't really want to be in this movie, man. To be honest, I don't think she's ever been interviewed. She's actually in one of the much later Amityville kind of pseudo sequels, man, like one from the '90s.
yeah, that's the only other thing I can remember seeing her in as well. But I don't. What the fuck is she in a movie for if she doesn't want to be in it? That's so funny.
Yeah, well, I guess needing work, young actor, to paycheck, I guess. Even in the outtakes, man, for this film, there's like some commentary from Zito, like over them, man, and you can see like right before they do that effect where she gets hit by the axe, man. Like you could tell, man, that she's really not into it, dude. Like she's the expression on her face, like says it all, man.
Well, yeah, but you can understand not being into your death scene.
I don't know, dude. Like I know. Like, I mean, yeah, like I remember Savini even saying, like, a lot of the other actors on this film, like, were really curious about that, dude. Like, asking him and stuff, like, how am I going to die, Tom? Like, what's going to happen to me? You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. She might have kind of been alone in that apart from, I mean, I think the only problem Judy Aronson had was just, like, almost, like, dying for real. You know what I mean? Being stuck in that lake all that time. But yeah, dude.
Oh, speaking of which, this might be a good opportunity, unless you want to save it for later. But if you want to do it now, if you want to reveal, or if you'd like me to reveal first, most vulnerable for this film, maybe this is a good opportunity or a good time to do it.
Hey, why not, man? Shoot.
Yeah, you want me to go first?
Yeah, you can go first. I reckon we might have the same answer.
Well, it's probably a little bit of a tell because I thought of this the most vulnerable right after you mentioned Judy Aronson. So I guess it kind of okay. So anyway, I kind of yeah okay. So there you go, Judy Aronson, the character of Sam. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Dude, I think I'd have to battle my best mate to the death if it meant I could have a night with her, dude. She is adorable. She is just so cute, man. Yeah, I love me dark haired women just like you do, dude. I really do like Kimberly Beck too, though, man. She's definitely cute too. I mean, she's a blondie, but she's definitely a decent runner up. But yeah, Judy Aronson's adorable, man. She still looks almost the same, man, as she did in this movie, man, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know. I think it's some of those interviews. If it's Crystal Lake Memories or his name was Jason or one of those or maybe both of those interviews. Yeah, she looks very very similar. And one thing I want to mention when you mentioned Kimberly Beck as a runner-up, I didn't want to forget to mention this, so I'll just mention it now. There's that one outfit which I wish she would have spent the rest of the movie in, and she's in this outfit for one scene, which is one shot when she's walking Rob out into at night out of the house after having visited with the family for a while, and he goes out into the woods to camp. She's got these like a blue top on and like black pants and blue shoes. It's just like, oh my god, that is such a great outfit. She looks so great in that, and it's like I wish she would have, worn that for the rest of the movie, and she wears it for that one shot.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that before, man. Like she changes wardrobe like quite a bit in this movie, doesn't she? And like the whole movie only takes place over like what, a couple of days, I think it's supposed to be. So, I always found that interesting. I reckon she looks best like in that jogging scene, like that jogging outfit she's got on. Just it's good stuff, mate.
Oh yeah, so
But,
for you that would have been the outfit for the whole movie.
Yeah, of course, man, of course. But here's something that I've always found interesting. When we get introduced to the kids and, Crispin Glover's character and Teddy are talking about, like, this failed relationship that Crispin Glover's character's had. What's his name again? Jimbo? Yeah, Jimbo. Yeah, the Jimbo, Jimmy. Jimmy's had... that scene, dude. Like I remember watching that on VHS, like as a youngster, man. And when Teddy, he's like, let me put it in the old computer. You know what I mean? And he starts pretending that he's typing on the computer. I remember like being a kid because I'm watching it, on VHS, and a lot of the screen is like minuscule and stuff. I'm thinking, why aren't they showing this supposed computer and how is he powering this thing in a car? I think laptops was just becoming a thing. I think like around the time I would have started becoming a fan of this movie because you could not see the 6-pack of Budweiser or whatever it is. The beer that he's tapping on there, dude.
Yeah, actually, I think laptops actually were kind of starting to become a thing around the time of this movie because I know that the movie, the sequel to the film Alien by the name of Aliens, they've got like really, really, really kind of half-ass laptops and stuff. So I think they actually kind of did even exist when they were filming the movie. But that's something that I always was really curious about too. Like as a kid. And it sounds like he's typing on keys. I always assumed he had a computer. I always assumed he was typing on a computer in that scene because if you listen to it, it sounds like he's typing on keys. I guess he's hitting
exactly.
He's hitting the beer cans.
Yeah, he's hitting the beer cans, man. Yeah, and I remember, the first time I ever got to see this in proper wide screen and all, man, that being revealed and just having my mind blown. I'm like, man, I thought he had a computer the whole time, but for whatever reason they just didn't show it.
Yeah, it's really kind of weird how I guess they just assumed back then they didn't have to reveal the fact that he doesn't have a computer with, because back then how could he possibly have a computer in the back of a station wagon? But if kids watch it now, they're just going to assume he's got a computer.
Yeah, exactly, man. And it's also the introduction to the most famous line in this movie. You want to say it there, Nate?
I'm kind of ashamed because it's escaping me right now, so I will let you say it.
The computer says. It says you're a dead fuck.
Oh, okay. What? A dead fuck?
A lousy lay. I just love their banter, dude. But I mean, there is even that moment though where Jimbo does say, "Yeah, but there is no computer," and that. But I don't know. As a kid, that just whatever, dude. I went over my head. You know what I mean? I know I was so into the scene that it didn't register in my mind, I guess, that there really wasn't a computer.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He does say there is no computer. Aha, and there's no Betty either.
Yeah. But yeah, I just love that whole exchange, and it just ends with Jimbo just being embarrassed to no end, just like, saying, "God, I'm horny." I remember being that kind of frustrated teen, angst at times, like, when, had a bit of a dry spell with the ladies.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, a shining example of this movie just being, almost seems like, written for and by, teenagers or 20 somethings, for teenagers and 20 somethings, but one of the many lines that is very wonderfully infantile.
Yeah. Here's something that's interesting, that's worth mentioning. This was the movie that actually gave Mrs. Voorhees her first name, man. It's revealed on her tombstone there, Pamela.
Yeah, I did find it kind of interesting in retrospect when we were talking about the first three films, and you would always, kind of, in the chronological order of the films being released, you would always mention. You were talking about the first film, and you would say, you'd always say Pam and Pam and Pam, and then I didn't say anything because I'm like, well, yeah, he's talking about the gravestone and stuff, but it is kind of
Yeah, well,
interesting.
it's so ingrained in Friday law now, dude, that, like, it's really hard for me anyway to, like, not think of her as just Pamela Voorhees, you know what I mean, instead of just Mrs. Voorhees.
And I do think it is interesting because I don't think anywhere in the franchise she's referred to as Pam. And it's funny how you kind of, you're so familiar with the franchise and the family that you can call her Pam.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, that's even like how, like, me and my buddies, like a lot of my friends who, like, that I've become really close with from just playing the game, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's how we all, refer to her as Pam. And, like, if one of us was going to go into the shack, Jason's shack, to get the sweater, we'd always say, I'm going to go get Pam's sweater, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just, it's just comes pretty natural to me. And but even way before the game, dude, like, just also I think it comes from just this entry being, one of my very faves of the franchise. I think that moment just really got ingrained in my mind, dude, where you see the headstone, you know what I mean? Just, it's always been Pamela Voorhees to me.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. One thing that kind of is a bummer, we'll get your take on this. Maybe you even know what I'm going to bring up. But one thing that's kind of a bummer every time this scene comes up is the year of her demise on the gravestone. Little bit of a bummer as the first film. I mean, I guess, being released in 1980, it doesn't say, it says present day, in the movie, so I guess it doesn't say that it takes place in 1980. But for me, every time I watch Final Chapter, it's just a teeny weeny, super duper little bit of a bummer that the year of death for Pamela Voorhees is 79 instead of 80.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd bring that up, but I mean, you can kind of go either way with the original film, can't you? Like, it's never said if it's 79 or it's 80. So, yeah, I mean, you can kind of look at it at both angles, I guess. Here's something that I wanted to bring up, that's pretty interesting, that me and my buddy Ryan have been bantering about and talking about over the last week or so is, I don't know about if you know this or not, but it's quite possible that, this series, and, well, the first movie in particular, could possibly be based on true events.
Okay, maybe you need to elaborate or something.
Yeah, yeah. There was, some murders, man, that happened at this Girl Scout camp, dude. I believe it was like in the mid-70s, early to mid-70s. And I think, about 3 or 4 young girls got killed by, like, this random maniac. They never really caught the guy, I don't think. But funny enough, man, I don't know if it was a Friday or not, but it happened on June 13th even, dude, which is kind of eerie, dude. And it makes me think, did Victor Miller have that that story in the back of his head, like when he was writing the movie or something, because like, that's pretty kind of coincidental. I mean, well, I know Cunningham came up with the title Friday the 13th, but I've heard like, there's sources out there that claim that that some inspiration was taken from that. Like even the real life story, man. Like the murders took place during a storm, and there were some of the cancellers saw someone walking around like with a flashlight in the storm, and there's definitely like moments like that in the first movie, even.
Okay, so this is something that was purported to have happened in the United States, North America.
Yeah, yeah. It's in the States. Yeah, it's like mid to early 70s, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I actually I think this it actually kind of sounds familiar, so I might have heard about this um, before. It sounds kind of familiar. You bringing it up.
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit too on the nose, isn't it? Like it happened on June 13th. Now, like, come on, that's to be some sort of inspiration taken from there, man. I'd assume so. I mean, I've never heard Victor or Sean mention this, but I wouldn't be surprised. And that's something else I meant to mention when we were doing the first movie, but I think it's still relevant to bring it up now since we're touching on the first movie anyway. And there's some callbacks to the first movie anyway in this movie. Anywho, I was going to say that I don't know if you've ever thought about this, dude, but like, considering that the tone of part two was so close to the first one and things of that nature, and I know that Steve Miner was pretty involved in the first movie, man. I've often thought, man, like maybe he almost co-directed the first movie with Sean, man. Like, have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, maybe not to that extent, but definitely, probably, I say it's a fair bet that he had more creative control than maybe he's credited for.
Yeah, yeah. I've thought about that for quite a long time, man. I think that's why part two nailed the tone of part one so well. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to take any credit away from Sean because I'm sure he had his say on the set, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Yeah, if he was more involved, then yeah, like you said, than he's given credit for. But yeah, man.
All right, I've been doing something here. When you brought up the Girl Scout camp in June 13th, and I'm gonna nerd out here and destroy final chapter's death year for Pamela Voorhees of 79, because if you look at the June 1979 calendar, the 13th is on Wednesday, and the June 13th for 1980 falls on Friday.
Yes, but I will play devil's advocate, and I will say that's how it is in the real world. What about the Friday universe?
Okay, well, I'll let you have that.
Friday has it's in its own bubble of reality, dude. I mean, come on, man. You got an undead corpse walking around. You got a chick with telekinetic powers. I mean, come on, man. This shit ain't happening in our reality.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, but you should look into that case a little bit, man. It's pretty interesting. There's another case too that happened in, I believe it was like Finland. I think that was like maybe later in the 70s, where a bunch of campers got slaughtered too, man, as well. So there is some real life events, man, eerily enough, man, that mirror these movies, man, which is pretty creepy.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, I can relate to even this little opening scene with the kids, how they're lost. They can't find their way around in the woods. I've definitely been there with the mate in the car before. Can't find where we're freaking going. I'm sure you've been there before, Nate, in like a rural kind of area, since you're a bit of an outdoorsman,
Yeah, that's another thing that testament to this movie is trying to achieve more of a realistic situation with the quote unquote kids, if you will. You know, not only are their characters kind of really flushed out and realistic and interesting, but they also are getting lost, which is really something you don't see in movies these days. Usually, people, you know, in movies are, you know, just beautiful and be completely capable and just achieve everything. And, you know, so these were the good old days when some movies you'd find people like this just, you know, portrayed, you know, like real people.
Oh yeah, they were, man. Um, I love the moment, man, with the hitchhiking chick and Teddy's line. You know, hey honey, you got a sister. That always cracked me up, dude.
Yeah, once again, something that, you know, a young person would find themselves saying for real. And it's kind of a bummer how in you know the interview of this woman who plays this woman, like, you know, I guess it's good to be an actress getting work, but it's kind of, you know, a little bit of a bummer when you've got kind of a maybe a larger character who was, you know, one could assume, from what I understand, the character was written that way, like for whatever reason. You know, we've got a fat female hitchhiker who is eating a banana and gets stabbed through the throat in the process.
Yeah. Actually, did you know that's not Ted White? Does that kill? That's Savini, dude.
Yeah, you can tell that in the I don't know if you can yeah, but anyway, long story not so long. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I think some of the maybe them deleted gore scenes you can see that or something like that. Yeah, he painted the Jason fingernails on his own fingernails.
Yeah, yeah. And he told her, he's like, "Look, this is a real knife. Just don't fight me on this. You know, let me do what I need to do, and I promise you won't get hurt." And gotta admit, man, she's pretty brave for like him using like a quote unquote a real prop. You know what I mean? It reminds me of that story um, that the actor that plays Blanken, the main lead in American Werewolf in London, man, the dream sequence where the Nazi like wolf monsters or whatever they're supposed to be like invade his home and they're burning it down, and one of them's like one of the mutant creatures has got like a real knife to his throat, and he couldn't even see out of that mask at all, and he said like, "Look, I swear, kid, I won't slit your throat. You just got to trust me on this."
Oh God, yeah, that's dangerous stuff.
Yeah, that's how they did things back in the '80s, baby. It was real, dude. A lot of stuff back then. Like nowadays, I don't think that would fly at all on a set, dude. They would, the production would demand it be a phony knife, you know.
Yep, I'd say that'd more than likely be the case.
Yeah. Now, here's something that I have thought about probably since the very beginning, since I very first saw this movie. What's with the whole Jarvis sandwich moment?
Oh yeah, I always thought it'd be actually kind of a cool name for a band, honestly, like Jarvis Sandwich.
Yeah, dude, that's freaking rock, man. Rock the house, isn't it?
Yeah, that is strange. That is strangely, yeah. That's kind of unsettling that moment in a little way, isn't it?
Yeah, what's going on there, man? Jeez. Yeah, dude, I've never known a family, man, where the mum and the older sister of like a young boy, man, like squish him in the middle of their friggin' breasts. It's kind of crazy, dude.
Yeah, I honestly, you know, looking at it as an adult, we see it that way. But I think it's, I don't know, whether it was intended to be for the purposes of the movie an innocent little thing, you know, you can see if you look at it from the viewpoint of like a young boy, you know, before you're really into before you're aware of sex or whatever. I mean, I guess you could potentially see it as an innocent thing, but looking at it as an adult, it's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see that side of it, like an innocent kind of a thing. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I just remember even as a young boy myself. Okay, what's going on here? But yeah, that always stuck out in my mind, dude.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and thanks for bringing that up. I might have forgotten about the Jarvis sandwich. One of the benefits to, I would imagine, you having the film on the screen as we're doing this.
Although, if I was playing young Tommy here, and obviously in real life, those two actresses aren't related to me, I wouldn't say no to a Jarvis sandwich.
Yeah, Corey Feldman's probably like, oh, I can do it better. Let's go again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised, but you've just triggered a something I remember hearing him say, man, during interviews where he was really excited to do this movie because he thought he'd get to see tits and stuff for the first time, he actually thought he was auditioning for one of the Halloween movies, man, at first. So I always found that kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing that. That's funny.
Yeah. And yeah, when he did audition, his audition went pretty well. But after he had a conversation with his mum, and she said they really liked you, but they're a little concerned that you're a little too small and stuff. And some of the producers, I don't know if it was Zito as well, that thought that Corey wouldn't even be able to lift up that machete, you know what I mean, and attack this mammoth of a man, you know what I mean. And Corey Feldman's rebuttal to that was pretty much just give me a machete and we'll see, and then after that, I guess everyone shut up because he certainly pulls it off, man.
Yeah, that's not scary or anything. Give me a machete.
But what about this is something that I don't think really occurred to me, man, at all, and I wasn't aware of it until I saw Crystal Lake Memories, and I do know it was somewhat intentional, but the kind of ominous kind of look that Mrs. Jarvis gives the kids as they arrive at the house, man, she kind of gives them that look like, oh, these kids gonna cause trouble. Are they gonna bring trouble upon my kids? And in an effect, she's actually right in thinking that because of the events of the film, obviously. But kind of echoes a little bit of I won't say Pam, Mrs. Voorhees a little bit.
That's a very good point, and it's interesting how she's mirroring Mrs. Voorhees, and her son at the end of the movie mirrors Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, exactly. It really does, man, and that's definitely intentional. And like I said, man, Zito, he put quite a bit of thought, man, into this quote unquote just a little slasher film, according to the studios,
Yeah, and us fans of this film are very much appreciated about that.
Yeah, I really dig the scene that takes place just after that with Sam and her friend in the bathroom, and her friends really drill Sam, asking her what sex is like, and thinking that she's a real slut, that she does it with everybody. She's like, you do it with everybody. And she's like, I do not. I do it with Paul.
Yeah, once again, I mean, when I was watching this movie, being in, grade school and stuff like that and heading towards, whatchamacallit, middle school and stuff, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that was, the most important stuff on young people's minds, just all this bullshit of, reputation and hearsay of this and that and who's screwing who and what's true and reputation and
Sarah, that's her name. It just came to me because I remember that line that she says, "Come on, Sarah. Guys say that about everybody."
oh, okay, there you go. Sarah, goofy chick is Sarah. There you go.
Yeah. Here's something that I've always thought. You may not agree or whatever, but I've always thought that there was a bit of a resemblance in the chick that plays Sarah to Kimberly Beckman, like a little bit. They kind of look similar, I think.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat of a resemblance. I could get with you on that.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I mean, I think they really kind of nailed it though, in a way, man, with some of the teen dialogue in this film, man. Like, I could see teenage girls having a conversation like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the many details about this movie that's just once again spot on, and I think really adds to the realism of the characters.
Exactly, and then you get that little moment where Mrs. Jarvis and Trish are talking about, like, we're going to run around the lake again tomorrow, and she's reading the paper where it's talking about, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the massacre at the Higgins Haven and stuff. Like, I guess this is like a good a time as any to start talking about, like, what your thoughts are on the continuity of the movie.
Yeah, first of all, before I even discuss that, I do think that I mean, obviously, this movie was made to be shown on a big screen. But even with that in mind, we see it on pretty big screens even at home these days. And in my opinion, they didn't get a clear enough or close enough of a shot of the newspaper even to see what she's reading, and that it is something to do with the events of the franchise, and something to do with Jason's body maybe stolen from the morgue, or whatever the hell. It's something to do with Jason, whether it's Higgins Haven or the disappearing body or whatever. In my opinion, they don't show the paper clear enough.
Well, I'm watching it like I think I've mentioned. I mean, we talk about it off air, but reveal a little bit of the secrets of the show, folks. Usually when we're watching these, I have the film playing. It helps me remember things and shit, just makes things easier, and also helps create atmosphere for doing the show. And I have it paused right on that spot right now, dude. And I mean, I'm watching it on my home theater, man. So I'm basically looking at a screen that's the size of a wall. And it says, man, that newspaper headline says "Mass Murderer's Body Missing."
Oh, okay,
So, yeah. But you need a decent sized screen, man, like a pretty big screen to get that newspaper blown up. Yeah, and also I wanted to mention, like, it is established in this movie that the lake actually is like an actual lake. Like, you can jog around it, you know what I mean? So it really does throw out the logic of Jason Takes Manhattan right there.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point. And one of the huge just discrepancies or ridiculous aspects of Jason Takes Manhattan is the Crystal Lake. Lake is connected to the ocean. What a joke!
Yeah, one of the really old interviews with the director of Jason Takes Manhattan. Not to get like on a whole tangent about the movie, but Rob Hedden did mention, like, when they were making the film, he's like, "Oh, people might get a bit pissed off with us because of this." Like, he apparently, like, to himself acknowledged that would be a bit of a problem. You know what I mean? Because I mean, it's stated clearly in this movie that it's an actual lake that you can run around. So, I mean, but yeah, when there's talks of like Crystal Point and all that, like, it makes you almost kind of think, man, like, is there multiple lakes? Like, is Crystal Lake just the one that's like around, like where the camp is, and like, are there all these other bodies of waters, like these other lakes, like around that kind of general area, or what?
So when I was growing up with this film and watching a lot as a teenager, I guess I just kind of assumed that the lake in Final Chapter is Crystal Lake, and Crystal Point was just a public place where people go and swim and get topless and skinny dip. What's your thoughts? Do you think this is Crystal Lake or something like you said, where it's just another lake around the vicinity of Crystal Lake?
Well, that's a good point and a good way of looking at it. Yeah, I believe so. I never really made the connection that it was actually supposed to be the same lake. You know what I mean? That Alice is out, in the end of the movie, and yeah, like the main lake that's in the first movie, obviously. I mean, even I mean, you've almost got to kind of think of it that way with some of the films. I mean, even like part three, like you can't say that little, puddle at the Higgins Haven is like, somehow connected to Crystal Lake. That has to be like just something that's on that property. The only time, like in the first four films, for me, that like I can totally buy that the lake in the movie is connected to the first movie is the second one, part two, which just happens to be my favorite. But when you see the lake in that film, like I can totally buy that that's the same lake, but it's just on the other side of that lake, you know?
Yeah, I agree too. They found a really good lake for part two, and I agree. Like, it's very believable because the lake seems to be somewhat the same kind of size, and filmed in the same vicinity, the east coast of the North America and stuff. So I agree. Out of all the films, the lake seems most plausible. The part two can be the same lake from the first film. Agreed.
Yeah, well, I mean, the second film was filmed primarily in like Kent, Connecticut and stuff. So I believe that's only like, I mean, in kilometers, which is our measurement of distance and stuff here. But yeah, that's like 50 kilometers away. So like from where they shot the first movie. So it's not too far away, man. So I mean, similar surroundings, I guess. But here's something that I just thought of, which don't know if it's ever occurred to me or not, but what do you reckon about this? Do you reckon, right, if these kids hadn't have showed up to stay, next door to the Jarvises, do you think Jason still would have turned up and terrorized the Jarvises, or do you think he was just drawn there because of the kids?
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess my answer would be yeah. If the kids hadn't have shown up and rented that house to party hardy it up, I think everything Jason wouldn't have followed them there. It's possible that maybe the screenwriter or the filmmakers loosely by killing the that hitchhiker on the side of the road and the kids driving by and stuff like that. Maybe Jason became aware of the kids at that point and headed the way they went at after seeing them being all just kind of rambunctious and assholishness to this poor defenseless hitchhiker. Then he then proceeded to kill. So
Yeah. Here's something that also just thought of that, I mean, maybe I could have thought of this like way back in the past, but this film doesn't seem to have, like how you just mentioned, like what triggered that in my mind is you mentioning that, like Jason coming across these kids and stuff. Like you really don't get the shots in this movie that I can think of. If it is in the film, I can't remember where it might be because I'm pretty sure it's not. But you really don't get that like POV shot of like Jason, like stalking the kids earlier. He kind of just attacks them. Like whereas in part two, you got that part really early on in the movie where Jeff and Sandra and Ted are making their way to the camp, and you get that that little scene where Jason's like moving the tree branch around, similar to like Mrs. Voorhees, and like stalking them, and then that's sort of like how he becomes aware of them, or in like part three where he's kind of like lurking around the barn and he's like kind of watching them voyeuristically like in that scene as well. But I don't think they really did that in this film, did they really?
that's a really good point. So basically, yeah, I think if you look back and assess the franchise, the first two films do that kind of situation every now and then where it's like the first person point of view of the mysterious killer. And I think even, yeah, so even part three, just scanning over it in my mind really didn't do that. You see Jason lurking from more, outside of him from a distance, and seeing him creeping around and opening the barn door and this kind of stuff. So yeah, I think from, just scanning through the franchise right now in my head, I think part two was the last one to really do that kind of first person point of view of the killer.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's kind of the point I was trying to run home. Like, I mean, yeah, obviously I knew that they don't do it the same way in part three, but you kind of get that feeling though that he's still watching. You know what I mean? That's what I was the point I was trying to also arrive at. But you're right. Yeah, the POV stuff really did kind of die after the second film, and it's a shame they didn't kind of incorporate it. I reckon, especially into this film, I reckon that would have been a nice little addition.
Oh, okay. So I think I get what you're saying. So like even though there's no point of views in the third film, like this film, the audience doesn't even know necessarily if he's around until he jumps out to kill someone.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm trying to get a point across to. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But
that
I thought that
definitely.
was interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting how the franchise kind of slowly changes as the course of the films wear on. One thing I didn't want to forget to mention is how great the next day, the first shot of the next day begins with a very kind of wonderfully male, chauvinistic pig shot of a couple of young ladies' asses and skirt and short shorts and cutting it. I think it's more or less what Jimbo is. He's Crispin Glover, correct? Is Jimbo? Is he's Jimbo? Yeah, because the other
Yeah,
guy's
correct. Yeah.
the other guy's Teddy. So I think that kind of shot of the asses walking at the very beginning of the first shot of the next day is kind of like Jimbo's point of view, and he's talking about and that view probably reminded him of the situation with BJ Betty, and he's like, I think I should give her a call. And I love how the conversation from the other day is just like continuing, and this guy is just so tormented by this loss of this BJ Betty. And what's so cool about them walking to Crystal Point is just very much with them like in the station wagon. The two guys are in the rear of them even walking, when they're just walking to the lake, they're still, the two guys are the last ones, just like they're in the rear of the car.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're kind of always hanging in the back. I guess it goes along with them, like being good buds as well. I guess. I did also want to mention just before you get to that scene, you get that kind of weird little moment where Corey is watching Judy and her boyfriend like kind of get it on.
Oh yeah. I forgot to mention.
I always thought that scene was pretty funny, and like it. I remember like being a kid, and trying to sneak a peek at what adults were doing and stuff when I really shouldn't have been. I always thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, getting back to that scene, man. Yeah, that's a great scene, dude. And I love the dialogue between them both, man. Where he's like, I think when I get to town, I should give Betty a call. And Ted's like not even hearing what he's saying half the times. He's got his Walkman going, and Jimbo has to pretty much say it again. And because he's listening to his Walkman, Ted, like, he's getting really loud with his speech. And he's like, Jimbo, calling Betty is definitely a dead fuck thing to do. Like, just, man, like, the rapport these guys have, man, like, you just totally buy. They've probably known each other their entire lives, I've had similar, friendships with guys myself, where, like, you'll be the best of friends, but, like, you'll rib the fuck out of each other sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, you just constantly give each other shit, you know what I mean? Like, trying to alpha the other one, but it's always in friendly fun, you know what I mean? I mean, for me, though, which is kind of funny is, I'm at a point in my life now where I'm growing out of that a little bit nowadays, and my buddies still want to do it, and it's like, oh, dude, we're not 18, dude, but But yeah, man, I just love the rapport they have, and I just love the way like Sam and shit like looks back at him as he's calling him a dead fuck and saying it's a dead fuck thing to do, and then yeah, they run into the twins, Terry and what's the other one's name? Tina, isn't it? Yeah, Terry and Tina.
Yeah, I think so. Before you even get to that, I did want to ask you a question. If you were aware of the fact that you can kind of hear the tune in Teddy's headphones. Did you know that that's the same tune from the second film when they're dancing that first night in the kind of the Packanack main lodge, and Sandra's trying to talk Jeff into going to, oh, you're not supposed to go near that place. Well, we'll see. And it's kind of that first night at Packanack Lodge and that music. Did you know that's what was in his headphones?
No, I've never noticed that, man. I can't say I ever did. Yeah, it just kind of sounds like generic kind of music to me, man. I don't know. I've never really picked up. I mean, I know exactly the little piece of music you're talking about, but yeah, I never picked up on that, man. That's pretty interesting. That's obviously something they probably just threw in there because they had access to it, and it was probably free to use or something, eh?
Yeah, this is something we can get away with. No one's going to listen to this anyway when obviously own the rights to it, so we'll just throw this in there.
Yeah, but I like that little scene that follows where what is it? What's her name? I always forget. You couldn't remember her name earlier either. Like the really quiet chick that's kind of creepy. I think you said she's kind of creepy.
Oh yeah,
That
Sarah.
moment where Sarah, that's it. Yeah, that moment where she's like walking back to the car on her own and she's kind of getting creeped out. Always like that little moment. Like those little moments. Like you kind of get them. And, like the first four films, like throughout them, man, here and there with certain characters. And they're always very atmospheric, like just great little moments, I find, dude.
Absolutely, yeah. Those are things that, honestly, I'm scanning over the franchise. I think, yeah. I mean, it's kind of in part five when the guy's going to take a piss. It's something that definitely, as the franchise wears on, kind of. Another aspect of the franchise that fades to into oblivion. The kind of just let's take a moment here, have a kind of a creepy scene where the first time viewer doesn't know if something's going to happen or not. And it's honestly, I mean, I have no problem, in part probably because it's not very long, which is really cool. But I have no problem with these kind of scenes in the franchise, just seeing it on repeat viewings. It's always, me being just a lover of the outdoors. It's really cool, pretty Steadicam shot of just the woods and Harry Manfredini music, and it's really done well because for repeat viewings, this scene where she's walking back to get the car, it's just the perfect length, and it doesn't go on too long.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm still so surprised, man, that shooting this film around different areas of California, like I said, like Topanga Canyon and such. That they were just able to get so close to the look of those first two films. It's it really is. I think I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, I think it. Since you're kind of talking about the surroundings and that, it bears to mention it again, man. They just did a hell of a job. The crew with the locations, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does. Unlike the third film, it really does feel like East Coast again, which is appreciated definitely by you and I. That's for sure.
Yeah, but the scene that follows the infamous skinny dip fucking scene, I always love that scene, dude. Like I love Jimbo in that scene, dude. Just the way he's like, no, we have no suits. And the way Teddy looks at him like, dude, are you friggin' stupid? Like, are you taking the piss right now? Like, these girls want to swim naked with us and you're going on about not having a friggin' bathing suit.
Yeah, and from what I understand, everyone pretty much got naked, and Crispin Glover didn't want to get naked, which is why he's kind of fumbling trying to get his pants off, and in the scene never does end up getting naked. I guess in the commentary it's because Zito said he didn't want to get naked. So I don't know. Maybe he's got
Yeah, I have heard that.
something to hide.
Yeah. And maybe he thought maybe people would think little of him for some reason. Who knows?
Yeah,
But,
he didn't want people to think too little of him.
yeah, I think it's a good way to segue into something else about Crispin that I remember finding out like a handful of years ago that I thought was quite amusing. Where when they were making this film, apparently he showed up to the set in a taxi, got out of the taxi, beeline straight for Joe Zito, walked past him, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Pay the man." Like, told him to pay for his taxi ride. That was the first thing. And then sometime during the shoot, I believe Corey Feldman went with him. They went to like a hobby shop, man. Like everyone else, like went off to like whatever, like get drunk or whatever at a bar or whatever. And Crispin wanted to go to this hobby shop, and he ended up buying this remote control boat and that. And at one point it sunk in the lake, and he pretty much halted production and made like the entire crew get in the lake and start looking for this toy boat that he'd lost. I thought that was pretty funny, and like writing character with what kind of dude like Crispin Glover comes across as, just like a really kind of eccentric kind of fellow,
Yeah, that's for darn sure.
Have you heard that before?
No, and I was gonna ask where the hell you heard that.
Um, I believe it was. I think, yeah, the first time I heard it was Corey Feldman told it. I think when he was on like, could have been one of the panels, like one of the panels at like a con, something like that. And I think maybe the taxi part that might have come from Zito himself on some random interview I had somewhere. But yeah, man, apparently it's all true, and I wouldn't be surprised if being true with the kind of guy that Crispin is either.
Yeah, I don't think anything will shock you. Yeah, any eccentricities is probably in regards to him would be very believable.
Yeah. Here's something that I find interesting. I mean, like a lot of folks go out there and they do location videos and stuff for a lot of these films, and I could be wrong, but I think I remember one time like someone did one for this movie, and I think they may have went out to where the skinny dip scene takes place and that, like around that lake area, but I can't remember if that's a false memory or not because it was years ago. But I'm surprised, like no one's gone out to that lake and like done like a full on like video on it yet. Maybe it's hard to find. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's really hard to say.
Yeah, but I can't remember if I mentioned it earlier or not, but Feldman actually thought this was going to be the first time he was going to get to see boobs when he was getting ready to do the film.
Oh yeah. I think you did bring it up, and I can only assume that he was disappointed.
Yeah, kid. I mean, yeah, it's quite obvious that whole exchange with him and Trish was filmed at a different time. There's no two-way shot where you see like Corey and the kids there in the same shot. So obviously, yeah. Oh, I've heard he mention that too. That he didn't get to see them obviously because he was too young.
Oh, what a bummer.
Yeah, but and then not long after that scene, we get introduced to Rob Dyer, aka the Jason Hunter, aka I'm not sure if this fits into this timeline properly.
Yeah, the brother of Sandra who died, who's been on the constant hunt for her killer for all of the, what, 2 days since she died.
Yeah, I remember like never really noticing that as a kid. Hey, like I didn't like put two and two together on that one until like yeah, I think it wasn't until I was a teenager. What about you? Did you like pick up on that? How that didn't really make a lot of sense when you were a kid, or
I honestly don't think it even occurred to me until Zito mentioned it in a commentary of Final Chapter.
yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I think I noticed it, but it wasn't until much later, man. I think because I started thinking more and more about how he's supposed to be related to Sandra, and I was like, hey, but wait a minute, like didn't she only die like a few days ago? But like I think I mentioned earlier, man, like you can make the argument that like some time has passed between like when Jason like whatever escaped from the morgue and that like I mean who knows, maybe it's a week or two later, but I mean even if it's 2 weeks, like I don't know, still a bit of a stretch, I guess. Like he looks like he's been hunting Jason for ages.
Yeah, exactly. But I honestly, to the movie's credit, if if one of your theories regarding it being a week or two after he escaped from the hospital is correct, that would be more realistic.
Yeah, yeah, true. By then it's definitely not an official Friday the 13th date. You know what I mean? But I mean, who cares? It. I like the little scene that sort of like just before Rob shows up because Tommy starts working on the car, and then it cuts away to Sarah and Sam and Sam's trying to get Sam to go in the water and stuff, and she won't go in the water, so she plays that little prank on her, like making out that she's drowned and stuff, and probably not intentional, but I mean, kind of goes back to what happened to Jason, I guess, as a kid a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and I would wager the same thing. I wouldn't imagine that that was something they did on purpose. Incidentally, I always think it's funny in this scene where you mentioned, where she pulls a prank on Sarah is a perfect example of it. I always think it's funny when you have a scene in the franchise of Friday the 13th that's clearly not Jason, and it's clearly not, something of any kind of dire seriousness being happening, but the Harry Manfredini music sting kind of happens, and it seems to even kind of continue a little bit after we know it's Sam pulling her into the water, and it's still, I think it still kind of goes wee 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 and kind of fades out even after we've seen that it's Sam pulling Sarah into the water. So that's always funny to me.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, man. It is one of those instances where, it's not actually Jason, but and you still get all the famous Harry Q's and things of that nature, man.
Oh, what's so funny about that scene is that when she goes under the water or under the dock, and after a few beats, Sarah begins to get nervous. I love every time they show kind of a swirling thing of water, like the music cue. It's just like, then it's back to Sarah, then back to a swirling bit of water. It's just so great.
Yeah, I mean, builds atmosphere, builds tension. I mean, and it's funny, man. It's like you were saying before. Like those little moments, like you never tire of seeing them. Like no matter how many times you've seen the movie, man, it's just a testament. Just to like just how well put together some of these films are, despite kind of how fast they were kind of churned out at times.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and it's funny because I wanted to. It's funny how you just mentioned how well put together, and then I'm kind of mentioned this point, which kind of is contrary to that statement. Did you ever know? Did you ever realize, or did it ever occur to you that the shot when their car breaks down and Rob Dyer comes to help, the shot of like the feet that we see is not actually Rob's feet, but it's Jason's feet from the scene of killing the hitchhiker?
Ah, yeah. I noticed that a long, long time ago, and I always thought it was pretty funny.
Okay, well, right on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's supposed to make the audience think that, obviously it's Jason, but yeah, it's a good little moment there. But I always thought it was funny too how it totally just looks like Kimberly Beck, like AKA Trish, is like just wearing a shirt. Like, it doesn't look like she's got anything on underneath that shirt half the time, does it?
Yeah,
I'm not complaining, but
I would assuming she's got a one-piece bathing suit on underneath, and we're just supposed to, heading for the old Crystal Point to go swimming, which was obviously, you know, abandoned after they saw the scene there. But yeah, it is kind of goofy. How yeah, I thought the same thing as well. It's like, oh, I forgot. I dressed in a hurry this morning and forgot the pants.
yeah, that's a good point. That's something I haven't thought about for a while. Yeah, it's like actually where were they heading? And I guess yeah, they were kind of heading to Crystal Point like the kids were, but yeah, obviously when they got there, they were skinny dipping. So Trish was like, "Yeah, we're not going to hang around."
What's so funny about that is Trish is all dressed for swimming and Tommy's in jeans. Tommy's in jeans. I don't know if Tommy
Yeah, that's
intends.
what's kind of confusing about it. Yeah, unless he was going to go swimming and he was just going to, I don't know, just hang around.
He could dream about Zaxxon, I guess.
Yeah, true that. I also wanted to mention, man, I don't know if you've ever thought about this, but I know Zito's mentioned it before. Is like Tommy and Trish and that like the Jarvises in general, and I guess to even a more extent Tommy is that they're outsiders, man. Like like Trish isn't like part of the crowd and doesn't really hit it off with the other kids really, despite wanting to and stuff. And they're kind of outsiders, man, which I find kind of cool. And also, like, Tommy's obviously a horror fan, and a lot of horror fans, consider themselves to be outsiders, and others consider them to be. So, I always thought that was neat.
Yeah, I don't know if I really put too much thought into that, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but the scene where Tommy takes Rob up to his room to show him his collection and stuff. Always really dug that scene, man. Like, just how kind of amazed this guy is, that this 12-year-old kid like can make all these things. And I always thought it was a shame they deleted that little moment where he puts Tommy puts his fingers into that little guillotine and chops them off and stuff, and he's like holding up the fake. Like, Rob freaks out and he holds up the fake, and he's like, "Look, it's fake," and stuff. Like, I always thought they should have left that in the movie, man. It's a nice little moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the first time I ever see it, or the first time I ever saw that scene is, I think I already mentioned it before earlier, is when I recorded Final Chapter off of TV back in 1989, and it included several of those deleted scenes that can be seen, I think, on that Crystal Lake to Manhattan DVD set, or maybe on YouTube or something like that. But that was the first time I'd ever seen that scene, and it's so ironic that a lot of times they'll cut out gore for TV, and this is an instance where there's more gore in the TV version.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, those scenes, like, were they actually deleted scenes, or were they scenes that were specifically shot to be in the TV cut? Do you know? Or
No, I mean, I don't know one way or another. I would imagine they were shot, or, for to potentially be in the theatrical cut and maybe just, not included. I mean, it's possible they were shot for TV version, but I doubt it. They probably just shot for theatrical, not used, and then they always got to kind of pad the TV version with something. They figure, well, we can use these deleted scenes.
yeah, I guess it's not like the TV cut of Halloween 1A where friggin' Carpenter went back and and literally shot like more stuff for the TV version, like not long before they were getting ready to do Halloween 2, I believe. But man, I just thought I'd ask if you knew either way. But yeah, I guess it was just deleted footage, man.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, every time I watch Final Chapter, I always get a chuckle about the fact that when Tommy brings Rob into his room to gaze at the mask, like, Rob just instantly falls into this just trance of, like, bewilderment of at these masks. Like I just think it's funny because Tommy gets the exact reaction that he was hoping to get, and in a way, as much as I love the movie, I laugh every time because I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's and he goes up to that one mask and starts feeling the teeth, and he's like he's entranced, and he's like amazing, and it's a little goofy, but I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. Yeah, it's just it's cool. Yeah, like you said, how he's entranced and whatnot. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like my reactions, man, to like how I'd react to certain things my dad was capable of. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it, but my dad he was a bit of a sculptor and an artist and stuff. So, like some of the stuff he would create, and that would kind of turn me into a bit of a robber. I'd be like, man, that's amazing, like. And I don't know where this just came from, but I just thought of this. Like Tommy's character, in a way, like he kind of reminds me a little bit of like an amalgamation of like what I was like as a kid and like what I imagine my dad was like as a kid. Because you like mix the two together, because like my dad was like into like making like masks and all that sort of stuff, and was a horror fan like me. That like I was like more of the gamer and all that sort of stuff. Even though like, my dad liked to play arcade games and stuff, but like Tommy's like he's also into playing video games as well. That's kind of cool.
Oh, okay. You were more like the video game side of Tommy, and your dad was more like the mask
Yeah,
creating side. That's cool.
yeah. But then I guess we kind of meet in the middle, like both being into horror, I guess. But yeah, yeah. That just came to me out of nowhere. I never really thought of that before, but yeah, kind of true. Yeah, here's something that's kind of interesting that I've known for a while. That's mentioned on Crystal Lake Memories and whatnot. Actually, yeah, when they were making it, making this movie, Kimberly Beck actually took Corey Feldman trick or treating, and I believe the guy that plays Rob went with them as well. And when they were in town and stuff, there was like people dressed up as Jason and stuff, and they got a big kick out of like, well, these people are like acting out on Halloween, like what we're doing in a movie right now, which I always thought that was pretty cool. You ever heard that before?
Yeah, I may have heard that, as I'm pretty sure I checked out the Crystal Lake Memories thing on YouTube, and it just when you hear stories like that, you just wish that I don't know, like as much as the '80s were the wonderful generation and decade of things pre-smartphone and stuff like that. When you hear stories like that, you wish there could be like video of that kind of stuff, taken, freaking Corey Feldman and Kimberly Beck and that guy who plays the Rob, all doing that. It just wish that stuff that's just lost in time, and it'd just be so cool to see footage of that stuff.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I'd get a big kick out of saying that. Here's something else too. I believe Crispin Glover and the dude that played Teddy, like through them like getting to know each other and developing their characters and whatnot. I think they actually came up with the dead fuck line, man. I don't think that's in the script.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very cool. I can't remember how the hell that line went on TV. I wish I could. I probably still have it recorded off TV, but all these tapes are like unmarked, and it's just like I have no idea where the hell it is. But I wonder how they did that line on TV.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious to hear that on TV. Like I remember way back in the day seeing trains, planes, and automobiles on TV, and where they do the scene where he wants the car, like all the fucks, man. Like I think instead of saying fuck, he was saying like damn, damn, damn. Like I remember that being like pretty hilarious.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But I love this scene where Jimbo's asking the chick to dance, and then we get the iconic, like supremely iconic, Jimbo, aka Crispin Glover's actual dance. That, according to Joe Zito, Crispin would go to clubs and do that dance.
Yeah, that's for darn sure. Now that we've got access to alternate takes, do you think Zito picked the best one, or do you think he should have used some that were featured in the unused footage?
That's a good point. From what I remember, the stuff in the unused footage, like if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've seen that footage, but I remember it being like even more wild and kind of wacky than what he actually does in the actual film, which is kind of hard to believe because what is in the film is pretty out there. What
Yes.
about you? What's your take on that?
Yeah, honestly, pretty much. I think every time I watch the movie, I kind of check out the that reel of like Jimmy's dead fuck dance moves, and also the just because it's on the same disc, and it's really cool to see the footage, the unused gore footage and stuff. And yeah, there's some beats in that unused dance stuff that I think would have been really cool to have in the movie. But like you say, I mean, it's very possible that they didn't want to have it use the stuff that was just so over the top to take people out of the movies. So that could be a good reason why they went with some of the more tamer stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how many times like I've used it myself or like seen other people use it on like like horror like Facebook pages or just like me and my buddies like trading like gifts back and forth because of like certain whatever topics and like the Crispin Glover dead fuck dance like is such a common one, man. Like it's so used like a lot, man, in those circles, man, and I always get a big kick out of it. Like have you heard that like apparently like he was actually dancing to like some ACDC track, like it wasn't the Lion. I think the band Lion is the one that's like the track that's in the movie, and then I believe so. But yeah, apparently like originally it was like ACDC or something.
Yeah, I might have heard that as well on commentary or something like that. Yeah, they may have used something that they never would have been able to afford the rights to or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the video game, like the what me and my buddies have dubbed the sex house, which is the house that the kids stay in. Dude, I'll tell you, they really nailed like getting that room looking like it does in the movie. Like even the books and like the pictures and stuff on the walls, or the hanging lamps and stuff. Like it's spot on, dude. And also like yeah, obviously Tommy's room as well is in the game, and they nail the hell out of that too. Like all the masks are in the right places where they should be, and I just yeah, whenever I play the game, I get a big kick out of like just walking around those locations, like I've mentioned before, like about Packanack and Crystal Lake as well. But yeah, man, they really did their homework with the game.
What about Tommy's room in regards to that book, the bookshelf or whatever that they end up sliding in front of the door? Is that in there with all the knickknacks on there?
I'm not too sure about that, man. I might have to get back to you on about that. I think maybe it is, but maybe not. Actually, I don't remember ever noticing that to be honest, man. Like I remember like seeing all the masks and stuff, but I mean, sometimes it's hard to get like a complete look of everything that's in every room because like you're getting chased by Jason while you're in the house, so it can be hard to always have the time and stuff. But I don't believe that bookshelf is in there, but I'll get back to you on that and confirm one way or another.
Yeah, maybe leave a one way or the other in the comments if you remember.
Yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, I really enjoy like this whole bit with the kids and that, and like I think it's Tina, like yeah, is the one that keeps trying to crack on to like Judy Aronson's boyfriend and that, yeah, Sam's boyfriend, and then she ends up with Jimbo. Like and I love how Jimbo's like, I thought you wanted to be with. Well, I don't know what's his name. Yeah, I always forget his character's name. That dude that is Judy Aronson's brother and boyfriend in the movie. Do you remember that character's name or?
Yeah, what the hell? I'm replaying it in my head right now, and God, I want to. It's in my head. I think it seemed like Ted, but it can't be Ted. I'm just trying. I'm
Yeah,
replaying.
that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say, man. Because doesn't he say, I thought you wanted to be with Ted? Like, I'm sure that's what he says to her. And she's like, oh, I did, but now I want to be with you.
Yeah, that when I'm replaying it in my head, that's the first name that comes to mind. I don't know if it's Ted or yeah. What the hell is Sam's boyfriend's name? Damn, I don't know. We're such big fans of this franchise.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, I mean, I don't know. He's I don't know, man. He's kind of probably, apart from Sarah, he's probably the most forgettable of the kids. Like, he really doesn't have a lot to do.
Paul.
When you really think about it.
Paul.
That's his name, Paul. Yeah, but he doesn't say Paul. He says Ted, unless we're getting, unless it's like a case of like because they're the twins. Like, I don't know, unless we're confused or Teddy's confused. Sorry, Jimbo's confused because they do look alike, and like one of them was hanging out with Ted at one point. Yeah, and Ted tried to get with them and it didn't work. So like maybe that's what he means. I don't know. I'm lost.
But one thing I did want to mention about this scene now that we're talking about it is I think, like so many aspects to this movie in regards to the group of quote unquote kids that are, the party hardy house, I think the situation that happens, in the house in this scene and beyond this scene is actually really realistic. And you get a group of kids like this together and stuff, and there's going to be all this drama and girl wanting this guy who's taken, guys wanting these girls that don't want them. And I this is one of the many aspects of this movie that I absolutely love. And one of the other aspects I love about this scene is when the one guy who's Paul, we just remembered his name, ends up finding the old records. This is probably some old house, that the last people that lived there was an old couple or, stuff like that. So they got these old records and ancient.
Hey, why'd you turn that off? Be quiet, Jimbo. You're going to love this.
Yeah, ancient porno films and ancient records and stuff. So I really like that aspect, and it really stands out in the slasher genre. You never usually hear music like that in this kind of a slasher genre in the 80s, to hear some of them old kind of records and how some of the kids actually just they don't say, like nowadays they'd say, "I'll turn that shit off" and whatever, and how they go along with it and dance to it and stuff. I always really appreciate that every time I watch it.
Yeah, that's a fair point, man. It makes you think, like, like who lived in that house, like once upon a time, or like all the records and like the old porno and stuff. Like, are they all just things that like previous guests and stuff have like left in the house like over time? Like, I mean, who really knows? I guess but yeah, like I remember earlier you mentioned how, like, I think you said your favorite outfit for Trish is like where she's seeing Rob off and she's like in the jeans and the like that blue like shirt. Am I correct on saying that?
Yeah, that's my favorite outfit for her, and she's in that outfit for all of 30-40 seconds.
Yeah, I always thought that was like a little sweet scene. Like you can obviously tell that they're both kind of into each other and stuff, even though like they just kind of met. And in the that fan novelization, you get some like interior monologue for Trish, like thinking like, oh, what was I thinking, like bringing this, like stranger home, to meet my mum and stuff. Like, it's a little weird of me to do that, but like I'm so starved for like human connection and stuff that I just said to hell with it and did it anyway.
Wow, that fan novelization sounds really good.
Yeah, it's I would say, man, it's almost on par with like the official stuff, man. If I could remember the guy's name who did it, I'd give him credit. But whoever he is, he sure did do his homework and put it together pretty well, and definitely put some thought into it, man. For sure.
Yeah, whoever the hell did it, way to go.
Yeah, you should check it out, man. It's on that that dude's channel, man. And but the scene that follows that, though, where Jimbo's kind of sulking in the kitchen because he's not getting anywhere with the ladies, and the way Teddy comes in, he's like looking for the corkscrew. I think that actually explains, doesn't it? Like why Jimbo couldn't find the corkscrew later on, like he puts it somewhere probably because that's why he's like calling out to him, hey Ted, where the hell's a corkscrew? But yeah, I love that scene. Just the way yeah, Teddy's like further ribbing him and stuff, like saying like watch me do what I do, and Jimbo, don't be such a dead fuck. I told you I didn't like that. It's just, dude, you just really buy that these guys are really good buddies. And I just love the way, like, I think it's Tina. Like, Tina walks in and sees Ted, like, with his hand going through his fly. And I love that. I love that line. And Crispin delivers it spot on, dude, like, perfectly. He thinks that's funny. He thinks that's a funny thing he's doing. I remember, man, like, as a kid, like, I don't know, man, like, I guess it's being, like, a young kid and not exactly having, like, my understanding of humor to the extent of, like, an adult would, you know what I mean? Like, I remember my dad, I was watching this with him one time, and he was the one that pointed that out, like, how funny that was the way Crispin just says that, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I love so much of the lines, and not only lines but line delivery Crispin does in this movie. And as we're talking about the Jimbo and Teddy scenes, I mean, it just makes me wish. Gosh, I mean, I think you would agree as well, and so many Final Chapter fans that I mean, I could easily just watch. Probably a whole franchise of just Jimbo and Teddy movies and misadventures, honestly.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I'm not even a big sitcom guy, but could you imagine a sitcom with those two on it? Like, that would really work, I think.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to mention, yeah, there's all kinds of stories and stuff, like, from Crystal like memories and stuff from like I can't remember her name, but one of the chicks that was like one of the, I think she was like the casting agent or she helped cast this movie or something like that. Like tell stories about like how messed up like Corey's like home life was at the time and how like he just wanted to stay on set and he wanted to hang out with like all the older kids and stuff and they didn't want to because he was just this young kid and stuff and apparently how Frank Mancuso like really kind of try to guide Corey and be there for him and stuff. And even like after the films, he kept in touch with Corey and stuff, which I thought was pretty cool.
Are you referring to Mancuso Jr. or Senior?
No, Junior, yeah, Senior. He was only really involved with the first one, wasn't he? Really, I think after that he kind of dropped out as far as my recollections go. I know that Junior, like he was like a production assistant on the second one, and then he moved straight into being the producer on part 3, and then obviously part 4 as well.
Yeah, that's a bummer about Feldman's home life and stuff. And gosh, it makes you wish he could have been a little older, so they would have let him hang around. But I guess rules is
It wouldn't
rules.
have worked for the movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you, I don't know, because I'm kind of I'm a pretty big fan of Corey, man. Like, despite kind of what his image is today, kind of what he's kind of turned his image into being, and he's kind of like a joke, I guess, nowadays. But a lot of his work from the '80s, man, I hold it in pretty high regard, and I think he's usually pretty good in those movies. Including this movie. But I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's a film. I think pretty sure it's called The Two Coreys, because obviously he was good friends with Corey Haim and stuff, and that's kind of what the movie's about, like their friendship and other things that unfortunately happened to them, which I won't go into, which I'm sure the audience can clue into what I mean by that, and you can yourself, Nate. But yeah, there's even parts in the movie where his mum's skitzing it at him because he just went and rode his bike around the neighborhood, and she was scared that he would fall off his bike and mangle his face somehow, and he wouldn't get any more work, and obviously hurt her and his income and stuff, which I think is pretty sad. Not being allowed to be a kid that way.
Yeah. It's really a bummer. As much as we enjoy movies like this that feature talented youth in them, I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't want to trade my childhood for childhood like that, where it's like no childhood, your childhood of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a catch-22 from my point of view. Like, I mean, as a kid, as like a very young kid, like much younger even than Corey is in this movie. Like, pretty much once I figured out like what movies were and that like kids could be in them, which is like, from I was probably like 4 or 5. I wanted to be an actor, man. You know what I mean, and be like a child actor and stuff. And yeah, I probably would have ended up pursuing it a lot earlier if I had have been like, a kid that grew up like around the LA area or whatnot. But when like, years later and you hear about like all these stories of like what kids went through and stuff, like you kind of think to yourself, yeah, it's probably not the best thing for a kid to be doing, you know what I mean? Unless, I guess I probably would have been like one of the exceptions where I probably would have been all right because, my dad was, very cautious, like who he let me hang around with and whatnot. So, I mean, I guess I probably wouldn't have been like left alone with like, sus friggin' movie producer types and whatnot. Like I know, Elijah Wood's mum would never let him go to like after parties and things like that on his own. Like if he went, she had to go with him.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. Like I mean, this movie I don't think wouldn't be the same if you didn't have the character of Tommy in it. He is in a lot of ways the crux of the film in a lot of ways. Like, would you say Tommy's the main? Would you say he's like the main character of this movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a situation, kind of like a lot of movies, like Friday 13th, maybe the first couple or whatever, Alien and stuff like that, where maybe the movie doesn't start with him being so much front and center, but by the end of it, it's kind of it does kind of become about him and revolve around him by the film's end.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, it is kind of, I guess, one of those situations where, the main character, doesn't like really emerge until like towards the third act of the film. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like the original Evil Dead with Ashman. Like if you're at all familiar with that film, like Ash is kind of a pussy. Like in that movie, man. Like throughout the movie, it's Scotty who's like hacking up the Deadites and whatnot. While Ash is like in the corner, like cringing and holding on to an axe like for dear life. Yeah, it's not until it's literally he's the only one left, and he has to step up and do something. You know what I mean? Which is kind of in a little bit of a way, kind of like this. It kind of just comes down to Tommy. You know what I mean? He's kind of, earlier in the film when Jason's around, like he's kind of really scared and running, but like near the end, he's like, like I'm pretty much, it's just me and my sister left. Like I've got to step up and do something here.
Yeah, that's a very good point and a very good comparison.
Here's a little Ted White story that I've always found amusing. One night when they were shooting, Ted White was in like full Jason garb, right? Like he had the makeup on and everything. I'm pretty damn sure, like the whole enchilada, right? And them damn enchiladas. But I think it was between takes or something, right? He was just kind of like wandering around, like like around the Jarvis house area, I think. And these two random African American fellows drove up on near the property in their car, and they kind of just didn't get a good look at him at first. I think they were in like a really like low to the ground, low top kind of car, and so they could only probably just see him like from profile or whatever, and like they called him over saying, "Hey man, like what's going on over here? Like you guys making a movie or something?" And like Ted White like literally just sauntered over to their car and just like bent down and like put his like horrific Jason made up mask face in like this guy's face, like right through the window, and this guy apparently like shit himself and like just peeled out of there, dude.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've heard that. Where did you hear that one?
I mean, it could have been on Crystal Lake Memories, but it may not have been, man. It may have just been some random Ted White interview I heard somewhere along the way, man. But yeah, I always thought that was pretty funny. And there's a few guys that have played Jason that have enjoyed doing things like that. You know what I mean? Like Kane Hodder's definitely another one. I got some stories that I'll save for things he's done. Primarily Part 7, but yeah, man. I think that'd be the kind of role, that it would be fun, man, to like, just scare people every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And like that story of the one guy going from Friday 2 going to the hospital for like a little bit of a finger issue with the machete sticking out of his shoulder or whatever.
Yeah. Steve Dash, yeah, like he goes up to, he got the machete coming out of his friggin' shoulder, and yeah, he needed some stitches in his finger from where the stunt went wrong with Amy still hitting his hand. He goes up to her and he's like, "You got anything for a headache? I got a really bad headache."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny stuff, dude. But I love the little exchange too with Teddy and Jimbo, where like Teddy's sitting on the steps and like he's just really pissed off because Paul's taking Tina or whichever one it is away from him, and he's like, "Do you believe this guy? I'm going to kill him." And the way Jimbo's like, you know what I think you should do about that, Teddy? I think you should run that through your little computer.
Yep, that's a perfect revenge line. I always thought how it was funny. Once again, just loving Crispin's delivery here. How he saunters up to him sitting on the steps, and he's like, "I got to talk to you for a second." And
And he's like, "Not now, dead fuck."
And he's like, if you look at his face there, it's just so funny, and it's just perfect delivery. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah. It's classic stuff, man. And like we've said, even in a lot of these slasher films that both of us revere and love to death, man, you don't generally get characters like that in a lot of these films. You know what I mean? Just that have great rapport like that, because like we know, a lot of these films are, shot very quickly, and there's not usually a lot of time for the actors to even get to know each other. They may start doing scenes together the friggin' afternoon they meet. You know what I mean? So, I guess that's kind of why. You know what I mean? Even if you think about films like, I don't know, like Halloween, I guess. I get the feeling that it feels like that Laurie and her girlfriends have known each other for a long time. Like that kind of feels kind of legit, but you don't get too much of it, man.
Yeah, that's very true. This movie does really kind of stand apart from a lot of the other kind of movies from this decade in many regards, but this regard also just the relationship between Teddy and Jimbo, but not only them, but the other. We were kind of really not talking too much about the other characters because I don't know, Teddy and Jimbo really steal the show. But I imagine as we go on here and talk about further scenes with some of the other characters, like Sarah, the just goofy just nature of that character is just so funny to me.
Yeah, you did get the feeling that Sarah and Doug, like, obviously have liked each other for quite a while, and they haven't had sex, and like their first sexual encounter is when they're in the shower together and things like that. I mean, yeah, the other characters definitely have their moments, and Judy Aronson, aka Sam, is I think she's like not just great eye candy, but one of my favorite female characters in all the films. She's like kind of got a little personality about her, I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier or not. I think maybe I did. But when it came time to do her kill, she almost was like on the verge of death.
Oh yeah, that briefly came up. You got the movie playing? Are we to that point in the movie to talk about that scene, or?
Yeah, I've just gotten to where she's like going out to swim out to the raft and that, yeah.
Yeah, this is really hardcore. Like when you watch the movie and you pay close attention, it seems like I don't know if I don't know if you can see it in this scene. I would imagine you can, but I know you can for sure see it when the guy shows up and as well. Like you can see his frickin' breath as he swims into the water. It's really really hardcore. Like they filmed this. I want to say the slates say in January or something like that, and just like oh my god, just what a bummer. Like to put these two actors through this and having them swim and swim in a scene where it's just like I want to say it was some reservoir or something like that in a scene where it's cold enough to see people's breath. It's just like oh my god.
Hey, here's something for you. If there's a body of water so close to where the cabins are and stuff, like why did they go all the way to Crystal Point?
Yeah, that's a very.
They could have just swum that part.
That's a very good point. Just movie magic.
I don't think that's ever really occurred to me. But there's a pretty interesting story about Judy Aronson pretty much being tortured, man, doing her death scene. She was starting to turn blue and things, and even Ted White had to stand in, dude, and say to Joe Zito, you got to get her out of the water. And Joe Zito pretty much said to him, look, I'm directing the movie, you go over there and be Jason, okay? And he's like, dude, either get her out of the water or I'm walking off the film. And Joe got her out of the water, and she pretty much thawed out. And then they went back to finishing the film, finishing the scene and stuff. She got hypothermia, man, for a few days, and they let the crew let her drive home, which they really shouldn't have let her do. And she has no recollection of the drive home. She can't remember getting from the set to home is the motel or whatever, wherever they were staying at the time,
Yeah, that's crazy. It's too bad the conditions they put people, or the conditions they sometimes film under and the circumstances they put some people through making these movies. It's one of the things, I guess that scene is probably, maybe as much as I still enjoy it for what it is and stuff, it's probably the scene every time I watch it where I kind of come out of the movie and always remember the because you can see their freaking breath. I always remember kind of the unpleasantries of the behind the scenes aspect of those, this part of the movie. It's kind of, I can still enjoy the movie, but it's just like every time the scenes come up, it's just like, oh, Nelly.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to I just think Zito was just so focused, on getting his vision on film and just wanting to make a good film, man, that he was really willing to push the boundaries. And I even give him credit to why Crispin Glover and the dude that plays Teddy, why they're so good. He probably gave them the time they needed, to be able to hang and just organically become friends and stuff, and even Ted White said that at the end of the day he still thinks that Zito was just trying to make the best film that he could, But like, did he go a little bit too far with people's feelings at times? He would say yes, but he never outright said that Zito was deliberately being an arsehole. He was just so like zeroed in on trying to get this film made the best way he could that he kind of thought about people's well-being against a secondary thing. Which I mean, I don't know, dude. Like being an aspiring filmmaker myself, I can relate a little bit to that. Like from his point of view, like being that focus and just wanting to get what you want on film and not wanting to, I guess, compromise. But I don't know, man. It's a give and take. At the end of the day, you still got to know where to draw the line.
That's true, and I've done shorts and a feature myself, and obviously it's always been unpaid actors and stuff, and obviously you're dealing with a totally different situation, and when you're dealing with unpaid actors just doing it for experience, you're much more. I mean, I'm kind of just a nice guy in general, so even if I was, even if the people were being paid handsomely or at all or whatever, I'm more of the kind of person who leans more towards people's comfort and comes before my vision in my personal aspect. Like when I hear about Kubrick just trashing Shelley Duvall on The Shining and stuff.
That's the other side of the spectrum where it's like, come on, dude. Like, all right, we know you want to make a movie, but you're really taking this to an extreme,
Right. I think in my personal take on it, if anyone's listening is interested, is people and their feelings, and their comfort and their health and their well-being comes before the movie.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. As well, man. I mean, you can only push things to a certain extent. You know what I mean? And like nowadays with like movie sets, you would think like with the whole OH&S stuff. You know what I mean? That you probably wouldn't get away with doing this to an actress nowadays. Probably even.
Oh, absolutely. That's a very good point.
Yeah, it's something that I only realised over about the last couple of years because I didn't see it until just a couple of years ago. But the guy who plays Paul, he's in another horror film. Do you know what that horror film is, Nate?
Let's see. Paul is the guy who gets speared in the groin.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't remember ever seeing him in anything else. What's the other horror film?
He's in Neon Maniacs. You ever seen that?
Oh, okay, that explains it. No, I haven't.
Yeah, I caught that about a couple of years ago, man. It's like a fun, little cheesy kind of slasher monster kind of film. I recommend that to those who haven't seen it. It's fun, and he's kind of the lead, man. He's pretty much like the lead actor, and I think it came out a few years after this. I think it's like maybe 86, something like that. 86, 87 maybe.
That's interesting that there's there's a male character in this movie that will go on to have more of a leading role, because I'm sure you're aware of the other guy who Mr. Forever Chin, that never ends guy who's in the shower with the Sarah character, had more of a leading role in a movie before this by the name of Hell Night.
Yeah, I've seen Hell Night once. Yeah, that's with Linda Blair, yeah?
Linda Blair, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that once. I remember thinking it was okay. He had his own TV show too. I think it was called The Powers of Matthew Starr. And actually, Amy Steele was like at least in like one or two episodes of that. So they were good friends. And I believe she was the one that told him to audition for this movie.
How's that for a little bit of Friday the 13th franchise fun?
Yeah. I always really thought that, Sam's kill is pretty effective, man. Like she's kind of got a similar quality to Vicky, the chick who plays Vicky in Lauren Marie Taylor from Friday 2. She's kind of got that that way of like really making it look like she's really in pain and she's really dying when Jason stabs right through that inflatable raft and gets her right in the back.
Yeah, you can tell when Zito does his commentary on the the unused gore footage that he comments on like the shrieking that she does. I think the shrieking that she does in that scene, in the finished film, kind of gets to him. By the way, that he talks about the shriek or the horrific shriek or however the hell he describes it. I think it is cool, the death and just the I love it when actors or actresses go there and do something which may be, kind of a laughable kind of a noise for a movie, but at the same time it is kind of a scary, really, a shriek kind of a sound that really gets to you. And one of the other things I wanted to
Yeah,
mention.
she's got her tongue hanging out of her head and everything, man. It's really kind of hanging out of her mouth. Like it's pretty realistic. I think I've always thought.
Yeah, but if she's freezing for real and uncomfortable for real, she's probably like, here, I'll just do whatever the hell it takes to get the hell out of this raft and into a hot bath. But one thing I one thing I wanted to mention before I forget is once again just a testament to the movies, the screenwriters, the realisticness of handling scenes realistically. I thought it was really funny how she's all hurt that looks like. Paul is being all seduced by the Tina or sexy twin chick or whatever, and she goes out in the woods and hoping that Paul would come after her and do this kind of teenage, early 20 something little bit of spiel where she's like, Paul, and it's like, screw you, Paul. I don't care if you're out there, Paul. Screw you. And it's just kind of
Screw you, Paul.
It's kind of back and forth between, are you out there? Ah, screw you. I don't care. Are you out there? Ah, screw you. I don't care. It's just so realistic.
It really is, man. I mean, I've had moments like that through my youth myself, and yeah, I mean, I can relate to a lot of these characters, like you were saying earlier, I was going to mention, people being at parties, dudes trying to hook up with chicks and they're not working, yeah, I've seen heaps of that, man, being a kid that would attend, house parties and whatnot, through my youth and stuff. And it's all very realistic, man. Here's something that I wanted to mention. This will be interesting to see if you ever thought about this. But when Jason kills Sam and stabs her through the raft, why is I've heard other fans mention this too. Why is the raft still inflated when Paul goes out there?
Oh, okay. Well, this is very interesting. I got some very possibly really good feedback for this. My dad, my mom and dad actually in the mid '80s had a raft that was probably very similar to this one, and the way that our raft worked, I would imagine, they got it probably right around maybe early to mid '80s, and that would be kind of how they used to go out on lakes before they were told that eventually they were told by the quote unquote authorities that you couldn't even go out on a lake in that anymore because it was too dangerous, because if you pop, you're kind of literally sunk. But the way their raft worked is there'd be two sides of this thing. It was a yellow raft, very much like the one in the final chapter. So there'd be one side that you'd fill up, and then the other side you'd fill up, and the bottom wouldn't be inflatable. The bottom was just like a rubber piece that you'd sit in. So the only thing that's inflatable is the perimeter of the raft. So the bottom isn't inflated. It's just a piece that you sit
I thought
on.
you were maybe going to say that. I thought that what might be the case, actually, to be honest. Yeah. Interesting.
So that's the answer to any fans out there who might wonder why the hell does this thing not pop, because he's not putting the machete through the part of the raft that is inflatable.
Yeah, while we're on the subject of the raft, I guess even in the game, when you walk behind that house, man, that raft is just sitting there on the shoreline, which I always find pretty cool.
Oh, that's pretty dang freaking fun.
I tell you, man, sometime when you get the chance, you got to get a hold of that game, man. Even if it's just to walk around in the single player missions as Jason, man, and just so you can get a look and a feel for what the game was going for, man.
Yeah, I tell you, every time I hear you talk about it, it sure makes me want to. It can be one of my bucket list items, perhaps, if we still have electricity.
Well, what's up with electricity at the moment where you are?
Oh well, just the way the world, the way the world is the direction that they're taking the world and in North America, and so I guess I can't speak for. I mean, it's kind of a worldwide thing. Just the uncertainness. Not to get into it too much, but I guess to not to just quite simply just the uncertainty of the world in the future. That's all I meant. We don't need to dwell on it.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. Um, yeah, like I always kind of really like too the way Jimbo's the one that ends up with the girl, after being called the dead fuck and all that. Like, and it just really sticks it up Teddy's ass. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really happy for the guy.
Yeah, I do think that is really cool how it worked out that way. Honestly, we can assume that Tina was obviously more interested in what the hell's his name? Jimbo instead of Ted, which is kind of interesting because Ted's always calling Jimbo the dead fuck, and here when this Tina chick doesn't get Paul, then she goes to dead fuck.
You want to give Teddy Boy a kiss?
Actually,
Teddy Bear.
kind of thinking about it, do you think that, trying to look too much into it like a Friday fan I am, do you think Tina, it didn't even really occur to me until right now, do you think Tina wanted to try out Jimbo because of the fact that Teddy is always berating him, calling him dead fuck?
That's an interesting point. I don't know if I've ever really thought about that, but that's interesting. That's actually touched upon in that fan novelization, man, where when he asked her, like, was I a dead fuck, and that she actually, in her own mind, thought he was very average, like, at sex, because, I mean, it's obvious that the guy's a virgin, you know what I mean? So, it's probably not going to be up to par, is he? But, like in her own mind, she's like, oh, I should boost this guy's confidence because his buddy's always berating him, calling him a dead fuck, so I'll tell him he was incredible.
Oh, okay. Well, another aspect of that fan novelization that sounds pretty great.
Yeah, man. Like I say, you should check it out. I'm going to listen to part 6 at some point too, because there's an official one for good old part 6. But I guess this is a good time as any. I don't think we've touched upon this yet, but I'll ask you first. What are you going with for favorite kill?
Oh
in this,
gosh,
installment.
for final kill for final chapter.
Best kill.
Oh, I think I misspoke. I meant favorite kill for final chapter. Yeah, I might have to think about that. I mean, there's just so. I don't have. That's not a question that I can answer right away or have figured out. Maybe I'll have to think about it while you're talking about other stuff. Or, for me, like I don't know. I mean, I know for sure the first one where the guy gets his head twisted around and stuff is great. Nothing really.
Axel.
Yeah, Axel. Yeah. It's a tough question. I don't know if I can answer that right now.
Yeah, for me, I'd probably go with Jimbo's kill. Just that quick friggin' shot of the meat cleaver or whatever it is, like just getting jammed right into his head. I always thought that was pretty effective, and Crispin really sells that too. But I think most of the kills in this one are very, very effective, and they all look very painful, man. Like, and the actors all pretty much do a pretty good job at selling them. I think Zito probably had a lot to do with that. Like, really wanted them to sell it. Like, even where Paul, gets it in the crotch with the spear gun, man. Like, that is something that no guy wants to experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I remember on VHS, man. I could never tell what Jason did to Paul, man. Like, the picture was that hazy that I could never tell, like, exactly what he got him with. Like, I thought, like, did he, like, I knew he got him somewhere in the crotch area, but I just didn't know what the weapon was that he used. I was like, was that a machete? Or, like, what did he stab me with there,
Yeah, maybe one of the aspects of the 80s that wasn't the best. I mean, just the resolution on some of the VHS tapes was left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, I wonder where he got that spear gun from. I wonder if like was that in like the Jarvis's basement, or was it in the basement of the house the kids are in, or what? Eh?
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to think about that, but that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, maybe I can see something like that being in the house that the Jarvises is in, definitely, or not the Jarvises, but the kids rented.
Yeah, you don't really see it in the movie, but in the game, um, the Jarvis house has a basement in it. You can actually go into the basement area as well, which is pretty cool.
Well,
But
doesn't
yeah, I always wondered where he got that spear gun.
doesn't Tommy go briefly into the basement of the Jarvis place in a scene that just kind of I don't know, I don't even know why it's there. It seems to end pretty much after it begins. He goes in there with the flashlight or whatever. It's like he enters from outside or something. It's
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot about that scene actually. Yeah, I think you're right, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, fair enough.
I always wondered if there was more to that scene that they just cut out because I always thought it was kind of, as it is in the movie, it's kind of like, what the hell is this even in here for? Because he just creeps into the dark basement for a bit with the flashlight, looks around, and then it just cuts.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of an abrupt cut right there, isn't it? But I always was kind of fascinated with the scene where Rob's kind of skulking around like the woods, like wondering if Jason's like hanging around where his camp is and stuff because he heard a noise, and then I think Jason like did that as some sort of decoy so he could get back to Rob's tent and destroy his gun. Like, I mean, obviously Jason wanted to destroy his gun because at that point he probably realized that he was vulnerable to bullets. And it's sort of interesting how Jason never got shot in any of the earlier films. You know what I mean? It wasn't until part 6 really where he first starts getting pommeled with the bullets and stuff.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's not until he's undead zombie Jason where he starts getting the bullet hits that don't affect him. Here's a question. I wonder why, that you talk about Jason wanting to, destroying the map, kind of ripping up the map and destroying his rifle and stuff. It kind of makes you wonder if we can geek out a little bit about the movie and this moment in the movie. It kind of makes you wonder why Jason doesn't just kill Rob. Do you have any thoughts why Jason just didn't kill him?
Well, I was just literally thinking about that as you were talking about it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's occurred to me in the past, but I don't think there really is a reason given. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe Jason, I don't know, it's possible maybe Jason didn't want to kill him. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he didn't regard him in the same way as he did the kids or whatever. He's like, oh, just let me disarm this guy and maybe he'll get the message and piss off home. Who knows? I don't know, man. There really isn't an answer really given, but it's definitely a valid point to make.
Yeah, well, that's a fair answer. One thing I wanted to mention, kind of, rewinding just a few minutes back to the scene, I just wanted to get your take on this. When I watched the film, I'm assuming it's an actual kind of a blooper that they left in the movie. The scene when they're Jimbo and Tina are just getting down onto the bed and they're getting starting to make out and do this and that, and the bed the back of the bed kind of falls off and the bed falls down to the ground. I mean, I just assuming that was an accident that they left in the movie. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've always gone with that I don't think that was intentional, just one of those happy accidents that happens to happen every once in a while on a movie, and you hear about these things. But and then there's also that deleted scene, hey, where Rob's got that equipment, that tracking equipment or whatever that's there to try to track where Jason is or whatever. I always thought that was kind of a goofy scene, and probably best it didn't make it to the theatrical cut, I guess.
Yeah, once again, when I recorded the film off of TV in 1989, that was the first time I I saw that scene as well. I can remember watching it, while I was recording it, and having seen it probably once, a few months earlier that spring, rented from the video store, the actual theatrical R-rated cut. I was watching it that night, recording it off TV, and I'm like, what the hell is? I don't remember this scene, and it's just so goofy and random. He's got these little half-ass micro radar dishes, and it's just so laughable. It's like I agree. I'm really glad that unlike the fingers cut off prank he did with to Rob earlier, I'm glad this scene never did make the theatrical cut.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really do a very good job either. And from what I remember, is like kind of explaining like what they are, like what he's doing with them. Like it's pretty goofy. But yeah, I know you get some nice shots in this film too. Like some nice shots of like where the house or whatever cabin the kids are staying in, and like the wind like blowing the window barricades around and things like that. It's very atmospheric kind of stuff.
Absolutely, for us fans, or for fans like us of the franchise who, really love the thunderstorm and the rain and the wind aspect of the films, we rejoice at the first couple of films having those elements, and we can understand why the third film didn't bother with rain, as they were having a hard enough time just doing 3D without rain. Adding rain to the equation would have really made it difficult. That's probably why there was no rain in the third film. But with final chapter, the
You
fourth,
got the wind, but no rain.
yeah, exactly. They just went with wind. And just imagine how cool the rain would have been in 3D if they had gone with rain. They could have lit it. They could have backlit it, and it could have looked really great in 3D.
Oh yeah, totally agree, man. But like you said, they had their hands full with the effects and all that as it was, and I can understand that. But it really is an important element in these films. Yeah, like the storm and the rain and stuff. It's like it's kind of like how I think about Jason. I know I've mentioned this before, but he's kind of a force of nature.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it's just like Final Chapter is so cool on many aspects. Like if you watch the films in order, like, as much as I love aspects of the third film, obviously and the wind is kind of cool, but obviously the absence of the thunderstorm and the rain is definitely very much missed by me. So when Final Chapter comes around and like you're saying, the wind's starting to blow that shutter on that window there, and the storm's coming. It's just like, oh yeah, baby, here comes the rain.
Oh yeah, like even in the they even added that into the games, the rain and all that sort of stuff. But you couldn't use it all the time because sometimes it would affect gameplay and stuff. Like I don't know if you're too aware of it or whatever, but there's sort of the downside to the game is like it can be pretty buggy at times and stuff, and the rain. A lot of the times you would have to leave it off because it could make the game pretty buggy and stuff. But it really did add a lot to it. And yeah, like I said, Jason's a force of nature, and he's almost the embodiment of the woods. You know what I mean? He's that embodiment of the woods that's gonna come along like a gust of wind and sweep you away.
Exactly. He's the storm is kind of a little bit of a metaphor or whatever for what he is. The storm of Jason is coming.
Exactly. Very well put. And going back to the game for a second, one thing that's pretty cool about the game is on certain levels, you can not only escape in a car, but you can escape in a boat. So you'll spend half a map sometimes looking for the boat propeller. You need the propeller and you need the gas to get the boat going and stuff. And they'll hide the propeller at the most annoying spots sometimes. Sometimes it'll be in the what I call, like I said, the sex house that the kids are staying in and stuff. It'll be hidden at the very top of the stairs, on the bookshelf there, or it'll be in the Jarvis's basement. things like that. And yeah, like it's one of those things where like if you get a boat escape in the game, like you got to thank yourself pretty lucky and that, because like it doesn't happen too often. And like not only like do you have to get the boat started, but you've also got to be lucky enough that you haven't got a too savvy a Jason that realizes the boat's on the move. And then like different Jasons have different abilities. Like some of them are very fast in the water and some of them are very slow. Like if you're up against a Part 8, if he knows the boat's going, like you're done. There's no way you'll get to the end of the exit before he gets you. But if you manage to pull off a boat escape in that game, you're always pretty happy with yourself. And there's like a little like in-game thing you can do where you can like track like your progress. Like you get badges and stuff for doing like all these things in the games and like in the game and that. And it's like 100 boat escapes will earn you like a patch, and like for like trapping Jason like 100 times or knocking his mask off. And I don't know if you know, but in the game you can also kill Jason, man. Like I remember I could never get a Jason kill until I ended up having my group of buddies and stuff, because like every time, like if I had, because you need the sweater, like you need to obviously be a female character, go in and get the sweater, and then you need to knock the mask off, and you need to have Tommy to go along with the kill. Like once the mask's off and you put Jason in the trance by using the sweater, like aka what Ginny does at the end of Part 2, and then Tommy has to do the killing blow. But I mean, yeah, I could never get like random players to like go along with it so I could get a Jason kill. It wasn't until like I had my own like group of friends that I would play with until I could get a Jason kill and stuff. But yeah, I'm quite proud to say, like out of the like 5 years or so that I've been playing the game, I've only ever been killed about maybe 10, 12 times as Jason. And I mean, that's out of like playing literally thousands of matches. And yeah, I've got my fair share of Jason kills as well.
Well, dang, that's very cool. It sounds pretty intricate, where you need be a female character and have the sweater, and then have Tommy with you to even achieve that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like, because they didn't, like the makers of the game didn't really reveal that you could even kill Jason or even how to do it. So it was something that you would kind of gradually discover in the early days of the game and stuff. But it's pretty funny though, like when like you've got everything set up for a Jason kill and like Jason just starts running away from you, like just starts running away from you and Tommy and stuff, and he won't come near and things like that. Or sometimes like if you're about to pull off a kill, they'll rage quit and try to leave before you can get the kill. Like it's fucking hilarious, man.
That sounds goofy. And in these instances, is it someone online playing Jason?
Oh yeah. It's always like online matches and stuff, and yeah. I mean, back in the day when the game was new and stuff, like I had a group of friends. There was like usually around 4 or 5 of us, and we'd play like, dude, we were playing like most nights for like probably the first like 4 to 6 months of like the game's incarnation. Like we'd play like most of the time. And obviously, and the longer we played, the better we got and stuff. And yeah, we would try to kill Jason quite a bit in the game and stuff. And yeah, we get Jason's like raging out and stuff and all that sort of stuff. But mainly nowadays, like when I do play, like I mean, obviously I don't play as much now as I used to, but like I mean, every few weeks or so I'll get the itch to play, and I'll hit up a buddy of mine that I still play with, that I've known for all these years through playing the game, and play with him. And it's usually, most of the time, it's just me and him. Like sometimes our other friend Danny will join us, but usually it's just me and him, right? And sometimes like we'll go into a lobby, and like everyone in the lobby will be friends, like they'll all know each other, and it'll just be me and him. And sometimes like the other cancelers will like even try to team up with Jason and help Jason kill us, like by like opening doors, like because you can barricade doors to stop Jason from coming into a cabin straight away. Like he has to knock down the door, and depending on what Jason you're using, depends on like how fast you can knock down the door, like by degrees of how strong the Jason is. So say part 4 Jason, he's very strong, so he'll knock down the door in like 3 hits. But anyway, like yeah, you'll get like people playing as cancels will like try to cheat and team up with Jason and tell Jason where you are and things like that. And because like me and him know the game at this point, like the back of our hand, like inside out, we're pretty good, man. And it's just funny as hell. Like when it's like a whole lobby versus us, and we still manage to either survive the night, which means like you survive until the time runs out because matches go for like 20 minutes. Either that or we escape in like a car or whatever, or even sometimes they'll get in cars and try to run us over and stuff like that. Counts as a kill. Like a canceller can actually kill another canceller if they hit you in the car, or like if they try to do that to us, we'll do it back to them. We'll get in the car and like try to run all them over and stuff. And it can get pretty pretty toxic at times, man. Like especially on their part, man. Like people can get pretty pissed and stuff when when you outgame them, I guess.
Well, gosh, that sounds, I guess, interesting is the word. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, at times, like especially early on in the game's life and stuff, like it kind of did piss me off sometimes that people wouldn't play the game the way it was designed. Like I was saying earlier, like how the game suffers from like glitches and stuff. Like they've fixed quite a few of them over the years, but like way back in the day, there used to be this glitch, right, where you could literally, as a canceller, you could literally get on top of the Packanack Lodge, and there was almost no way for Jason to actually kill you. Like you could just sit up there for 20 minutes and just like piss fart around, and that'd be it, man. And like it really annoyed the shit out of me. I was like, man, what's the point of that? Like, why would you play a game just so you can get to like this glitch point and not be killed? You know what I mean? That sort of stuff used to frustrate the hell out of me. Or like, when I would beat Jason and I would kill people and they would crack it and that, and it's like, well, what do you want me to do? I'm Jason. It's my job to try to kill you, and like that's the sort of thing. It's the sort of game where theoretically, unless you're a very skilled player, like I mean, don't want to boast, but like I am and some of my friends are, you're not gonna live every match. Like I remember when we first started playing the game, we used to die heaps, man, and we'd never complain, But I mean, you get a lot of people out there, man. They're very sore losers.
Yeah, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, but I mean, overall though, it's definitely a fun experience, and I've had a lot of fun with it over the years, and I've made some good friendships out of it, man. Like I wouldn't know my good friend Daniel if it wasn't for the game, man.
Yeah, that's really cool how it can bring fans of the franchise together all over the world like that.
Yeah, me and him have even gone through and watched the films together like a couple of times at this point, man. Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I always thought that was like a bit of an artsy, like fartsy kind of kill, but in a good way. The way Jason gets that one twin that's decided to go home, and that like the way you see like the shadow of Jason on the side of the house, and then he throws a body up against the wall and stuff. And apparently that wasn't that body that got thrown up against the wall of the house wasn't even the actress.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't imagine it was, but I can remember certain instances of how things were handled for the TV version. I remember that they showed the shadow getting impaled, but that shot of her being thrown up against the house wasn't in the TV version. They didn't include that aspect. So there are aspects of the TV version, the edits that were made that I can remember. And another thing, as long as I'm talking about the edits briefly, I'll mention the scene when the kids arrive to the rented house. I can remember the TV version was oh, that doesn't, I've come to realize you don't need to have girls all about. And Teddy goes, that's a sin, you dead fuck. And in the TV version, they just said, they cut after he said, that's a sin. They just cut to the next shot.
Interesting. Does it kind of bug you that like you can't watch the film without thinking of those things, or?
No, actually, it's kind of the opposite. It just reminds me of that really really fun evening when I was 12 years old recording it off of TV. So it doesn't. It's actually a thing that actually makes me allows me to enjoy the movie more.
Interesting, man. That's yeah. I wish I had more memories like that with films, but yeah, I never really watched a lot of movies on TV, man. To be honest, like I mean, the odd one here and there, but yeah, like more often than not, I would like either just watch them straight from the video store that I've hired it from, or I would have like my own copies from the video store. Like with case in point, the Friday films, I had my own like official like copies and stuff. Well, they were dub copies back in the day. I didn't have the actual original tapes, my own tapes back in the day, but they were all copied from the original tapes. So I never had TV versions of a lot of films, man. To be honest.
Yeah, that's very cool. But yeah, to answer your question again, yeah, I mean, for me, watching the film now, the theatrical cut, obviously, yeah, it is fun, and I guess I might as well just mention it right now so I don't forget. I don't imagine I would forget, but since we're on the topic, I'll just mention that another edit for TV, in regards to a kill or after the fact was when the character of Sarah goes up to see the guy in the shower and he's basically stuck to the wall or whatever. The camera pans over to see his feet, and then they cut back to her screaming, and then you see in the theatrical cut, like him nailed to the with a railroad spike or whatever through the back of his back or whatever, nailed to the wall. When they in the TV cut, when they cut back to him, they just cut back to that same shot of the feet again. So
Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Um, yeah. Also, I wanted to mention like I mean, like we've already talked about, like the good rapport that Glover and the guy that played Teddy had together. I think also same could be said for Kimberly Beck and good old Foul Dog, man. I think they feel like they really are related, and I've seen interviews where Kimberly Beck talked about like how she did everything she could to kind of build a rapport with Corey, and that was partly the reason why she took him trick or treating and that, and also she could relate to him because apparently she was an actor when she was a young kid. And I think she was in. I could be wrong, but I think she may have been in The Birds or something like that when she was a little girl. Hitchcock's The Birds, probably, or something like that. I remember hearing that somewhere.
okay, yeah, I don't think she would have been old enough to have been in the Birds because that one chick, I don't know if it's Veronica Cartwright or whatever from Alien. I think she was a
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think I might be getting mixed up with that. I know she was in some old film though, like around, might have been like early '60s then maybe, or somewhere around there. But I know she was a child actor though. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. And before we continue, I just wanted to just say one more thing on the artsy fartsy kill of the less promiscuous of the two twins when she gets the shadow gets impaled and then the corpse with the spear gets thrown up against the house. I think one is to assume that she's basically thrown up against the outside of the house of the room where the kids are watching that old kind of nudie film, and it's so funny how it's so loud and
They don't hear it.
yeah, it's just such a loud clunk, and it's right outside where they're sitting right next to the window that they don't hear it at all, which I always laugh at.
I picked up on that years ago. I was like, all right, I know there's a storm outside, but come on, really? You didn't hear that?
Yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, you get you get some nice more moments, man, like the one we were talking about earlier with the chick that goes back to get the car, Sarah. Where you get some nice moments like that where Mrs. Jarvis comes back home and the house is in darkness, and she's just walking around, gets herself a glass of water, and she's just looking around, wondering where the kids are and stuff. And you get the great Manfredini score playing there. Yeah, it's great stuff, man.
Yeah, this scene, I got it memorized in my head pretty well. This scene when she comes back from a jog, being, caught in the rain in a nighttime jog, and this scene is lit so wonderfully well. Like, so many movies and so many of the Friday films moving forward, like Seven and maybe even Six to a certain extent, the more modern, the more modern horror movies get in a lot of cases, the more they just seem to flood them with light. But this scene when she comes back from the jog is just so wonderfully dark and creepy. And I love the dialogue where she's like, she asks for Gordon and, Trish or Tommy, and she's like, where the hell are they? And it's just like, wait a minute, where the hell are you? Like, in the dark house, where the hell am I myself is kind of funny.
Yeah, like she wants to strangle Tommy because he's once again left the house unlocked. But yeah, you really don't get scenes like this in movies anymore, man. Just those really atmospheric moments, man. They're very rare in films nowadays. I mean, one film that I guess kind of comes to mind that you kind of get anything like that in nowadays, like maybe something like The Conjuring. There's a few moments, I guess, in those films, especially the first one. It's kind of like that, but it's pretty rare now, man.
Yeah, and that's a real shame because I think that I don't know. It's nice to just stop, the killing and stop, even sex scenes, nudity, dialogue scenes. Just stop all of this kind of stuff that the majority of the movie is permeated with, and just have a scene like this. It's a little bit of, it's all, it's kind of a break from everything, but also just a little bit of a switch into something different for a while. And like I said earlier, for a first-time viewer, it can be more of a suspenseful scene because they don't know if something's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I think also, like, it kind of works the same way as levity does in a horror film, you know what I mean? It gives the audience a chance to kind of, like, calm down and stuff before, you want to, shock them again, I guess, with another kill, And, yeah, it's moments like that, man, that, I really want to play upon in my fan film, man, if I ever do get the thing made.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is like one of the first moments in the franchise, I think, where it happened again in the next film and in New Beginning. But I think this is the first time in the franchise where more of someone who's a little more, God, I don't know how to say it. Someone who's a little more older is actually killed, like someone in their 40s or whatever is, not one of these promiscuous kids. But a mother of two of the characters and the younger characters in the film is killed. It's just goofy how like we were talking about before, that Jason could have just as easily killed Rob early on. He ends up doing it later, but he could have killed him, when he was like ripping up the map and wrecking the rifle and stuff, and he doesn't. It's like, God, why the hell does he feel the need to? I mean, I guess we have to only assume that the mom of the Mama Jarvis, if you will, ends up getting killed because of her reaction, and we never see her again. And it's one of the moments of the movie that always kind of perplexes me, like the fact that mom is apparently killed, and it even makes it a little more goofy that it's like it might be one of the only off-screen kills in the film.
Yeah, I think it really is the only one, man. And I'm okay with the off-screen kill, man. I don't mind one every once in a while. It's sort of ominous and can be kind of shocking. It's abrupt, Kind of makes me think, like, what did she see? Like, was Jason just like walking around the house and she just saw him like with his mask on, or the look she gives makes me think that she saw him without the mask on, dude. Like, she's that kind of like terrified the way she looks. Like, it makes me think that Jason wasn't wearing his mask at that particular moment.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never even given that much thought. I guess every time I watch it, I just assume like he just kind of just, came out of the darkness with the machete raised and just that's what she was reacting to in her last few moments of life before some kind of machete or spear or implement was impaled her or whatever. But that's a good point because she does react kind of with more of a terrified reaction than you know, which would indicate possibly his mask not being on, which I don't see why it wouldn't be. But I hear you there.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Terry's off-screen kill from part two. The way she just kind of turns around and sees Jason, she's starts screaming.
Oh yeah, there you go. Kind of a callback to that one.
Yeah, but yeah, I really dig that scene, man. It's a great little moment in the movie, man. Yeah, and you've got the strikes of lightning when she's outside. It just and the rain, it just adds to the whole thing, man.
Once again, it's raining, and this actress is being drenched in what I can only assume is cold water, and you can see her breath in the same shot. It's like, oh my god.
Well, it's great that you bring that up because I can segue perfectly into there is comment about that, man, about how it was torturous for the actors to work in the rain, and they reckon a lot of the time, especially shooting all those scenes, it was miserable to work on the movie. Even the guy who played Rob remembers them just drenching him in pretty much ice cold water before scenes and stuff, which I can imagine would be not fun and kind of amazing that they all didn't get hypothermia like Judy Aronson and Almost Crooked.
Yeah, when I generally don't watch the Halloween movies except for like September and October, and every time I watch them, I always, or maybe not every time, but in past recent years, I watch the Halloween films and with a kind of this ironic thought of like how so many of the Friday the 13th films are supposed to take place during the summer, and unfortunately they were like filmed in the fall or some cases the winter and more warmer climates and stuff like that, and they're supposed to be take place in the summer. And it's a lot of the early Halloween films, like the first two Halloween films, were like filmed in a more of a warm time of year with green leaves, and they're supposed to be in a colder environment. It's just like
Yeah, it really is a interesting correlation, that isn't it? I've often thought that myself. Um, I do know that the studio, I guess Paramount, gave Joe Zito a bit of shit because they didn't really see the point in building the house that the kids are in at the same location that the Jarvis house was in. They probably would have, I don't know, got him preferred for him to build it on a soundstage or whatever. But I remember him saying he had to really fight for that, and they kept cutting the budget down for building the house. It was originally supposed to be a fair bit bigger than it ended up being.
That's interesting. It does make you wonder, though, I mean, what are your thoughts in regards to that? Because and this is an instance where I kind of almost side with the studio. I mean, I know that we've already said that there's a shot from like the window when he's looking at the chick getting naked, that you can kind of see and stuff, and there's the one shot that, actually without a cut pans from Jarvis' house to the sex house, if you will. But I mean, it's almost like he did that one shot just because it's like, well, I got the house built like I wanted to. I might as well do this shot, which shows both of them without a cut because I mean, as a fan of the film, do you think, I mean, it was really that necessary for him to have that, had that house built there for you?
I wouldn't say necessary, but I think it's damn fucking cool. And I know, I think the guy who played Rob actually spoke to him about, I could be wrong, but there could be a commentary where they're on there together, I think. Is that right? The guy that played Rob, was he on a commentary with Zito?
Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean I'm correct. I can't remember who did the
I
comment.
remember, yeah, I remember some conversation with like it was either him and the guy that played Rob, or it could have been the writer or whoever, where like they were saying to Zito, like it's obvious why you got this shot. Zito's like, well, yeah, I had to have at least one shot where it shows like the two houses like close proximity together and kind of justify the reason why he wanted to shoot it that way, I guess. But I don't know, man. I think it adds a little something to the movie. I don't think it's 100% necessary, but I think it helps.
Yeah, I hear you. And honestly, I think the editor wasn't even keen on that shot where it's kind of like goes from the Jarvis house to the sex house in the same shot or something like that. And I'm just like, what the hell's your problem? I mean, that shot works fine for me. I don't know why an editor would have a problem with that shot, but oh well.
No, I've never heard that before. That's interesting, and I don't know why he had to stick up his ass about that shot. I think it's a great shot, man. You got that nice wide angle, and it's raining, and I think it really works.
It's really weird. Like I think in the kind of the unspoken, I don't know, Hollywood kind of filmmaking rules. I think in North America, it's I don't know. From what I've heard, it's generally not that common or a well held practice or whatever of camera moves like that, where it goes kind of like from one angle to the other angle in a 300 and not 360, but a 180-degree thing. It's kind of like I can remember possibly a commentary on Predator, like John McTiernan was into all kinds of camera moves and stuff that traditional Hollywood like cinematographers were kind of you know pretty much told, or the practice was that these kind of practices wasn't welcome in the industry and stuff like that. I want to say that John McTiernan talked about that in the Predator commentary, and the editor might have been somewhat in the same school of thought, like, oh my god, this is a shot that is like nearly a 180-degree pan from one spot to another. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, let your rule. I mean, I don't understand people like this at all who have these who live by these kind of whatever rules that they apply to their artistry. It's just like, why are you in something creative in the first place if you let these rules dominate you like that? I just never understood it.
Yeah, as a director, if that was me, I'd feel like at least having one hand tied behind my back. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not allowed to stretch out as a filmmaker and film the movie as interestingly as I can. And I've heard that commentary on Predator a few times, and McTiernan, he seems like a really smart fellow, man. Like I remember him saying something like one of his film professors like told him to go and learn a movie. And when he says that, he doesn't mean like, go and learn like all the lines from the movie and what the movie's about. It like go and learn the movie, like learn how the movie was shot and try to figure out all that technical aspect about it out. You know what I mean? So pretty intelligent guy, McTiernan. It's a shame that his career went down the toilet and he ended up doing some time for a while, eh?
Well, yeah, anytime you have someone who is talented and kind of goes against the grain, the same with like Orson Welles, for example. I mean, they are pretty much attacked by and shunned by the system. It's a damn fucking joke.
Well, yeah, it's also like when you think about like all the shit Hitchcock went through just to get Psycho made. It's fucking ridiculous, like the studio didn't even want him to have a shot of the toilet in the film, and they didn't like it because he found a way to write the toilet into the script that totally made sense, and the movie kind of wouldn't make a lot of sense if that shot of the toilet wasn't even in the film. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I mean, let them make the film they want to make, you know what I mean? I mean, that's why I truly think, a lot of films today suck, and why they're just so subpar is because the directors are just not allowed to have their vision on the screen half the time now. You know what I mean? They'll come up with the concept or whatever in the studios, like, well, you know, that's not very sound for today's audiences. Like, you've got to, you know, include, you know, this and that agenda, and it's like, dude, like, fuck off, you know? Like, I mean, could you imagine these films, man, if, like, you know, they were chock full of, like, you know, people's agendas and stuff, and it's like, man, just piss off, you know, honestly. Like, let it be a movie.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, I pretty much just smother myself in movies from the, you know, 20th century versus stuff coming out these days as a result of, or, you know, because of that. It's like, wow, you can watch stuff that was just entertainment, kind of made more for entertaining purposes instead of all other kinds of reasons and things they wanted to slip in there.
Yeah, it's like I'm not against the movie having a message. A movie having a message can be cool and all. You know, I mean, but I mean, there's a limit, and like films at the end of the day are supposed to be escapism. They're not meant to be, you know, something that makes you think about your daily life every friggin' second you watch it. It's like don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, you know, there's modern films that I still, you know, really enjoy and think are good and all. But I'd be lying if I didn't say, like, one of the big reasons why I still go to movie theaters and stuff, it's more or less for the experience of just going to a theater. Then that almost overrides, like, what I'm going to see even sometimes. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's like when I go there, I'm reliving my childhood by doing that, you know?
Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't even matter what's on the screen. It just matters just the fact that you're in front of the screen.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, even as a kid, like, I remember even as a kid, right? Like, going to video stores, like, and I would have no pocket money, no nothing. I had no way of renting a movie, and I would still go there and just look around, like, just because I liked being there. It was just a cool place to hang out, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I used to go to mom and pop video stores and they have these little bins with free posters and free standees and stuff that I'd go to see what the latest free poster or free standee was I could take home.
Oh yeah, I used to do that all the time. Yeah, try to score free poses and that. Yeah, scored some good stuff over the years, man. Definitely, but yeah, video stores, man. Yeah, it really is a shame they're not really around anymore. They're pretty much extinct. It's something that upcoming generations are not going to know nothing about. It's pretty sad, man. Like I said, it wasn't just somewhere to get movies. It was. I mean, obviously it was that, but it was a hangout too, man. You know, and like, it was even better when you'd happen to strike up a conversation with either the clerk working behind the desk or you know, just another random customer, and it was even cooler when, you know, you found out you had similar taste in horror or whatever. Like, I can't remember how many times I'd be standing in the horror section and someone else would be in the horror section looking at movies, and you know, I'd strike up a conversation with them like that. Or, I mean, I know you used to work in a store yourself, so I mean, yeah, you must have had dozens of conversations like that over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel very fortunate to have worked in, God, I can't even remember. It seems like, yeah, two or three video stores, and then also a place in the North America back in the 90s was by the name of Suncoast Motion Picture Company. They sold movies, Laserdisc, and mostly VHS and things like that. So yeah, I spent a lot of time in my younger years working at either video stores or stores that sold movies.
Yeah, I always, yeah, when I was a kid, I did want to work in the theater for a while. And a buddy, like, had it all set up for me at one point. He was like, he was working there, he was going to get me a job there, right? And at the last minute, I pulled out and decided not to do it. And he goes, why don't you want to work here now, man? Like, you know, you love movies. And the thought dawned on me. I go, dude, I go, if I start working here, I think it's going to dispel my love for going to the theater, dude. I think I'm not going to be able to go to the theater without thinking of it as work. So yeah, that's why I didn't go down that avenue, I think.
Well, that's a very valid point, and honestly, over the years and stuff, I thought about working at a pizza place and stuff, and that's one of the reasons why I never went through with that. Now, obviously, working with food is kind of like who the hell wants to do that anyway? But there have been times over the years in my younger years where I've been hard up for work and have thought about working at a pizza place. But one of the main reasons why, well, like I say, who the hell wants to work with food at your job anyway? But one of the main reasons why is because I didn't want it to ruin my love for pizza.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It kind of bears in mind to bring this up because I mean he even did like a commentary with his buddy on this film, but um, uh, Adam Green, man, yeah, I've even heard him talk about, and other filmmakers as well. Like once you become even a filmmaker, man, like and you work on a lot of films and stuff, it's hard to just sit down and watch any movie and not think about like, oh, I wonder how many days it took them to do this scene here, or like I mean, the lighting in this shot like is like a little bit off. Like they could have improved on that. Like you know,
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's anything wrong with watching a movie as a filmmaker, though. For me, it's kind of it makes it more fun. So it's not something that detracts from a film viewing experience for me. I've even got Beth doing stuff like pointing things out and this and that, like, oh, this is probably this or this is probably that or that was because of this. So I've kind of rubbed off on her in that aspect.
no, I totally agree with you. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, maybe if I don't know if either of us were in the industry like some of these other guys are, you know what I mean? Where like you've made, I don't know, 20 films, man. Maybe by that point, once you watch movies after that, I know it might dispel a little bit of that. Yeah, like just I guess sitting down and enjoying a movie. But you should know by now that yeah, I enjoy the technical aspect of things just as much as like the next big movie buff. But yeah, I was just kind of trying to relate to it, like yeah, how like yeah, if you do something as a job for a long time, it can kind of take away the fun from it, I guess. But I mean, who knows? Maybe with if we both were filmmakers, maybe it wouldn't. I mean, who really knows? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's no way to know.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess we'll get back to Friday 4 Pacific talk, I guess. But yeah, the scene where Trish goes to find Rob in his tent, and that's a pretty atmospheric scene, and you get the kind of the POV, bit of a POV shot there where you're supposed to think it's Jason, and you get the silhouette of Rob up against the tent and stuff. I remember thinking that was pretty tense when I first saw it, and I was like, "Oh shit, is that really Jason or what?"
Yeah, and honestly, the moment that I think is used in the trailer, the moment where it's kind of like we see, the character from inside the tent of Rob kind of walk into your view with the machete outside in the rain or something. It's such a cool shot. It's too bad that it's not a shot of Jason. Every time I watch it, I'm like, that's such a cool shot. It's too bad it's Rob and not Jason.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, yeah, but I mean, you could look at it this way. They kind of, like, in a bit of a different way, kind of did the same thing with the chick that's in the tent in A New Blood Man, where Jason's kind of walking around the tent and he splits it open and grabs a hold of her in the sleeping bag and stuff.
Well, that's true. And while we're even on that topic, do you know that the shot, that scene in Friday 7, there is a shot of the kind of the POV from this film on this scene in the rain of the tent. It's supposed to be the tent in the seventh film, the Friday 7.
I think I've heard that before somewhere before. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's interesting, man.
Yeah, they must have done in Friday 7. They must have done some color timing to get rid of the rain as good as possible. You can barely see the fact that it's raining, but they use a shot of kind of that POV, push into the tent in Friday 7, right before she says, she's in the on the cot or whatever. Okay, you big hunk of a man, come and get me. So that's really kind of interesting. It's a completely because the tent they're in is much bigger and much more of
Yeah,
a.
it's a different tent. Yeah, I was about to just say that. I think Beekler mentions that on the commentary. That's how you can tell. Yeah, it's a completely different shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how I remember. Yeah, that I've heard that before somewhere. Yeah, that's interesting. And even in part 7 too, they go. We'll talk about that, I guess, again when we do part 7. But they went back to the Jarvis house and did some pickup shops as well, which I'm sure you're well aware of.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really crazy. But getting back to final chapter in this scene, every time I watch it, I always think it's so funny that I don't know for some reason. I don't know. I guess he thinks Jason's in the tent, but I don't know why he kind of slices the side of the tent with the machete. I don't know if he's trying to slice Jason, but then when he comes into the shot and sees that it's Kimberly Beck character or whatever, that Trish is in the tent. I love his reaction. I laugh every time. It's like, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, you just made me mess up my tent. I thought you were Jason. Yeah, I guess that would really put a snag in where he was going to spend the rest of the night if the events of the film hadn't taken place. Eh? He would have had to go back and bed down at the Jarvis house, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think Trish would have minded.
Yeah, I don't think so. And Mummy might have had thoughts about it, but yeah, who knows?
Well, she was dead.
I did say if the events of the film hadn't have taken place, that's why I said like.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, if Jason hadn't have killed her mum and all that by then, but yeah.
I got you.
Anywho, friggin', did you know that the actor that plays Ted, the whole scene where he's watching the porno and stuff, did you know he was actually stoned when they were shooting that?
Yeah, I want to say that I heard that somewhere, and I guess it looks pretty evident. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell his eyes. He's pretty blazed out, dude.
Well,
yeah, I love how Jimbo brings him down, tearing his panties. Why don't you run this through your computer, teddy bear?
hey, congratulations, Jimbo.
Where's that bottle of wine? Why don't we celebrate?
Yeah, I wish I could remember for the life of me how they handled the nudie film on TV. I would imagine they had shots that featured people with their clothes on for those shots. But there's some things I can really remember, like some of the kills and some of the edits, and some things I just can't recollect at all.
Yeah, speaking of those cuts, man. I mean, like us Friday fans, like I think it's safe to say, like unabashedly, like we'll buy almost anything they release for these films. Like, I mean, someone has to have these TV cuts somewhere. Like, I'm surprised they don't release them, dude. Like just for fans to have like alternate cuts.
That's a really super duper amazingly great point. And as a matter of fact, I'd buy the whole frickin' franchise over again in TV cut versions. As a matter of fact, the Arrow Video version of RoboCop they put out does include the TV cut, which is just a riot. I think TV cuts would be really cool if they could make those more of extras in Blu-ray releases.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder who owns those, man. Like, I wonder if it's Paramount themselves or if I don't know how TV cuts work. I don't know if, like, do the studios still own them or do they belong to the TV channels that air them? I don't have any idea how that stuff works.
Yeah, I would imagine the studios own it, and and in some cases they may still have them, or they may not have them. But yeah, that's a really good point. It'd be so cool to just do, arguably, I mean, the sales wouldn't be ridiculously high for like TV cut versions of the Friday films, but I can tell you, I think they'd have at least two sales, possibly you and me for sure. That'd be really fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear people talk heaps about like the TV cuts of Halloween. You know what I mean? But they're pretty popular. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the TV scenes for Halloween 1 are pretty cool, man. Like some of those scenes with young Michael and Loomis, like trying to keep him locked up, I think really works well. But yeah, man, if they were just released again and with the TV cuts included, yeah, I'd totally buy all the Friday films again just for that, man. That'd be kind of cool, you know.
Absolutely, just another way to experience the films if we're in the TV cut mood.
What about you? You going to buy this new 4K release of the first movie?
Well, I don't have a 4K TV or a player, so yeah, I don't intend to anytime soon. That's for sure.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't have any 4K tech yet. I do know some people that are planning on buying it, but yeah. And like that first movie, like I've said ad nauseum at this point, the effects in the first movie don't hold up too well on Blu-ray, man. So I can't imagine how they would look on 4K. But I mean, you know, the rest of the film, I guess, would be worth seeing, I guess, besides the kills. But yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe I'd get it at some point, but I only just got that Blu-ray steelbook that they released for the first film like a couple of years ago. So yeah, I just wanted to go back to Jimbo's kill just for a second. Chris McGlover's kill. I just love the way how he's asking Ted for that corkscrew and the way Jason gives him the corkscrew. You know.
Yeah, once again, the so many aspects of this movie are so freaking fun, and this kill is a perfect example of it. It's like, not every time, but a lot of times when I'm watching this movie and, you know, he gets the corkscrew in the hand, a lot of times I'm like, there you go, motherfucker!
Yeah. Another thing that I want to talk about in this discussion, I mean, it's mentioned in the trailer as well. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Jason, he moves like a shadow. He barely seems to breathe, and like, yeah, like Jason kind of he doesn't. He's more of a ferocious Jason in a way. Like he doesn't really fuck around. You know what I mean? Like some of the kills are very quick, and like he like just pops up everywhere in this fucking movie. You know what I mean? Like he gets Jimbo in the kitchen, and then before you know it, like he's on the roof getting ready to fucking throw Tina out the window. And yeah, I remember Ted White saying that he watched I think 2 and 3 in prep for this, and he liked what the other guys did, but he wanted to play Jason like more like vicious, like he's a man with a mission.
Yeah, I remember hearing that too. That definitely comes across in his portrayal, that's for sure. I mean, one of the things that I understood even as a teenager about the final chapter is just the way the character of Jason is just so freaking brutal. It's just, if this was, you know, the final film in the series, I still think it just would have been such a great way to go out.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I go as far as to say, like, yeah. I mean, I've said a lot of times, is there's other entries in the series that I really do dig the hell out of, but this really would have been a really good way to cap it off, man. It really would. And just like the overall look of Jason, it's one of the best Jason looks as well, man. Like from all aspects, even down to like he's really like rotten fingernails and stuff, you know, like he's jagged, like, you know, sharp fingernails.
Yeah, those long black fingernails. That's a detail that I don't think I really even noticed like when I was a kid and a lot of the teen years of me watching it. I think maybe
Yeah, I don't
just
think you'd notice that on VHS, really.
yeah, I was just gonna say I think the first time I really noticed it maybe was when it first came out on DVD. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the same way for me also, man. But yeah, I always love that kill where he throws friggin' just blazed Tina out that window. He's like, "You fucking gone, bitch," and she just lands on the TV and pops out all 4 windows. I think yeah, it took a while. I think maybe a couple of takes at least to get that. Like I think Joe wanted to really make sure that all those all those car windows popped out at the same moment and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's just a really cool kill. And like I think I mentioned this before, and I was gonna mention it when we were talking about the death of Mommy Voorhees, or Mommy Jarvis rather. I think it's really cool what the editor did on the trailer of this film, where we see Mommy Jarvis look up in horror to see the Jason throwing the girl out the window. It's just like, God dang, that would have been cool if it would have went like that in the movie.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, man. But I really dig the scene, yeah, when Rob and Trish are talking about like what's going on with Jason and stuff, and like you get the artist's depiction of Jason. Do you ever get the idea of like that drawing of Jason like was probably done from the description that Alice probably gave of what Jason looked like when he came and grabbed her out of the water and stuff in the dream sequence?
Yeah, I think every time I watch a movie and you get a shot of that little sketch, yeah, that's kind of what I think probably generally runs through my mind, and possibly even something that maybe the character of Alice could have sketched herself.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because she was an artist after all. Yeah, I've never really thought of that. I don't think, but yeah, that's definitely cool way to look at it. But I love that whole exchange where he's saying how Jason's body's disappeared from the morgue, and Trish is like just trying to brush it off. Well, then it was stolen. It's like it was not stolen. Two people from the hospital are missing. Coincidence? I just love how he seemed like he was pretty into this role, man. I think he's a good addition. I really do kind of wish, man, like that he had more of a showdown with Jason somehow. To be honest, he's kind of like the forerunner, man, for like what Tommy becomes in part 6 in some ways.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And honestly, listening to you talk about the character of Rob in this movie, it is a shame that he went out in such a ridiculous fashion, like going down into that dark basement just to get his teeny weeny little frickin', just frickin' knife. It's just like, God dang it. It is such a waste of the character. But I guess the filmmakers were kind of like, well, Tommy's got to become the hero, so we got to get rid of Rob so Tommy can do that. But it would have been cool if Rob could have, I don't know, just maybe gone out a little better than he did. I agree completely.
He's killing me! He's killing me!
Yeah, I know. You know the story behind that and him saying that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zito, man. Yeah, there was some real guy that was like getting stabbed in like New York City somewhere, wasn't it? And that's where he got it from.
Yeah, honestly, every time I watch that scene, it's a little depressing because of now that I know that story. It's one of those instances where knowing behind the scenes info kind of ruins that moment, but oh well.
Yeah, I think it's another thing, man, of like Zito, like really, being laser focused on just putting everything he could into this installment. You know what I mean? And I can definitely understand that, man. How it's a little unnerving knowing that, it came from real life events. But like I was saying earlier, man, you could argue that. Friday is loosely based off what happened at that Girl Scout camp, man, like in the mid-'70s, and it even took place on even the real events happened on June 13th. So I mean, you kind of look at it that way too.
Oh, great! Now the whole franchise is ruined. Thanks, Jesse.
No worries, mate.
All right.
But I've just come across that scene you're talking about, man. The where Tommy's in the basement, dude. I don't know. I always kind of like forget this scene's in the movie until I'm watching the scene, dude. For some reason, I don't want to say it's forgettable, but I just I don't know. It goes by, I guess, pretty quickly, and just you kind of forget it's there.
Well, that's because yeah, it serves no purpose. That's why you forget it's there.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's kind of true. Well, oh, well, I don't know. Like, wouldn't he be in there though, trying to get the power? Like, he's trying to get the power back on. That's, I guess the purpose of it. Yeah, there is a part where he opens up the fuse box and that, but then he kind of just ends up just shining the his flashlight around the rest of the basement. I guess that's sort of the purpose. He went down there to get the power back on, but yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, for some reason it just doesn't stick with me.
Yeah, it's a goofy scene. I would wager that there's probably more to that scene that we'll never see.
Yeah, well, it's not in any of those deleted scenes. So I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe it was extra footage that never surfaced. It makes you think, hey, like these selected deleted scenes that you end up getting on a lot of these films. It makes you think, like, how much more is there out there that you never did see? You know what I mean? Like, it couldn't just be those few, like, 5 or 6 scenes you kind of get on a lot of films. You know, it makes you think, like, I mean, especially when you hear, like, certain films, like the original cut was like 3 hours long, and then the cut they end up releasing is like 85 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that sort of stuff endlessly interesting, and yeah, it'd be cool as fuck, man. And like, if we got all that sort of extra footage at some point for a lot of these sort of movies, man. But who knows? I guess only time will tell, you know.
Yeah, I would imagine if other stuff exists, maybe they think that, maybe stuff, oh, maybe people aren't, interested in this. And, maybe they found a whole bunch of extra stuff when they did those, Blu-ray with the extra dead fuck dance moves and the gore stuff. Maybe there was a whole bunch of extra stuff, but they're like, well, people aren't going to care about this stuff. That's probably what they think. And meanwhile, fans of the films are out here going, we'd love to see absolutely frickin' everything that was cut that we can see.
Well, it goes back to our conversation on the first movie, man, when you said that Harry thought that most of the fans even would probably only want the really main like music cues from the movies. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, man, we want to hear everything. They kind of underestimate our thirst, man, for material.
Oh yeah, that's a good comparison. The deleted scenes that the studio might think we don't care about, and all of the Friday the 13th Harry Manfredini music that Harry thought we might not care about. It's a good comparison.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, in the 80s, I mean, who knew there'd be all these special editions and stuff one day, but I don't know, man, I do wish though that, obviously that they took better care of, where they put a lot of this fucking stuff, all these extra bits of footage and whatnot, but I mean, I'm pretty sure I've heard you mention it and other fans mention it as well that, since we did eventually get that part 2 edited gore that I'm in love with, that oh, dude, I really am, dude. You have no idea how hard my dick got, man, when that shit was released.
Well, I'm glad.
But,
I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know that now.
but yeah, I mean, who knows, man? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Do you reckon, there's better quality of the Part 7 footage floating around in some vault, like at the end of friggin'? I think there's some vault out there, like the end of friggin' Raiders of the Lost Ark, where it's just sitting there, to never be found until 100 years from now when we're all dead, or or what?
Yeah. 100 years from now, we'll be all transferred into USB hard drives. Our whole memory and our being will be in AI hard drives storage. But honestly, yeah, in regards to the deleted gore from 7, I kind of less hopeful on that. I mean, I'd love for them to find, like they found the stuff for extra gore for the non-used gore from Final Chapter. I mean, here's this for an idea. Let's say, because we know that the gore they put in the movie was deleted and thrown away. How cool would it be if they did find, like what they did with Final Chapter, the gore footage that they didn't use in 35 millimeter form that could then be used to put into Friday 7. So things like that would be very cool if that came down the pike.
Well, what's funny though is they tracked down the gore for this movie, and then I think 6 as well. Yeah, there's all that deleted footage from part 6 as well, like the triple decapitation and whatnot. But what's funny is they tracked that footage down. I think around all that footage came out when they did the DVD special editions, wasn't it?
Yeah, just kind of just coincidentally timed with the remastering of the franchise for the special or deluxe editions, whatever they called them.
Yeah, so but the funny thing is though, is I've heard when they went through a lot of that stuff, they found some memo that was instructions for someone to destroy all the excess footage and gore footage and whatnot. I don't know exactly when that was supposed to have been done, but I'm guessing maybe pre-2000 sometime. But if that was done though, then how come the footage that we do have survived? It's pretty strange.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's never say never, but and then I guess that's a little bit of hope for us, getting that unused gore footage and film, 35 millimeter form from Final Chapter and the VHS footage from Part 2, and I guess it gives us a little bit of hope for 7 and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you had told me that one day we get that Part 2, extra gore, I would have never believed you. You know what I mean? But but if you think about it in the context that we actually did get that, it was on a VHS tape. You know what I mean? I mean, that didn't come from Paramount, obviously. It come from Carl Fullerton's private stash. So I mean, I think if we were to get something for Part 7 or something, I think it would have to be something like that, man. It would have to be someone's private collection, somehow they have it, or some European printout there that somehow had the gore in the film. It'd have to be something like that, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
But I think it's very poetic how Teddy Bear gets left all on his own, to watch the stag film on his own, mate.
Yeah.
Before he gets killed.
Yeah, and honestly, so many of the things that he laughs at in the nudie film are pretty much laugh with him every time I watch the movie. It's so funny.
Yeah, so you want to give the old teddy bear a kiss? So when the film cuts out, do you reckon do you reckon that was just coincidence, or do you reckon Jason somehow made the film cut out? But how could he though? Because he's behind the screen, I guess. But
yeah, that might be a little bit of filmmaking license being taken, because one would assume Jason hacked that piece of film at that moment. I suppose while Teddy's blinded by the light, he can be going from the projector back behind the screen. I guess that's one hypothesis.
Yeah, but it makes you think. I mean, why would, if he could do that, if he couldn't see him because of the blindness from the projector, why didn't Jason just go behind the chair or whatever and just grab him the same sort of way he did to Axel at the beginning of the movie, I guess. But that's a good point. But I like how you said that movie license. Yeah, Regan. I was listening to a podcast the other day where the dudes on there say that quite a bit. Yeah, you got to give it a bit of movie license. It's a
Yeah.
good old school term, mate. Yeah, reminds me a little bit of like when I say, "You got moxie, kid."
Okay, I didn't quite. Can you say that slower? I didn't understand that phrase.
You got moxie.
Oh,
You got moxie, kid.
Moxie. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. It yeah, freaking it's kind of simple but yet effective teddy bear's kill, I think, like I like the whole visual of like him sliding down the projector screen and you get the blood obviously and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and going back to your question, I think my answer for favorite kill, I mean, has to be pretty much. I mean, all of them are. I don't think I can. I don't think I can pick between them all. I mean, so many of them, are so good because at the time, Paramount probably had other ideas, but the movie was billed as being the last one at the time, and it really, if someone were to actually have seen it when it came out in the theater, being billed as the last one, the way the movie plays out and the ferociousness of Jason and the splendidness of the kills is definitely an indicator as to it's just like this is the fourth time out and we're going out with a bang, and yeah, I can't decide on a favorite kill. There, so many of them are so great.
Yeah, I mean, even when I say Crispin Glover's is my favorite, it is still a very hard choice, man. I can really relate to you there, man. Yeah, they're all they're all pretty good, man. I wouldn't say I'd say maybe Teddy's is probably maybe the weakest, maybe. But even in saying that, man, it's still like I just said, man, simple but yet effective.
Yeah.
But Doug's kill. There's I got a little bit of commentary on that. When Savini built the head for his kill, because obviously Jason squashes his head like a melon. Kind of reminiscent a little bit of what he does to the black dude in part 7 a little bit, except in part 7 it's sort of like squashing his head, top wise down, I guess, like as like a grapefruit, where this time he just kind of reaches in and just crushes him like from the inside the skull almost. It's like he's reaching for his inside of his skull from his cheekbones and whatnot. And anywho, friggin' Savini said to Ted White when he gave him the prop to work with, man, be careful because we only have one of these. And Zito said the exact opposite. Be rough with it. Be as rough as you want with it.
Yeah, you can tell that in the unused scene gore footage for that scene, and
Yeah, it's one of the more brutal kills. It's sort of like a bit more more brutal step up from the shower kill in Psycho. I guess it's sort of like probably knowing Zito being a big movie buff himself, probably a bit of a tribute to Psycho and just kind of a really cool homage, I guess, man.
yeah, and he maybe he is a Psycho fan because I want to say there's some kind of shower scene kill thing in the Prowler as well.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, that chick gets the pitchfork in it in the tummy, I believe. In the shower.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yeah. That's the one thing about that film, man. Like, as forgettable as some of it is, the kills really, they really do stand out, man. The kills in that movie are freaking great. It's almost like a snuff film in some ways. That film, and the kills in that film they're pretty freaking realistic. Like when he gets that one dude, I think it's either just before or just after he kills the girl in the shower, because the guy's her boyfriend. I remember he's getting undressed, and like the killer puts that friggin' blade right through his friggin' head, dude, like the top of his head, and you just see like his eyes roll over white, man. It's quite a breathtaking kill, man.
Yeah, you're right. It's too bad the rest of the movie's so kind of humdrum because it'd be. I know there's a lot of fans of the Prowler, but I think you and I kind of agree that it's pretty hard to get through.
Yeah, I mean, even in saying that though, like I totally agree with everything you say, but I'd be lying if I didn't say, yeah, I can't be caught watching the film every once in a while, just because I do enjoy the kills so much, and it does still have that '80s atmosphere, which I love. But yeah, it's just a shame, man. Yeah, that they didn't develop that film a bit more. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even know, like, it may not turn out any better, but I wouldn't be opposed to them trying to do a remake of that film, or hell, even bring, get Zito out of retirement or whatever, and let him do a remake.
Yeah, those would be cool ideas.
Talking about like, well, yeah, like doing news slashes or whatnot. I did hear the other day that they just wrapped principal photography on the sequel to the Mutilator.
Oh Jesus! So is it very briefly, folks? Just talking about the sequel to the Mutilator. Just very briefly, folks. So is it the same? Is it the same guy? But is it Buddy or Bud or
Yeah,
whatever?
Buddy Cooper. Yeah,
Well, that's some crazy
yeah,
news. That's some crazy news. Wow.
yeah, and yeah, like the survivors of the first film, they come back too apparently as well.
Well, golly, I'm kind of interested in that. Very very cool. Yeah, there's so many
Yeah,
people.
it's long
So
time coming.
so many people like I know when that Blu-ray of the Mutilator came out and the special features and the interviews, I'm pretty sure they were talking about a sequel, and same thing with like the original director and some of the stars of the original My Bloody Valentine. And it's like, yeah, you hear this stuff, and same thing with Madman, I want to say, and like you hear this stuff for years and years and years. It's really exciting to hear that it actually happened with one of them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, another one's Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I don't know how long I've heard about a sequel being in the works to that. Probably since I heard the commentary on the film, like back in the early 2000s. But yeah, it is really cool that one finally happened. And yeah, I've been hearing little whispers here and there for about the last at least few years about the Mutilator getting a sequel, and I'm kind of intrigued on just where they're going to go with that. You know what I mean? Like, is the son going to end up going crazy, or what? You know what I mean? Because like the dad can't come back. He was like cut in half at the end of the movie. So
Yeah, that'll be very interesting. So there you go.
yeah, I mean, Madman. Yeah, that's one that I always wish would get a sequel. I think you could do some more stuff with that.
Yeah, that's another one that they've been talking about wanting to do a sequel, or a lot of these people talk about because the remakes were so big for a while. A lot of these people were talking about remakes as well. Madman remakes, Sleepaway Camp remake. It's like, give it a rest.
Well, I mean, then sometimes it happens, and then it's a total disaster, like Return to Sleepaway Camp.
Exactly. But would we like to get back on the final chapter?
Yeah. Don't want to get too sidetracked. Here's something that I meant to mention earlier, but forgot to. Um, did you ever think that Sam is? Sorry, no, sorry, not Sam. Sarah is. Did you ever think that she might think of Sam as a little bit more than a friend? Like, just I don't know, man. I've always kind of picked up on that. Even like when she figures out that Doug's dead, like the first thing she thinks of, Sam, where's Sam?
You know what? That's a very good point, and it's like when Paul kind of hurts Sam's feelings and she's running away. Like Sarah seems to be more concerned with Sam than Paul is. That's a really good point. I never thought of that.
Yeah. I thought about it for quite a while, and she seems like she. It's good to be there for your friend and all. I get that, but yeah, she seems like she's more interested in and comforting her than she is hanging out with good old Dougie there, mate.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Yeah, but I always enjoyed her kill though, Sarah's kill, and gets the axe right through the chest through the door. That would take some pretty decent force on Jason's part, to get that launch that thing through the friggin' door right into her chest.
Yeah, I can still remember that moment watching this for the very first time, on VHS with my dad. We rented the actual R-rated, theatrical cut from the video store. I can remember that one moment where, we see her, probably a stunt woman, I would imagine, from the back, and just the door just splintering to pieces, and my dad was just like, whoa, or just like, oof, or ow, or, it was just that shot was just so hardcore that he was just like, kind of like affected him, like, oh my God, like,
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Also, I wanted to mention that Dougie's kill was Ted White's favorite kill. It was his favorite one to do because it was actually his hands that caused the death.
Oh yeah, versus just some kind of weapon or blade or implement.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a bad one to go with. But I love that shot there where you kind of get into the third act and sort of the siege, if you will, that Jason has on the Jarvis residence, and get that neat little shot of him ripping out the power box, and that's where you get that great shot of how gnarly his fingernails are and stuff.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is one of the big, or the best shots to show the black long fingernails. What a great little detail. I wonder whose idea that was.
Yeah, probably Zito, I guess. But I've come up to that shot now where it's you get both houses in that one shot, man, and like it is a little. I can see maybe not going to say it shouldn't be in the film, obviously, but I can kind of see, I guess, where the editor's coming from, where it is like a little bit on a bit of a Dutch angle, if you will. It's a little bit of, I guess, like an unusual camera angle to have the camera at, but I mean, dude, I think it works well, and it's fitting for the film, man. It works well.
Well, yeah, and the music that's going on there is really cool, and yeah, I mean, it works for me. One thing that I'm not watching it back. I got the movie very much in my memory, but one thing that's really cool about it from a technical standpoint, that shot, is like they had to have some massive rain stuff set up for that one shot, because it's like going from Jarvis' house all the way to the sex house, and that's some massive rain machines.
Yeah, I wonder how many liters of water they went through, man, making this film, man. The water
Exactly.
bill alone must have been quite high.
Yeah, bigger than the budget of your whole fan film.
Well, that's one thing with my fan film, man. I'm trying to figure out a way to have rain in the movie, man. I don't know if I'll be able to achieve it, but it's just a shame you can't use real rain, man. It just doesn't photograph properly, which sucks. But I don't know if you're aware of this, but I know in some movies, instead of using real water for rain, man, they actually use milk because it shows up on the screen better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've heard that or not.
Yeah, I remember my buddy telling me that years ago, man. I don't know if I know like they were doing it a lot in the old, like real old Hollywood times, like back in the 50s and 60s. I don't know if it like went as far as being still around in like the 80s and 90s and further on or whatnot. But I know at one point, yeah, they did do that because it photographed a lot better.
Okay, well, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously I agree that yeah, Rob needed to be taken out at some point, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I reckon they could have done something a little bit more. That's probably really the only gripe I have with the film that I can really think of, man. Now, I know we try to do that in most of our conversations, try to point out like maybe the one thing about the film that maybe we think could have been done a little bit differently, and that's probably it for me. Yeah, I think yeah, maybe they could have done maybe a little bit something more with it. But I mean, at the same time, I guess it kind of runs home the idea of this girl and her younger brother, they're going to have to get themselves out of the situation. Not even this guy who's like on a mission to stop Jason can even really be there and save the day.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
What's your thoughts on Gordon just like being like, I'm getting the fuck out of here and jumping out that window?
Yeah, that's always something that's interesting to me. Like, the dog jumps out the window and it's never seen from again, which is interesting. Honestly, I'm not the biggest dog fan in the world, so I don't have a problem with Gordon just disappearing for the rest of the movie. But it is kind of interesting. I remember thinking when I was a kid that I wonder if that was like dog suicide, or I mean, I think when I was first seeing it as a kid and stuff, I kind of assumed that Gordon bit the dust when he jumped out of the window because we never see him anymore.
Yeah, it's just weird, man. Like, yeah, why you just wants to jump out the window like that? It's strange, but I remember seeing the outtakes where the dog trainer was like outside that window, like trying to get the dog to jump out the candy glass window and stuff. I thought that was pretty funny.
I know watching those takes that weren't usable is just so you can just tell how why the hell people don't want to use animals in movies, because it's just like, oh my god, we can't get it to do what we want it to do.
Yeah, it makes you think what a nightmare like films like Cujo and things must be to make a.
Oh my god, yeah.
But I love when it cuts back to Tommy, and Tommy just starts rifling through friggin' Rob's bag, like doesn't even know this dude, starts rifling through his shit, and he comes across the newspaper articles and stuff, and you get like the one that's talking about like the original killings of I won't say Pam, I'll say Mrs. Voorhees.
Appreciate it.
And then, sorry?
Oh, I said I appreciate you not saying Pam.
So you don't go with the whole thing with her being called Pam. You just like to refer to her as Mrs. Voorhees, eh?
Yeah, because I mean, because I mean, to be fair, like I think the gravestone in this film says Pamela Voorhees. I mean, in no.
Yeah, it does. We talked about that earlier. Yeah.
No spot in no spot in the franchise is it ever Pam. I can understand you using the word though, because this franchise is near and dear to you, so it's your way of kind of becoming close to the characters. So it's not that I don't understand your usage of the word Pam, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. Part of me's part of the fan in me is kind of annoyingly bothered by it when you say Pam. I'm kind of like grit my teeth. I'm like,
no, I mean, I can dig it. I can dig it, dude. Being old school, thinking of it that way. Yeah, I can totally see it from both junctures, dude. Yeah, your juncture where it's like you want to keep it pure because that's how she's referred to in the first movie, and yeah, I mean, yeah, this is really the only film where it's ever said that her name was Pam. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just it's been with me for a long time, man. Just Pamela Voorhees, or sometimes I'll even I'll call her Mama Voorhees. I'll call her sometimes as well, which I think is quite funny.
Well, yeah, I don't have as big a problem with that as Pam. It's like calling Michael, Mikey Myers, and I think that one woman.
I hate that when he gets called that, like in what is it?
6.
6, yeah, little Mikey Myers that lived across the street. It's like, oh, his name's not Mikey. or where friggin' doesn't Busta Rhymes call him Mikey as well? Like, come on, man.
Oh, like I can remember that movie at all.
Well, mate, yeah, I mean, I mean, I only remember it because it I don't know, it was so awful that it kind of seared into my brain. I guess I haven't seen that film in like 20 years, right the way through, man. Like I'll sometimes watch the opening scene with Jamie Lee Curtis, but that's about it. But I'm going to be like if someone called Jason is Jace, say, hey Jace.
Yeah.
Although that's what Kane Hodder actually named one of his sons, believe it or not.
Oh my golly. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, and then like get back to what Tommy's up to. He's looking through all the clippings, and it even mentions like Jason killing Edna and Harold. Like it says like murderer strikes again at Kath and things like that. I always get a big kick out of things like that. And I don't know about you, but I'd like to get some of this stuff, man. Like I know there are people like on Etsy and stuff that do printouts of like a lot of these new newspaper clippings and stuff. I'd like to have a few of them and like put them up around my house. I reckon that'd be really neat.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So they do like reproductions or something?
Yeah. You can get ones for Friday. I know there's some ones for Halloween as well. So yeah, it'd be really cool to get some of them at some point. But yeah, I like the shot of Tommy. He's looking at the artist's rendition of Jason. Obviously, that's what gives Tommy the idea, I guess, to turn his own face into a living mask. To psych Jason out at the end.
Absolutely. This might also be a good point or a good moment to point out something that I pointed out with the third film where, final chapter with the exception of the beginning of the movie and, the end, the middle is pretty much filmed or filled with Harry Manfredini cues from the first three films. Well, this is, when you get to the end of final chapter again, we get back to the practice of Harry making music specifically for the end of this film. And once we get into this part of the film where Tommy's going through those clippings and all this and that, and they went into the whatever you called it, the sex house and stuff like that, we begin the music that was written especially for the end of this film, which is really really haunting and really has those cool little elements. I can't really describe it in words because it's music, but I just wanted to also mention the music that was written specifically for the end of this film is really great.
Yeah, I want to try to describe it too, but I can't put it into words. I mean, it's sort of I don't know. It sort of sounds like if you scratched a friggin' your nails on a chalkboard and like ran it through like some sort of friggin' digital music box or something that would kind of sound something like that, I guess. But yeah, it really is eerie, isn't it? Like it's well done. And it makes you think, like that must have been a sweet gig for good old Harry. Hey, like, hey Harry, you want to come in and record like one new track for the next film? We'll give you 10 grand for 5 hours work. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, to know how much he was paid to keep coming back to these films. Yeah, one could argue maybe as they wore on and on to 4, 5, and 6, like. Who knows how much he even really wanted to come back and how much the money brought him back. It's part of me doesn't want to know, like, I'd done the first couple of movies and, hell with the rest of them, but they paid me enough, so I did. But yeah, it's just things that are fun to speculate about.
Yeah, I don't know. I can kind of understand. Maybe by the third or fourth one, he might have been starting to get to a point where he's creatively bankrupt, I guess. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. Like these films are, they have a very similar tone to each other. So, like, as much as we love them, I can imagine it would be a challenge to keep coming up with like new ways to write the scores for them. And I got to commend the man, whether his heart was in it or not. He knocked it out of the friggin' park, man, every time.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. Like, it doesn't really matter if he wanted to do this or not because what he gave us was really amazing contributions to the franchise.
Yeah, and like we said, these movies wouldn't be the same without his scores, man. I mean, I don't know, man. It might even be arguable to say that the reason they work is even maybe I'd even argue more than 50% of the reason why because of his score, man. It could be even 70% of the reason why, man. I mean, I just can't understate, man, just how important those scores are, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you completely. No arguments from me.
So I got to ask, where do you rank Trish as far as Final Girls go in the franchise?
Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I like her. Uh, I don't know. I guess I've never been. I think it's, you know what it is? I think it's that damn freaking oversized shirt with the belt they gave her to wear, which I don't think she even liked wearing either. That actually really bothers me, and actually kind of, I give Trish a little bit of a hard time because of that fucking outfit. But when you think about her character in terms of what she does and her resilience at the end of the movie, and just escaping Jason and just protecting her younger brother. She's a hell of a character. But like I say, so I have to look. I always have to look past that freaking oversized shirt with the belt situation and try to look at her more through her actions than her attire. And when you look at her through that lens, I mean, she's a hell of a final girl, isn't she?
Hey, come on, mate. Give the girl a break. It was the 80s.
Yeah, that's true. And like I say, I don't think Kimberly Beck liked the oversized shirt with the belt either.
Oh, that's interesting. I've actually never heard her mention that, but I do know in general she says that she's not really a fan of horror films, which I guess is kind of common for a lot of people in horror films, which is kind of ironic. But I will say, man, for as much as I love Jenny, Trish is definitely my second favorite, and like she's probably the one that goes like literally toe to toe with Jason the most. You know what I mean? I mean, Chris puts him through the ringer in part 3, obviously, but with her, it's more a lot of the time it's more surprise attacks, I guess. Apart from that one moment where she's almost like a hornet, like backed into a corner, and she has no choice but to strike out at him with the knife when she jabs it into his knee. But Trish is like right there in his face, like a lot of the time,
Well, that's true. Replaying the end of the movie in my mind, I mean, she's splits his hand in half and puts the chops him in the chest with the machete. And yeah, she's definitely resilient. What about that frickin' stunt, that slow motion John Woo stunt to her stunt double coming out of that window? That is just insane stunt.
Yeah, I got thoughts about that, but man, as far as Friday Girls go, she's definitely my second favorite is Final Girls. But one thing I always kind of found funny is like when she rushes back to her home and shit with Tommy, and that is like, and she starts locking up like all the windows. Is like, really, like do you think you really think that's going to stop a madman from coming through the window, sort of thing? One thing I always thought was a little strange was how Trish and Rob leave Tommy in the house on his own. Like they know Jason's around. Like you're just going to leave this kid like in the house on his own and just hope that Jason's still in the other house and not like, somewhere lurking around in their own home. I always found that kind of funny. I mean, I guess they kind of had to do that just so Tommy could have his little moments with the newspaper clippings. And I wouldn't change anything about the film. I'm just saying, like, it's from a character standpoint, I guess it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's one of those creative license situations. Once again, it's like, Rob is like, hold the fort.
Movie license.
Yeah, hold down the fort, Tommy.
Yeah, but it's one of the best third acts easily in the entire franchise, man. And I love the ferociousness of Jason. Just the way he throws Rob's body through the window and stuff. And there's an interesting story behind that. Like, I'm sure I mentioned earlier that Ted White was not a fan of Corey Feldman at all, man. Like, he pretty much hated him, and said he wanted to either kill him or at the very least, give him a spanking, and. Like I remember Corey Feldman mentioning Ted White. Like I remember the very first time I ever heard anything about the guy who played Jason in the final chapter was when Corey Feldman spoke about him on the in his interview for Crystal Lake, the Manhattan, and he said he was a bit of a cowboy kind of dude, and he was kind of hard to relate to because Feldman was like a bit of a city kid and really wasn't into being a cowboy and all that sort of stuff. So that was like Corey's interpretation of what it was like to work with Ted, I guess. But Ted White makes no bones about it, man. Says Corey was like a mean little devil, and that when they did the scene, where after you get the classic moment where Jason throws Rob's body through the window, is a reoccurring theme in the Friday franchise, as we've already discussed, which is an iconic moment that is always appreciated by yours truly in one of the films. But where Jason goes, the moment where Jason goes to grab Tommy through the window, when they did that scene, they had a specific timing, I'm pretty sure, when he was supposed to jump out. I think it was done exactly. It was, I think the stunt with the body goes through the window was timed with Jason, jumping through the window himself. So they'd have a few beats, and it went a few beats over and nothing happened. So Corey kind of left the part of his mind where he's in character and just started to chill out, I guess. And then out of nowhere, Ted jumped through the window and grabbed a hold of him. And where he's screaming and stuff, let me go. That apparently that's not acting, dude. And you can kind of tell that he really did shit himself. And that was Ted White's one moment to really scare the fuck out of this kid that had been annoying the shit out of him for friggin' probably weeks at this point.
Yeah, you can tell even the camera operator, when he comes through the window, the camera operator seemed caught off guard as well, almost like the camera operator seems to be responding to reacting in real time with the surprise of him coming through the window as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never really thought about that. Yeah, but you can kind of tell by the way the shots lined up that it does seem like even the camera operator is somewhat as surprised as young Corey is, man. Man, after they shot that scene, I think Zito and things took Corey Feldman to the side and they're asking him you're okay, and he's shaking. He's no, I'm not okay. So fucking he really did scare the shit out of you, man. It's a bit of a different take, I guess, on what you hear from a lot of kids that worked on a lot of horror films. When they get interviewed and people ask them, were you scared on the set? And they're no. I know it's a movie, you know what I mean? When Alec Vincent has been interviewed about the Child's Play films, the kid that played what's his name? Andy, in the first couple of Child's Play films, they asked him, weren't you scared of that doll? And he's nah, because I saw the way he worked and everything. I knew it was a movie. There's one case where the kid really did get scared, man. Even the moment where friggin' Jason bursts through the friggin' door and throws the hammer at the wall, man. Even Corey Feldman said even that part just scared the life out of him, dude. And you can even see the expression on his face there. That's not acting, man. He's really scared.
Yeah, that brings up a good point that I wanted to not forget to mention. And just listening to you talk about the scene, it just occurred to me that in the franchise, this happens during the Tommy Jarvis trilogy, which this is kind of final chapter is the first movie of. This is the first movie, if I'm correct in saying so, where Jason also kind of comes crashing through the door as well, which is a staple that'll continue for the next two films.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's a very true point, man. And even in part 7, he doesn't, crash through a door, but he certainly crashes through a window. So, I mean, yeah, there is that as well.
Yeah, that's true. We mentioned, I think, in one of these discussions that part 7 is kind of where they end the body through the window thing and the corpse through the window, but it's Jason through the window.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's something that I think is almost required and should be in every Friday film. I mean, it's not really even in part 2 either, unless you count Jason grabbing Jenny through the window at the end, I guess. But no body through the window though. But it's I don't know. It's one of the great Friday tropes. I think the crashing body through the window, man. And it's something that is, I don't know. It just makes me feel uneasy, dude. Like, I think when it worked most effectively though was in the original film where Brenda's body comes crashing through the window, and fuck you, I remembered her name that time.
Yeah.
Brenda comes crashing through the window, and that's a very unsettling moment for good old Alice there. But yeah.
Well said.
Have you ever noticed, going back to the what you were saying earlier about Tommy's little shelf there with all these toys on there and stuff, with all of his toys. Did you ever notice that the continuity of those toys is way off? Like that one creature, like bird thing or whatever it is, like falls off at least once and then's back on the shelf in the very next shot.
Yeah, I'm a born editor, and yeah, absolutely. That's something that always laughed at me or made me made me laugh every time I watch it. It's a bummer, one can only assume that they were in just such a hurry to film the movie and the scenes and stuff that it's like after a take they just grab the stuff off the floor and throw it back onto the shelf any old which way, and it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I actually, truthfully, never noticed that until Zudo pointed it out on the commentary, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there's things you noticed early on and I didn't, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's interesting that you can be so observant about one thing and totally miss another, and someone else can pick up on it. I find that very interesting, man. But,
Yeah, that is true.
yeah, I love. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I just said, yeah, that is true.
Yeah, but I love that scene though. Yeah, where Trisha's barricaded Tommy's door and like for whatever reason, like I don't know if he was just looking for some. Well, yeah, he knocks down the door with an axe, so he didn't have a weapon, I guess. So that's why I guess it's all quiet for a minute. But I remember that being a very tense moment watching that as a kid. Like just like it's all quiet all of a sudden, and even the characters are freaking out. Like, oh, where is he?
That's a really good part of the movie, honestly, and really cool how and realistic. Like he didn't just have the axe; he had to go. Arguably, maybe the point or the case can be made for maybe it didn't take him quite as long to get the axe. But after all, we don't want a repeat of the scene from the Prowler. After all, where it just stops the movie and seems to last 15 minutes of him looking for an axe. But it is really cool that little brief that brief moment for a first time viewer where it's just like why is the banging and stuff slowed down, only to have the question answered by, oh, that's why, because he got an axe.
Yeah, well, that actually, I've actually I've actually experienced this in real life, man. I remember one time when I was a kid, right? Me and my old man were like mucking around and stuff, and I like barricaded myself in the room, and he couldn't get in, right? Like, yeah, he wasn't trying to belt me or anything. We're just fucking around, right? And like, yeah, he tried to get in for a little while, then he couldn't get in, right? And I'm like laughing, like, you'll never get in, man. You'll never get in. Like, I think I even had like the bed like right up against the door, right? And then it went quiet, right? He stopped trying. It went quiet, and I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, okay, like whatever, yeah. But then it was quiet for like 2 minutes, and I'm like, that's kind of strange, yeah. And then I let a couple more minutes go by. Still nothing. Still not. Yeah, he did knock on the door and be like, all right, yeah, come on, open the door now. Nothing, right? So then I open the door, like slowly, like move everything away, open the door, and then like he's like hiding around the corner. He like jumps out and he's like, the curiosity got the better of you, didn't it? When I was gone.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like I've kind of obviously on a much smaller, safer scale, but I've kind of experienced that in real life, sort of, dude. But it's pretty eerie, man.
Well, that's a really cool memory you got there.
Yeah, I haven't actually thought about that in a long time, man. But it's amazing what comes to mind when you're doing these sort of things, I guess. But yeah, I love how Trish puts the Tommy's computer screen over Jason's head. That's a good little moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember the outtake of and the outtake reel where Ted White's got the hole in the door and then he tries to open it when he's sticking through the hole in the door and gets stuck. That's so funny.
No, I don't remember that actually.
Oh shit! That's
Interesting.
that's included with the the unused gore footage reel.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I've watched that, and I've only, in honesty, I've only probably seen that all that kind of stuff, all that footage, like maybe 2-3 times over the years. So yeah, I do really need to go back and check that out. I'm sure it's on the Screen Factory set.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, or it's got to be somewhere on all the different releases that I have. I'm pretty sure they did their best to include almost everything on those Screen Factory sets, dude.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing what they got on all those discs.
Yeah, very grateful fan speaking right here.
He's something that I've always been kind of fascinated with. I like that little tense moment where they knock him out with the computer monitor and Trish is slowly trying to moment, and then when he reaches out and tries to get her with the axe, and then she gets by him, and then Jason's sort of in a quandary. He doesn't know who to go for. He doesn't know whether he should go for Trish or should he go for Tommy, because Tommy's still, he's trapped pretty much on that end of the house. There's no way out of that room, I guess. And it's, a moment where Jason actually does think about killing a kid, I guess.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's a good point, and that moment is a moment that I think is really good too, and it's something that I don't think he really ever experienced before or after, really, in the franchise.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon if he had got a hold of Tommy, do you reckon he would have snuffed him out?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know what his intentions were for Tommy. That's a really good question. I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I've thought about that moment long and hard. Like ever since I was a young one, man. I've always found it pretty fascinating, and obviously, man, I find the whole concept of Jason and his motivations and his character just in general, just pretty fascinating for a character that's supposed to be just like a mindless killer. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I find what the inner workings of his mind pretty interesting. But and then you get that great shot, where he decides to go after Trish, and because Trish grabs Jason's attention by saying Tommy, no, and then Jason starts chasing her, and you get that great shot of the lightning as they're running from house to house, and like Jason's like full on sprinting in that moment. It's probably the only time in the series where you get like a shot of him, like not just running, but he is like bolting after Trish, and it really does, totally dispel the notion of like Jason never runs, like even more so.
Yeah, that's true, and that moment is, if not the last, close to the last time he would ever run. I mean, unless you include the '09 movie, which I surely do not.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to save most of my thoughts for that film, but it will definitely. That's definitely a discussion to be had, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, this whole chase sequence, I think, is just endlessly entertaining, man, and just very well constructed and put together by, I guess, Zito, man. But I love like she really sells the panic really well. Trish, like just the way he's chasing her up the stairs, and it's at a point where like she hasn't got a moment really to even look behind her to see how close he's gained on her, and like she's so terrified that she's like flailing her arms around like, oh no, like he's like literally right there behind me. Like that's how freaking scared she is. And yeah, man, she Kimberly Beck really does sell the terror well, and like it gets to a point where she's like in total like almost animalistic survival mode, where she'll do anything to survive and get away from this guy, including like jumping out the second story of this building.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Listening to you talk about it, I mean, it is probably one of the better Final Girl performances in the franchise, in terms of just the sheer terror and just whatever that Kimberly Beck portrays. Because when Jason's chasing her like a bat out of hell, and she's just trying to get away, and like you say, will jump out of a second story window if she needs to.
Yeah, and I mean, great stunt too, by the stunt person. Got to commend stunt people when you can, and apparently that was not deliberate. Have the way she landed with cuts to the next shot, and she's on the ground, and you can clearly see that her panties are very visible. Apparently that wasn't in Joe Zito's defense. He reckons that was not intentional. It was the way the stunt performer pretty much landed, so they had to go with that.
Yeah, sorry, Kimberly, but we're gonna have to have you pull your shirt up a little higher there. Okay, action.
What do you mean, Joe? Well, that's the way the stunt person landed. So, but also I thought it was funny too how like you can clearly tell like there's some sort of mat underneath where the stunt person lands, because the whole ground like shakes as they hit the ground. But I mean, yeah, that's movie license.
That's true, but I in slow motion, I don't think it's. I don't know. The stunt is so amazing that you're not really supposed to be paying attention to the ground. But I hear you.
Yeah, and also you get that great shot of after she lands, like Jason walks up to the window and he just like peers down at her. Always thought that shot was very haunting. I really like it.
Yeah, like I want to see what if she landed impaled on a piece of wood. Let's hope so.
Yeah, he's like, is she dead, or do I have to come running down to grab her one, or what?
Yeah, that is really interesting. Come to think about it, how the end of this movie seems to go back and forth for a while, from house to house, back and forth. That's kind of funny. What's so funny about earlier in this scene is there's a moment where Kimberly Beck won't exit the sex house because that female corpse of one of the twins is laying outside the front door, and then later on she's just jumping over the corpse to get either in or out of the house, which is funny.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, it's interesting, like Jace, like after that shot I just talked about, where he's looking at her through the window, like he sees her move. So, like, how come he just doesn't dash down the stairs at like full pult again and come after her? He just goes back to his usual, I'll just saunter around now.
Yeah, that is a good question. I guess it'll never be answered.
Yeah, but that next shot you get of Jason, though, that kind of top down shot where you just see him walking through the rain, slow mo. That's another one that I always loved, and yeah, I have to listen to that commentary again sometime, man. 'Cause I'd be interested in knowing if that, like, a lot of that stuff was more Zito's idea or the DP or like a collaboration. I mean, yeah, it'd be cool to know.
Yeah, those commentaries await you whenever you're ready for them.
Yeah, there's even a few I haven't heard now, like the new ones on the Screen Factories, and that I haven't heard those yet. So I need to get off my butt and yeah, and listen to them sometime soon, man. But yeah, the whole very last, I guess, showdown that Trish and Jason have is full on, dude. And I love that moment where what does she say to him? She's like, "I'll give you something to remember us by." I
Yep.
always thought that was a really good moment. And like you said, yeah, she earlier when you said she gets him right in the hand, and there's even I swear that's a callback to that scene in Jason, well, Freddy versus Jason, man, where I believe like Freddy cuts Jason's fingers off, and Jason looks at his hand. I swear that's a callback to this moment, man. I swear.
Oh yeah, yeah. One could probably see it that way. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That's a weird thing to be doing, though, when you think about it. Hey, like shaving your head while two people are fighting to the death downstairs. Here's an interesting thing. The writer, Rob, what's his name? Like Rob Cohen or whatever his name is, Bob Cohen maybe. He had an idea of when Jason does pin Trish down, he starts trying to get his hands on her to kill her, and she's like trying to get him off. He had an idea for a moment where Jason actually grabs her on the breast and thinks of something else he could do with the girl besides just killing her. But Zito vetoed that idea, and also at one point the writer had Jason driving around in one of the cars like friggin' Michael Myers, and Zito just shook his head at that and didn't want that in the film, obviously.
Oh, okay, yeah. What would you have thought about the Jason thinking about something to do with the girl other than kill her if that had been in the movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think it all depends on execution, man. Like how exactly it's done, how much you kind of dwell upon it, I guess. I mean, if it was just like a smaller moment in the film, I wouldn't be that against it. Or, I mean, you could even go with it a different way and have it be like, when he grabs her on the breast and he starts thinking about that, maybe that's what gives Tommy the opening to smack Jason in the side of the head with the machete instead of having to shave his head and turn his head into a living mask. Maybe you could go with it that way.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. That would have been a really great alternate version to have, Jason be temporarily, preoccupied.
Yeah, I mean, it had the same effect, I guess, as seeing the younger version of himself, but just you get a different way of getting there. And also, I wanted to mention that Ted White said that he got a big kick out of chasing Kimberly Beck around. Like the more she would scream, the more it would fuel him to like get into it and chase her around. So apparently, Ted White's a bit of a real life maniac, man.
Yeah, gee, thanks a lot, Ted White.
He the word he used was invigorated. It invigorated him.
Okay, well, maybe they got the right guy to play Jason this time around.
But like I love you get more of that eerie score cue that we're talking about before, which is really hard to put into words. But you get that playing through that whole exchange with Tommy talking to Jason, Jason, don't you remember Jason? Always dug that. It's one of my favorite moments in the film, actually.
Yeah, that's really cool. I thought of a way to describe those sounds in the score during this scene is kind of like sparkling lake water on a sunny day, to describe those little sound effects that we can't describe, like the I can't describe them, or I
Yeah, I did kind of think of that sort of earlier as well, but I went with the chalkboard analogy instead. But yeah, dude, I could totally say that 100%. Makes you think, man. Like, how did Harry come up with some of this stuff? I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he was coming up with half of this shit.
oh yeah, that'd be great.
But yeah, man. Like I said, I don't know, man. The reveal of Jason's face in this, it may be, to me, it may be the scariest out of the franchise. But I mean, part two's pretty frightening too. But I don't know, man. His face just looks so mangled in this film, man. It's the stuff of nightmares, bro.
Yeah, I loved the way they just swat the hockey mask off his head, and the head naturally turns away because it's turned away because it was swatted with the machete, so it turns away towards camera. Then you see the machete or the hockey mask fall slow motion to the ground and cut back to the face to turn back to Kimberly, and the music that permeates this moment, it's like dun 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 dun. It's really scary music too.
Yeah, it's almost like more a horror version of the music and some of that like more action orientated music in part six in a way. It kind of reminds me of that, like just more like a darker version of that, I guess. But yeah, it's so effective, man. And, yeah, it's a very iconic shot where she hits him. Yeah, like you said, the hockey mask falls to the ground, and I remember in the game trying to get a Jason kill, like right at that moment in the Jarvis house, and I could never pull it off. But I always wanted to do that. But yeah, and just her reaction to seeing his face, man, is like, she's completely just terrified, like almost having like an out of body experience where she's like, what the fuck happened to this guy's face?
Yeah, the more we talk about the end of this movie and Kimberly Beck's contribution, the more I'm like, yeah, she really put she gave her all in this movie, or the end of this movie, that's for sure, with all the emotions and fear and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big reason why she's my second favorite final girl, man. Be pretty much because of those reasons. I just think, as far as like performance wise, likable wise, she's just one of my all time favorites in the franchise, and even go as far as to say she's got to be probably in the top five like final girls of all time, probably even for me, dude.
Well, there you go.
But the effect of Jason copping the machete in the side of his head and just sliding down it. Like I mentioned earlier, that shot of him sliding down it wasn't in the original even VHS release that I first saw as a kid. I didn't see that until I was like around 13 or so. No pun intended. But I remember that throwing me through a loop, man. Like just like my jaw was on the floor, man. Like what the heck? That is so cool.
That is just weird. So you think it was a deliberate edit that was made in the version you saw, or what the hell?
Oh hell yeah, it was definitely edited out. Yeah, edited out. Even though it was like your like not a TV cut or anything. It was just a home video release. Yeah, it must have they must have just edited it out of the Australian release, because the one I saw it on was a English release, man. So
Oh, I see.
the ratings boards over there must be a little more tamer.
Okay, well, yeah, that's really weird. So that's the only thing that you can remember that was cut in the Australian release?
Pretty much as far as my memory can serve me. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that Australian release in, geez, man, probably, oh man, it'd be close to 20 years, maybe even a little bit longer. So, um, yeah, because it was around the year 2000 was when I started buying, like, yeah, all the single releases of these films. So I wanted my own, yeah, like pristine copies of them, which I still have a lot of them to this day. And yeah, so that was the first time I'd seen it. So yeah, because when I grew up watching these, I had my dad had a tape that had it had two, three, four, 5, and 6 all on like the one VHS tape. So that's how I used to always watch them. And then yeah, we had an original copy of the first one. I think I told that story, didn't I? How I ended up acquiring that copy. That was the one that we always had, like the original tape of.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a video store burned down?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's how we ended up having that, and yeah, that tape's got a little bit of value nowadays, man, which is pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, I just love that whole shot, man, of him copping the machine in the side of the head, and I love how they carry that on throughout the movies. Like in Part 7, you can see where he's got that wound, and yeah, like I think you mentioned it earlier, how originally it was supposed to be he was supposed to cut the machete from the top of the head, like cut in half, like a freaking like a cantaloupe or whatever. But yeah, they decided not to go with that because they did have the thought of like, yeah, what if we do want to go with another sequel?
Yeah, can you imagine Jason looking like, side of his head each side of his head hanging the other way and trying to get the hockey mask on?
Yeah, it's a very good point. But also, I like how it's a little bit of a callback to Part 2 as well. Like, it's another instance of, Jason kind of getting psyched out a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, Ginny psyched him out by pretending to be, Mama Voorhees, and, Tommy decides to go the opposite route and, pretend to, give Jason like a visual of what he'd look like as a kid.
Yeah, Tommy turned himself into a time machine mirror.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I mentioned earlier too, like Zito purposely made a lot of the kills quicker and stuff. Not only just because of like he knew the MPA would make him cut him down and stuff, but also so we could drag Jason's death out a bit more and have that be shocking to the audience because everything else they'd seen up until that point was sort of pretty quick.
Oh yeah, okay, that's a good way to juxtapose. There's me trying to use a big word. Juxtapose those just the killings of the victims versus the drawn out death of the killer. Yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, I 100% agree with those sentiments. There, Nate. I think it was the wise choice by Zito to go with the kills the way he did to make Jason's death more effective, and I think it goes hand in hand with, I guess, in Zito's mind, thinking that this was going to be the last one. So I guess that was also probably the reason why he wanted to drag out Jason's death as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And while we're talking about the kind of the difference between Jason's drawn out death compared to the quick deaths of the victims, I mean, it was kind of cool. Somehow, for me, when I'm thinking back to the kills in this movie, it somehow the quick aspect of them actually makes them in a lot of cases even more like brutal for me.
Yeah, I could totally see that, man. Also, I wanted to mention that, Corey got pretty sick doing that whole last scene because he had to wear a ball cap, obviously, and yeah, it made him quite sick, and it was taking everything he had just to pick up that machete, let alone friggin' swing it and all that business. So I commend him on pushing through, being such a youngster at the time, But yeah, man, if this, I just wanted to say, like we've already talked about this, but I just wanted to say again, man, if this had been the end of the franchise, I mean, yeah, I would have been totally okay with that, man. I think it really is a good bookend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure we talked about that, but in closing or getting close to closing, that absolutely agree. And like I say, for me, pretty sure I already mentioned this, but I mean, it's not the end of the franchise, but for me, it is definitely the end of the what I would call the first era of the films. So even though it's not the end of the franchise, it is still an end for me in that way.
Oh yeah, 100% agree with that, man. Yeah, I mean, the first four films really are their own thing in so many different ways. You know what I mean? After part four, there really is a departure in for better or worse in a lot of ways. I mean, some of my thoughts on the next installment, which will be fun to do. But even six, man, even though I enjoy the heck out of that movie, it is a very different film in a lot of ways, to the earlier films. Even the look of the film is pretty different. I mean, what I love about the first four films is they all have that kind of grain, really grainy look about them. You know what I mean? Like that real filmic grain to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so grateful that when they did the Scream Factory Blu-ray release, like the four best films in my opinion were the ones that got the new 4K scans.
Yeah, yeah. I know a lot of folks did complain about that. Why didn't they do the rest of them and stuff? But yeah, I'm glad the ones that did get it did. With the right choices to go with, man. Here's something that you probably won't remember, or maybe even just maybe what your thoughts are in general, or maybe if you can remember what it was like watching this on earlier viewings and whatnot. But actually, before I mention that, I just wanted to mention the little exchange that the Doctor has with Trish and stuff. Always thought that was pretty realistic, where he's saying it was perfectly normal for Tommy to react the way he did and attack the killer and stuff. And they really won't answer any of her questions and stuff. And it really does kind of make me think that it's probably how in real life how that little exchange would probably go down.
Yeah, exactly. And another testament to the movie's realism, that exactly she asks she asks a question or whatever, and the doctor responds with just some whatever, just kind of generic, although helpful, kind of a generic answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, well,
yeah, like I was just saying,
we don't even know
sorry?
what her question is, do we? Because she just says, either of you haven't answered my question."
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Yeah, you don't really find out what she's asking, but yeah, you do get the point though that they're kind of fobbing her off and that, and it's probably whatever protocol, friggin' let her settle down after going through this, traumatic experience and whatnot, I guess. But like I was saying before, man, what were kind of your thoughts, if you can remember it all, in earlier viewings of the film, or how you feel about it now, with Tommy's little ominous look as he's holding Trish, right at the very end of the film.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the very first time I saw it, I think even the very first time I saw it as a 12-year-old, I was probably kind of rolled my eyes at that. And honestly, that's probably, I mean, you can kind of understand where that ending kind of is fitting for the movie, but it's also kind of a situation where it's kind of a roll your eyes moment. And I think ever since I saw it for the very first time, I kind of rolled my eyes and was like, "Oh, give me a break." And there's even audio from the spring of like '89 where me and a buddy are on the computer trying to. We're doing. These don't exist, unfortunately, or at least not that I know of. But we were doing like like movie reviews of the Friday films, like on paper, like on like kind of like a printout, kind of a trying to make a half-ass you know, newspaper kind of a thing, a couple 12-year-olds doing on a computer. And I remember at this time, I think I'd only seen the movies, like just once all the way through. And I remember, and this part I was actually recording with the Fisher Price video camera. This stuff still exists where we're sitting on the computer talking about this. And I was saying to myself, does this kid play Jason for the rest of the series? So, I mean, at the time, I was like, I wasn't sure, having seen all the movies all at once, they were kind of a blur. I was like, God, does Tommy become Jason for the rest of the series? But, long story not so long, that was my initial reaction to the kind of crazed, open-eyed look of Tommy at the end. Ever since I saw it, I was like, oh, give me a break.
Interesting. Yeah, I have seen. I've gone back through your videos and watched that one where you two were sitting outside and you're talking about like the first movie, and I think it might even be the first couple of films, maybe. So I've watched that, but I need to go back and check out the other ones that you've got up on your channel. And that's really fascinating, man. That you were doing that sort of stuff even way back then, and it's kind of almost even dare I say. You're a bit of a pioneer there, Nate, But, yeah, man, I want to say, that I thought myself, like after seeing this film, like, is that supposed to mean that, Tommy becomes like a Jason type? And obviously that was kind of what they were going for and what they kind of wanted to do with the next one. But for, reasons they didn't do that, which will say for that discussion. But I mean, I don't know, it kind of comes off as maybe a little bit kind of goofy in a way. I guess it's maybe one of the other little moments in the film which I don't know if it totally works for me. But I mean what else could you have done, I guess. But here's something I just thought of. I don't know if I've ever thought of before. The hospital they're in, you reckon that's the same hospital Jason was at the beginning of the movie?
Yeah, I would imagine so if I had to take a guess.
Have you ever thought of that before?
Probably not consciously. I kind of probably always just assumed it.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I could think of maybe it wasn't was because, I mean, Jason bumped off a couple of people there. Maybe it was like considered a crime scene or something, who knows. But what about this? Did you ever think about like where's Jason's body now at this point? Like what did they do with his body?
That would have been funny if they would have put it back in the same same spot they had it earlier. That would have been funny.
Yeah. Here's something talking about like deleted scenes and all that sort of stuff. I'm sure you're familiar with this, but they try to do another dream sequence for this film. I mean, this is the I guess the one film out of the first four that don't have that kind of ending dream sequence in it. But they did shoot one where I believe it starts off with Tommy and Trish like waking up like in the morning after like the whole murders and incidents, obviously, and they could hear like I think there's like commentary that's on some special feature that actually has Kimberly Beck on it, and like they're supposed to be hearing like police sirens and stuff like showing up to the house and stuff, the Jarvis residence, and for some reason Trish goes upstairs and she goes into the bathroom and she discovers, like, I think it's in the bath, it's the corpse of her mum, and the eyes have rolled back over white, and it's very similar to that way that dude looks at the with that kill in the Prowler, and there's like commentary from Zito there saying that like, oh, even at this early point in my career, I was already kind of aping myself. So I think that's one reason why he decided not to use it. And then it cuts from that shot to like Jason, like I think standing there with like the machete, and he hasn't even got the hockey mask on. It's just his face, and he like goes to come down and slash at Trish.
Yeah, I can remember, it being fascinating to see that scene, but I'm also, very glad that it didn't end up in the movie because, it definitely left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I mean the idea I like. I just the execution isn't great, I guess. But it would have been cool if they had like another dream sequence kind of thing, I guess, to kind of match up with the other the first three films. But yeah, it's a shame they didn't come up with something a bit better, I guess, or executed it a little bit better. But I guess it is what it is. But yeah, man, I guess we can bring this one to a close. I've pretty much said my piece on it, and I'm sure you've pretty much said your piece, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have our closing sentiments, I guess. And I want to say, man, that again, it's been a blast, and just couldn't wait to do this one, man. Just like I said, my favorite entry in the franchise, and obviously, for the folks that are still listening, you can see that I had a lot to say, But yeah, it's more stuff that I've always wanted to get off my chest, in a audio forum. It's good to be able to talk on message boards and that, but it's something else to be able to do this. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely is for me as well. And one thing I thought of while you were talking for a funny, goofy ending, if they wanted to do another dream sequence situation with final chapters, they could have had Kimberly Beck go out into Crystal Point or something onto the dock, and they could have had Jason and Pam both splash out of the water at the same time and grab her and pull her down.
There's an idea. I don't know. It's pretty goofy, but it's no more goofy than what happens in some of the films, I guess. But guess that early in the franchise, it's maybe pushing it a bit. But it could be fun.
Well, it's like it's no more goofy than Pam coming out at the end of 3. That's funny.
Yeah, that's true. That's especially considering that doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, does it, when you really think about it? Because you would have no idea who Mrs. Voorhees was, obviously. But yeah, man. Just say for for argument's sake, if there never was another sequel after this, if you were given the idea to carry on the franchise and make a new movie now, what direction would you go with? Would you carry on the story with Tommy and try to work Jason back into the story somehow, or what would you really do with it?
I don't know. It's a difficult question. Honestly, I'd probably try my damnedest to try to figure out a way to make Tommy the killer. I think would be if there was no 5, 6, 7, and 8, and we never knew anything about rotting Jason and how fun that would become, and zombie Jason. Yeah, I'd probably do my damnedest to make the new Tommy killer work, I guess.
Yeah, well, that was there's a lot of little things they thought about when, like I said, when they made this film. Even the name Tommy. It's a very short name like Jason. I think that's also they use that name because if he was going to be the killer, it's a very kind of, it's in the vein of Jason's name in a way. It's a very short and to the point name. Like Tommy Jarvis. You know what I mean? Jason Voorhees, Tommy Jarvis is sort of, you can fit it into that kind of world, I guess. I think that's also what they were going with. Yeah, if it was me, if I had no idea of I guess undead Jason. But to go with Tommy being the killer, I would have done my best to go ahead with that. But I think I would have either. Well, I mean, if it was years later, I guess I could have easily got Corey back into the film as an older Tommy. But I probably would have wanted to carry on with Feldman in the role, even though, like, when he got older, he really wasn't the best actor anymore. But, I mean, who knows? If you really worked with him, maybe you get, like, a decent performance out of him,
Yeah, isn't that strange how he was like a better actor when he was a kid?
Yeah, I was watching, like, not to get on the whole tangent, but I watched this, like, mid-90s film yesterday where he was, like, the villain, right? He's, like, this, like, trying to be this, like, badass, like, karate kind of, like, thief character. And it just wasn't working, man. It was laughable. It's like, dude, like, I'm sorry, but I'll never see you as the tough guy. Like, like, as tough as you get is taking out Jason, I guess, in the way he did. That's something that I wanted to quickly mention is have you ever heard like, I guess, like, non-Friday fans or like people like shit on Friday ever say like, oh, like, Jason got killed by a kid in that one movie, like a child killed Jason.
I haven't had a lot of conversations with Friday the 13th haters, so I haven't heard anything like that. But that's funny if you were in a group, but they were sitting at lunch table with a bunch of, and at high school with a bunch of horror film fans, and they all had their own favorite franchises and stuff. I could see someone like that say, someone from the Freddy franchise fan group saying something like that. That's funny. Have you had someone say that?
Yeah, like, mostly on like Facebook forums and stuff. I've heard like a couple of people say it. Like, usually they're Halloween fanboys, dude. Like, I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but I mean, it's I'm not the first to say this, man. A lot of people, even in the Halloween film community themselves, who are big Halloween fans, say themselves that a lot of the Halloween but like real hardcore fanboys are like kind of toxic, man. Like, and that's what they kind of say. They're like, well, at least Michael didn't get killed by a child. And then my rebuttal to that is, and I'm like, yeah, that's true, but at least Jason didn't sit on the side of a sidewalk while Love Hurts plays and look all depressed because he couldn't go trick or treating, or didn't have some guy say to him, "Trick or treat, motherfucker."
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's good and bad in both franchises, but we'll maintain, man. I mean, obviously, I'm the Friday guy. You're the Friday guy, and I love me some Halloween too, man. But I mean, I've even heard Halloween fans themselves say that overall, like, as a franchise, that Friday got the more stronger entries in it overall anyway.
Yeah, well, it's if someone's got any kind of working faculties, I mean, to not admit that is difficult.
Yeah, I mean, opinions are like assholes, but yeah, I mean, it almost is to me, like you just said, like working faculties. To me, it's almost like a no-brainer, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Friday had its missteps. I mean, Jason Goes to Hell, case in point is a fucking huge one. You know what I mean? But I mean, you could argue that, like, even by Halloween 2, Halloween was starting to show signs of trouble. You know what I mean? And I mean, I enjoy Halloween 2 and I enjoy Halloween 4 quite a bit. You know what I mean? But that movie has problems too. I mean, the mask looks like dog shit. I mean, there's a lot of things about Friday that ring true and stay true to formula. That the hockey mask most of the time looks, a lot of the time basically the same, and things of that nature.
Yeah, definitely like for me, the first 7 or even 8 films, well, I mean, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I mean, there seems to be, it's really cool how, arguably probably different people were involved in the makeup and doing the masks and stuff, but there, from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I mean, there was, even with different, makeup houses and stuff, I mean, there was this pretty good continuity for the most part.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like we said, the makeup for him in this film was heavily based off Savini's original take on Jason, which is cool. Yeah.
Absolutely. I was speaking more on hockey mask appearance than under the mask appearance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty strong continuity with that. I mean, in this movie, the chevrons, as they're called, the little red markings on the mask, like the ones on the sides are starting to come off and stuff, and aren't they actually completely off? And it's just the one up the top, I think, is still there, isn't it?
Well, it seems to me there's like 2 different versions throughout the course of this movie, like because with the NECA figure, there's 2 different hockey masks. One of them's got the side chevrons on, and I guess by the end of the movie, for some reason, the side chevrons are off, and you've got the kind of the half one up top there. So I guess there's 2 different kind of hockey mask looks throughout this movie.
It's all that rain hitting the hockey mask, Nate.
Yeah, they don't explain it, but it could be all that rain. Yes.
Movie license.
Yeah.
That's going to be our thing for now on. Movie license.
Yep, licenses.
Yeah, but like it makes me think of my friend Daniel. Like whenever we're talking about like the different looks of Jason and stuff, like he'll always pick on the hockey mask from Jason Lives. Like he goes, oh, it's too round and stuff. Which I mean, I can see his point and see where he's coming from, but I never had an issue with it.
Yeah, I've always had fun with the different hockey masks, and it would have been such a bore if everyone had been pretty much just the same. I mean, I have fun with the different hockey masks, and I really, really, really love 7. I mean, it's probably the first Friday movie I saw, but I think even if it hadn't have been the first Friday movie I saw, I just love it.
Yeah, Part 7's a great mask. Like, incorporates everything that Jason's been through. The boat motor from Part 6 and the axe wound from 3. And just like overall kind of like light grey kind of tint that the mask has is really cool, man. And it makes it great for a collector too. All the different hockey masks and stuff you can collect, but it's weird though, because I feel a very different way about Michael Myers. I always want him to have that original shape mask. Whenever he doesn't have that mask, it just doesn't feel like Michael Myers to me.
So for you, like you like all kinds of different hockey masks, but you only like the first Michael mask?
Yeah, pretty much. What about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing, but I got a soft spot for the original Halloween 2 mask as well, because those are the 2 films that I saw, when I was 12 and getting into the
Well, that's the same mask. It's just worn by a different actor, Dick Warlock. It's still the same mask.
Yeah, but it's got a different appearance because I guess it was sitting under Deborah Hill's bed or whatever. So when I was a kid, I always thought it was a different mask because the nose is all dirty because that's where they grabbed it to take it off, and it's got a different appearance because it's just been sitting under Deborah Hill's bed. So I always thought it was a different one.
Yeah, that's true. Like I know they did, not to get too technical, but I know they used 2 different masks. They used the one from the original that Deborah Hill had underneath her bed for years that like apparently yellowed because she was a heavy smoker and whatnot, and then the mask just looks different because Dick Warlock's got more of a round face than Nick Castle. But no, I still dig the way the mask looks in part two because it's still close to the mask in the first movie, obviously. But like I'm talking, like the part four and especially the part five mask is just laughable to me. You know what I mean? Like four looks goofy, and five, the mask in five looks like Michael Myers is like a retarded brother, or what a retarded cousin. Like it just looks really bad.
Okay, very, very cool. Well, this is probably conversation we should save for if a future possible Halloween franchise talks.
Yeah, true. I mean, we just got under the discussion of Mars, I guess. But yeah, and I mean, yeah, friggin', my sentiments on the sack, man. I'm a big fan of Jason wearing the sack in part two, but because I just think it's just creepy in general. But yeah, man. I don't know. Do you have anything else to say, or?
Well, I really don't think I do. So if you don't have anything else to say, maybe we can call it good for this episode, which I'm pretty sure is the longest Friday fan discussion yet, which is to be expected since it's our
Yes, I wanted to beat part three. Yes.
yeah. I think each one
Couldn't have part three be the longest, man.
they've just gotten longer. I think each one. So.
Well, we started off. I think the first one's like around 4.5 hours. I think.
Yeah, and then it was
then I think we beat that by about an hour or so with part two. I think we end up going like an extra hour every time we do one.
I think part two was like 5 hours 20, and then three was just 5 hours 35 or something.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, we friggin' covered a lot of ground, man. A lot of info as usual, man. It was an interesting talk, and for whoever's still listening, I hope you've enjoyed the ride. And we got many more shows coming at you. We still got a fair few of these to get through as well, and some interesting topics to come along. And I'm just having a blast talking Friday. Just I can never talk enough Friday. I can never get sick of talking about it. Just like I'm sure you can. You can't get sick of talking about it. I mean, we've spent like probably close to 20 hours now talking about the franchise, and we've just finished the fourth installment. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's some hardcore fandom. So why don't you hang on the line after we end the thing, so I can talk more about tomorrow or possible plans for tomorrow. So if you're all good, why don't we end the show and just hang on the line, Jesse? And I guess that pretty much does it. Any final closing words, Jesse?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that don't forget, Nate, that you're still a dead fuck.
Well, thank you very much. You know I hate when you say that, but
thanks for listening, folks.
thanks for listening, folks, and we'll catch you on the next one.